Check.
Are we good to go online? Should we get started? Okay, welcome everyone to the Climate Variability and Change Working Group. Just a few things before we get started. The posters are staying up, and I think a few people thought the poster session was today, and so they didn't manage to get their posters up yesterday. So please, in the coffee breaks, go and take a look at the posters. I think the CVCWG ones are all down on this level. For the speakers, they're 15-minute slots, so I'll give you a warning at 12 minutes, and that will be your indication to wrap up, to leave some time for questions. We have a lot of exciting talks. We'll finish up the end of this session before the coffee break with a brief CVCWG being finalized. So with that, we'll kick off the session. So I'm Isla Simpson. I'm co-chair of the working group, and then Aishu Hu is the other co-chair, and then Sarah Larson unfortunately couldn't make it in person to the meeting, and Adam Phillips sitting at the front there as liaison. So we'll start with Clara Desser on the rectified effect of ENSO on the mean state in CSM2.
Isla, thanks everyone. A pleasure to be here. My talk has changed because I wasn't quite comfortable with the results on the rectified effect. So hopefully in a future meeting I will give a talk on that. It's very interesting, but I wasn't completely convinced by the results. So we will pivot. Hopefully this is still of interest. This is about how we can maybe do a better job, a more informed assessment of trends in Earth system models. This is based on a talk I gave at AGU, but it has been updated quite significantly, and I want to thank my postdoc, Siukong San, for all the hard work that he's done in the last few months. So this is probably a picture very familiar of the SST trends roughly since 1980. It doesn't matter too much what the end year is, and this is a well-known pattern of cooling in the eastern part of the tropical Pacific and cooling in the Southern Ocean. And the question is, can models simulate such a pattern of recent observed trends? So, of course, one can use large ensembles and look at the spread amongst members. And these are just two, kind of N members of the CESM2 large ensemble. And it's very clear that, you can get very different outcomes for these long-term trends depending on the particular sequence of internal variability that is superimposed upon the forced response. So typically, we ask the question to assess models, does the observed trend map lie within the spread, the model ensemble spread? And of course, looking at, how what the percentiles where the observations lie. So that is informative, but it's really not enough. The model can overestimate the spread due to internal variability, or it can have an erroneous forced response, and these are conflated if you're simply asking where do the observations lie within the ensemble spread. So I think what we really need to do is obviously to ask how well do models simulate the force component and the internal component of trends. And this is needed really for much more incisive evaluation of models. So to answer this, I think a very important question that I don't think we've really adopted in the community is, So where do the one realization of the observations that we have, where do they lie within their own distribution? We have model large ensembles, they give us a distribution, and observations, we typically think there's only one possibility, but that's not the case. And so where did this top map actually lie within the range, the realm of possibilities that observed internal variability superimposed on forced response? Where does that lie? So you need a way to skillfully identify both the force component of observed trends and a way to create plausible alternatives of the internal component of observed trends. These are very challenging, and what I'm going to present is not, the end all. It's a step towards being able to answer these questions. Okay, so creating an observational large ensemble. I've done past work with Karen McKinnon on this. This is kind of a new approach for SSTs in particular. So there are two objectives here. One is, first, we have to have a method that is skillful at obtaining the force component, and then secondly, a method that's skillful at giving us this plausible range of alternatives for the internal component. So a couple of years ago, maybe some of you attended the so-called ForceMIP workshop and hackathon that was held here at NCAR, led by Rob Wills and myself and many participants. This is short for the Forced Component Estimation Statistical Method Intercomparison Project. So this is now published in Journal of Climate. It's a very meaty article that really evaluates many, many methods. So basically, we invited the community to participate, and there were 30 empirical methods that were contributed from 31 participants, ranging from simple to very complex AI methods. And the important thing is we had each person test their method within the framework of a user-blind model large ensemble. Adam and I were the only ones who knew what the real answer was. So I think this was a really good test. So I'm going to skip over all the details of the methods, and just to say that here we're going to adopt the average of the 6 most skillful methods for SST, most skillful in estimating the forced response. They're all a little bit different. In the paper, you can see all the details and what the average of the 6 most skillful methods was. So here is that map from the ForceMIP average, and you can see it's warming everywhere except parts of the Southern Ocean. It has a little bit of that pattern of cooler conditions in the Eastern Pacific and Southern Hemisphere compared to the North, but it's fairly homogeneous in its pattern. And then you subtract that estimate. Not perfect, but it's the best we have at this point from statistical methods, subtracted from the observed, and that's deemed to be what's contributed by the internal variability. And again, you can see that a lot of the observed pattern is coming from the internal component. Okay, so that's how we are going to go forward with creating our observational large ensemble. That's the force component. Then for the internal component, we're using, and this is where Sukong has really done all the work, using a cyclostationary linear inverse model. So we remove the forced response from ForceMIP, and then we apply this limb to the internal component of the observational record. We've tested different time periods in the observations. It doesn't matter too much. And we test the skill of the method within the framework of the CSM2 large ensemble. And it is quite skillful, and I will skip over that detail in this short talk. and I'll just get to the results. Okay, so here are 2 members from our 100-member CESM, so assuming the force-MIP forced response. So this is all observations. There is no model here. And again, you can see this range of outcomes that just the internal variability, the way it plays out, can produce a different pattern when superimposed on the force response. Okay, so now I'll just continue here and hone in on this east-west equatorial Pacific SST gradient for the trends. And this index, we're using the same boxes as in Rob Will's 2022 paper. So we take the area average within these east and west boxes of the trends, compute the difference, and we do this for each member of the CESM2 large ensemble and each member from the observational large ensemble. Okay, so this is the dots here are the 100 members of CESM2, that trend in the east-west gradient. So there are 100 dots, and then this histogram is the fit of the PDF to those dots. And then you can see where the observed gradient lies in that red line, and that was a very rare outcome. Here is the observed observational large ensemble based on the limb, and there are 100 blue dots. That red dot is the actual ERSST V5. And here is its PDF, and so that's the observational range. So the actual observations lies within its distribution. It lies fairly close to the mean, but not exactly. But there's a wide spread. So very plausibly, we could have had this alternate outcome of the observed trend. And I've put that red dashed line so it lies well within the observed distribution and well within the model distribution, i.e., there's really no conflict here. We had an extreme, we could have had something different, this alternate observation. So I think it's very powerful, to take this perspective. So this would not have been a rare outcome in CESM2. Forced components. So the forced is given by the mean here of each of these PDFs. And they are different. So the error bars on the forced are very small because you have 100 members. So the CESM2 forced trend is in this index is definitely biased. But that spread, the range of trends is not, or it's much more realistically simulated. The width of those 2 PDFs are quite similar. Okay, so that's the example for CESM2. Now I'm going to broaden our view and look at a whole bunch of model large ensembles. So this is a beautiful diagram. I credit Siukong with this. So in the Wills et al. 2022 paper, they had these beautiful violin plots. So each of these on the x-axis, these are all different model large ensembles. For our diagram here, we've taken the 19 models, CMIP 5 and 6, that are in the multi-model large ensemble archive version 2 that Nicola Maher that we've just put up online. So these are the trends in the gradient index for all these model large ensembles. You can see their individual members by the dots, and then those diamonds are the ensemble mean interpreted as the forced component. And then we have the observations, and that's the diagram that is shown in Wills et al. And lots of papers, a single value for the observations. So now we will bring in our observational large ensemble on the far right. So the force MIP forced response, that's what is the diamond on the far right. And then that whole spread in the violin plot, that's from our cyclostationary limb that gives us this range of alternate sequences of internal variability. And that range is large, as we just saw. And if I plot now the bounds for the 5th and 95th percentiles of trends from this CS limb observational large ensemble, and so within those bounds, the observations could have plausibly fallen within. Now there is a lot of overlap with the models. It doesn't mean models' force responses aren't correct or models' internal variability isn't correct, but it definitely gives you a different view that the models are not all, on the warm side or the cold side of the observations. There's a lot of overlap. Okay, so I think that I've come to the end, and just to say that I think we have to ask the question, where did the realization of the observations lie within the possible distribution of outcomes? Thanks very much.
Any questions for Clara? And if you're online, I am looking at the Slido.
Yep, okay. So you choose the period 1980 to 2016, and I'm wondering if you had a longer period, the kind of distribution of possible trends would be much less. Is that a fair thing to say?
So great questions, the dependency on the length of record. So this gets a little bit into the details of the methodology. Yes, in principle, of course, the internal variability of trends should diminish with the longer record, and maybe the force, I don't know if the force trend increases, but it's actually hard to build a skillful limb going back before we have sea surface height data. So the limb starts, we can only use observations starting in 1958. We've tried an SST-only limb back to 1900 or 1920, and it doesn't provide any more skill. But it's a good question. What would this look like for, like you're thinking back to turn 1900 or something? Yeah, great question. Thank you. Yeah.
I think we have time for one more, very quick one.
Thanks, Clara, for a great talk. I was a bit surprised how uniform your spatial pattern in the forced, like one of your first figures in the forced SMIP, and there didn't seem to be any arc amplification, which is a...
that's probably just because of the SST data. I'm guessing maybe we masked the ice or something. Yeah, I think so. Thank you for that thought. I'll have to look at that. All right.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to our next speaker, Robert Payne, on ENSO amplitude impact on seasonal PNA strength. So if you want to use the pointer, you've got to hold it, and then it'll appear. And
Gotcha.
then that's forward and back.
Okay. All right, so last week, NOAA CPC released their probabilistic ENSO outlook for the rest of the year, and they're saying 100% chance of an El Nino, and also notably, they're saying 60% chance of a very strong El Nino, greater than 2 degrees Celsius. And many of the room are probably familiar that this is a very rare occurrence. There are only 4 in the observational record. Looking in the past, looking at 97, 98, and 2015, 2016, 2 very strong El Ninos, but looking at their impacts in North America, they look very different looking at the 500 millibar height anomalies. So Dusser et al. 2017, Clara and some others in this room have shown some uncertainty in the amplitude and the spatial pattern of the ENSO teleconnection in an observational resampling. And you can imagine this is even harder to determine for these higher amplitude events. So what we want to ask is kind of looking ahead to this upcoming winter and just thinking generally, what is the relationship between ENSO's amplitude with the strength and also the likelihood of getting an associated PNA event. We also want to ask kind of if we were to roll back time and see a similar record with similar ENSO forcing, same number of ENSO events, what is the likelihood of our result matching our current observational record, given what we know about the role of noise. So what do we need to study this? We need a large data set of ENSO neutral conditions to set a baseline for the PNA, and also data sets with controlled ENSO cycles at varying amplitudes so that we can look at the PNA's strength and probability dependence on ENSO. So to look at our experimental design, we're using CESM2 pre-industrial control forcing. We have 4 experiments with varying ENSO amplitudes. The first is a mechanically decoupled, I call it no ENSO run, where what we do is we force the tropical Pacific with wind stress climatology, remove the anomalies. So you remove the anomalies, you shut down the Bjerknes feedback. If you look at the time series in the top right, in that blue line you can see the no ENSO run, mostly confined within half a degree in Nino 3.4. So this gives us about 500 years of ENSO neutral data. Building from that framework, we prescribe back in wind stress anomalies at a very regular frequency and amplitude to get a large data set of very similar ENSO events. So we have low amplitude, moderate, and high at 0.5, 1.5, and 2.5 degrees. And so you can see that in the time series in the orange, yellow, orange, and red colors. But you can see there is a little bit of variability there because it remains thermodynamically coupled. In the bottom figure, you can see that seasonal cycle with the 2-year periodicity. So running this for 200 years with a 2-year ENSO period gives us 100 ENSO cycles each to work with. Kind of splitting up those time series and taking a look at in the middle row, we can see what's happening in the tropical Pacific. We see as we scale up that ENSO forcing. And then in the bottom row, we can clearly see that positive PNA emerging in the low amplitude, but then ramping up as you increase in strength. So there's a clear amplitude dependence, and you see that in the La Nina case as well, with the opposite associated phase. So in order to quantify this a little bit more, I know it's probably pretty hard to see, but I've flashed up the formula for the PNA index. Over the 4 points of the quadrupole, we're going to calculate the area averaged 500 millibar height anomalies, add those together, and we'll get a relative strength there for our teleconnection. So when I'm plotting that here, starting, I've got the ERA 5 reanalysis, our observational proxy, and then I just have the CESM2 pre-industrial control run from CMIP 6, just to kind of set a baseline here for that. And what we can see is that the CESM2 control is slightly stronger than reanalysis, and this is likely owed to the capacity for it to produce stronger ENSO events. But when we take a look first at our low amplitude event, now on the left, what we can see is that it's significantly weaker, and this is unsurprising, and this suggests and kind of confirms what we know, that these weaker events are less capable of sort of surpassing the internal variability and the other sources of noise and driving that teleconnection. The moderate amplitude and the high amplitude cases, on the other hand, much stronger, and a 15% increase in PNA strength between high and moderate amplitude, which may potentially give some indications for, again, this upcoming event. Now I want to take a bit more of a probabilistic approach to kind of what is the likelihood of finding this teleconnection given ENSO forcing. And so to sort of walk up to that, we'll start with plotting the PNA index versus the Nino 3.4, starting with just that mechanically decoupled run. And here we see that even within a narrow band of Nino 3.4 forcing, there's a very large spread in the PNA index, and this is because we know PNA index is driven largely by internal variability and other sources. Adding in our other controlled amplitude runs, we see a clear linear relationship emerging, confirming PNA strength is increasing with ENSO strength. Also taking a look at the spread, we see that that's shifted with the mean, perhaps slightly smaller, but it does not prohibit the opposite associated PNA phase from occurring. Looking on the far right, you can see even with a very strong El Nino event, you can still get a negative PNA phase. I've added in now ERA 5 just to see that with the choice of our experimental amplitudes, we've kind of set them to capture the reanalysis variability to kind of constrain it to observations. To look at that a little bit more, this gray ellipse is showing 3 standard deviations of the control model spread, and this is because we know CESM2 is capable of simulating events kind of outside of this 2.5 degree Nino 3-4 range. I've also got lines on 0.5 and negative 0.5 PNA index, and this is getting to that probabilistic approach. What I'm going to do now is sort of to see the likelihood of driving this teleconnection. What I'm going to do is count up the events that for an El Nino that are above that 0.5 or a positive PNA range and divide that by the total number of events for that model run to give us sort of a relative frequency or probability of getting that teleconnection. So again, we'll start with the observations and the control run first to get a baseline. And what we see is that CESM2 does a pretty good job of capturing within the error. It's essentially the same as the ERA 5 reanalysis. So a good job of capturing that probability of driving that teleconnection. Next, no INSO, a little trickier, of course, to talk about because there are no El Niños. I should mention this is the probability of getting that phase given El Nino in this figure. So no INSO, it doesn't have El Niños, so this is just all of the events, what is the likelihood of driving that event, and we see it's roughly the tercile, so kind of an equal probability of positive, negative, or neutral conditions when it's just driven by internal variability. Now with our experiments here, we can see that low amplitude is, unsurprisingly, a much lower probability of driving the teleconnection than this more moderate amplitude, but there's less return as you increase the amplitude. Only about 6% here, and with the error, there's very little difference. So we see kind of less of a return in the probability of driving that teleconnection. Taking a look at La Nina, it looks pretty similar. I won't spend too much time on it, but it is interesting to note a phase asymmetry. When comparing the moderate and high amplitudes across phases, we can see that there's a 10% higher likelihood of getting the associated phase in El Nino. So this sort of motivates a little bit of a dive into the PNA signal and noise. It's probably a bit hard to see, especially for La Nina. But what I've got here is now we've got a plume from November to April split by phase of the PNA index. The ensemble mean is in that bolder color, and then we've got all of the individual members in that plume. And the means here are pretty comparable, so it's pretty symmetric when considering the signal coming from El Nino and La Nina. But when we plot the noise, what we can see is that La Nina is driving a higher spread than El Nino is. So increased noise from sources other than INSO during La Nina are sort of driving greater randomness and perhaps reducing the overall likelihood of getting a PNA. So now I want to come back to that question I asked earlier about if we had 80 years with similar INSO forcing, how likely are we to see the same probabilistic outcome as we did in our observations? So from the ERSST5 1940 to 2020 data set, there are 11 moderate to greater events. 4 of those are, of course, much higher amplitude, greater than 2. And then we have 12 La Ninas, moderate, less than 1 degree. And so for this bootstrapping, what I'm going to do is I'm going to dip into that moderate amplitude 7 times and high amplitude 4 times, and we'll get 1 overall probability response. Repeat the same thing for La Nina, but just 12 times from the moderate amplitude. Plotting that distribution here, what we can see is that the observational mean in orange falls pretty close to the distribution mean, about a 70% chance. So even if we were to sample different noise, we would still expect an overall similar outcome in whether or not we are getting that teleconnection driven by El Nino. La Nina tells a different story. The observational mean from our current record is 0.83. That's actually 10% higher of getting that associated negative phase than El Nino. And so this tells us that if we were to keep resampling with different noise, we may expect an overall lower probability. But this kind of makes sense because La Nina, we know, is noisier overall, making the jet stream wavier, introducing other sources of noise, and could potentially drive a PNA when we may not expect one. So I'll come to my takeaways here, and I'll stop now if there are any questions. Thank you.
Really nice talk.
Thank
I
you.
was wondering with your low, medium, and high amplitude events or experiment, it might be nice to superimpose them on a background warming climate because, you know, now that the other tropical ocean basins are warming, they can interfere or counteract somewhat the ENSO teleconnection.
Right, that's a
And
great
that might
point.
be very, like your results could be even more relevant as we go forward in the real world.
Right, thank you.
Any other questions? What is your prediction for this year?
It's looking like it's all there. All the ingredients are there. I'm thinking it'll be a strong one.
Very, very interesting talk.
Thank you.
I don't know, I didn't hear Clara's question. I'm hoping that I'm not answering the same, asking the same. But did you, by chance, try to stratify the ENSO events also by the location where the sea surface temperature are largest? So, like by ENSO diversity, so if they are more like CP or EP? Since there has been, you know, studies have shown that there is sensitivity to the location.
Yeah, great question. So for these experiments, since they're all kind of driven by the same wind stress, just kind of cyclical wind stress, all of the events look pretty similar. They all look like Eastern Pacific events. We do have another experiment that is driven to resemble more Central Pacific experiments, and I haven't gotten to that for this analysis yet, but that's a great question. We do hope to repeat that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to the next speaker. That's Katie Dagon and atmospheric rivers and detecting with machine learning based techniques.
And point at that, okay. Okay, thanks. Everyone, while they're getting the slides up, I just want to say that this project that I've been working on for a while, this machine learning detected atmospheric rivers, is really only possible because we had a nice collaboration across those of us on the climate science side and folks in the machine learning world. So I always want to try and acknowledge that when I acknowledge my co-authors. Great, So the motivation for this work is that we'd like to better understand different sources of extreme precipitation and how they might change in the future. But at the same time, we are also sort of inspired by this work in machine learning for detecting objects and images and how we could sort of apply those computer vision techniques to climate science data. And so this is part of a project that's funded by the Department of Energy through the Catalyst group here at NCAR. So we're interested in, both understanding these events and then using these machine learning techniques to be able to automatically detect them in different sources of climate data. We've also done this work for weather fronts, but today I'm going to talk about the atmospheric rivers work. So we were able to leverage a project that started at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab called ClimateNet, where they held a series of campaigns to collect labeled data to train machine learning models to detect these features. So this is a snapshot from an online tool that was used in a variety of sort of workshops and different meeting contexts. We held an event at NCAR a number of years ago to do this, to collect these labels of atmospheric rivers and tropical cyclones that could then be used as a data set to train machine learning models. And there is more information on sort of the evolution of this project and how the data set was collected in this paper here. But our part comes in where we want to take these trained models and apply them to data that's not been seen. by the machine learning algorithms. So first I'll just sort of lay out the training data and how that worked in this context. The scientists who labeled the images were actually seeing CAM5 data, and the particular version of the algorithm that I'm working with, there were 4 different inputs to that: total column water vapor, sea level pressure, and then 850 hectopascal winds. So those are input into a convolutional neural net to learn the mapping from these climate features, to extremes like atmospheric rivers. And if you want to read more details on the CNN in particular, you can see this paper here. So again, the mapping was done from the climate variables to human-labeled features of atmospheric rivers and tropical cyclones. So then our question was, can we take that trained model and use it to predict unseen data? So now what we're doing is feeding in CESM high-res, so the CSM 1.3 quarter-degree atmosphere simulations at 3-hourly temporal resolution into the trained model in order to predict the locations of atmospheric rivers and tropical cyclones. The prediction is per time step. I've sort of stitched things together to build this animation, but I'll come back to the fact that we only, from the machine learning model natively, we only get a prediction for each time point. We don't really get natively how those features are connected in time. But you can see when you stitch them together the sort of evolution of atmospheric rivers across the North Pacific, for example. Okay, so once we have a set of features in a data set like CSM, we can ask the question, how does that compare to atmospheric rivers in other data sets like from reanalysis? So this image is building up a sort of heat map of the locations of atmospheric rivers from a 15-year-long set of CSM 1.3 simulations, historical simulations. We can also do this with reanalysis products. So here is what that same time period looks like in MERA 2 and ERA 5. The sort of frequency hotspots, I think, are well captured across the model in reanalysis, but the magnitudes are quite different when you look at the difference plots. And we spent a lot of time trying to understand why this is. I don't really have time to talk about it today, but the main differences, I think, are the climatologies of the input variables. So for example, the water vapor fields in MERA versus ERA kind of drive some of those differences where you see fewer atmospheric rivers in ERA 5 versus MERA. But also the spatial resolution of the input is really important. So I mentioned these CSM simulations are quarter degree, MERA is half a degree natively, so we spent a lot of time trying to sort of tease apart those influences. The other thing we can do is try and understand how the machine learning algorithm detects atmospheric rivers relative to other atmospheric river detection algorithms. And so we can use the treasure trove of ArtMIP, which has dozens, 20 to 30 different atmospheric river detection algorithms collected in a data set. So what I'm showing here is a metric that comes from the ArtMIP project, so latitude is on the x-axis. So this is the frequency of atmospheric rivers hitting the west coast of North America. So when you see sort of these peaks, it's where atmospheric rivers are more frequently hitting the coast, so landfalling atmospheric rivers. And there's kind of two things I want to point out here. One is that there's this cluster of lines at the top here. So this is the machine learning algorithms detection of ARs in CSM and MERA. And then the purple line in the middle here is the median across about 30 different ArtMIP algorithms. So you can see how the machine learning algorithm tends to detect more atmospheric rivers than the median across these different algorithms. And then ERA 5 is in the pink line because it doesn't actually detect that many atmospheric rivers in this region for some of the reasons I previously mentioned. But also that purple line, if you want to see where that came from, this is the same y-axis scale across all of those different ArtMIP algorithms. So there's huge uncertainty, and this is well known and characterized in ArtMIP studies. Okay, so we can also then, now that we've sort of understood the context of machine learning atmospheric river detection in climate models versus reanalysis, we can look at the comparison between historical and future simulations and how ARs are detected. So again, we have sort of similar hotspot regions, but what does the difference look like? On an annual mean basis, at least, the main takeaways are decreases in the northern hemisphere and sort of mixed responses in the southern hemisphere. But for this paper, we wanted to focus specifically on the west coast of the US and western North America, because there's a lot to sort of unpack here. So we're just going to zoom in on this region and also look seasonally. So here's the responses just for that region, the difference between the RCP 8.5 simulation and historical across different seasons. And so we see this kind of dipole response almost, where we have this sort of decrease in the Pacific Northwest and increases in Central and Southern California. It's mostly consistent across seasons. There's a little bit of a seasonal shift there. But in addition to just looking at the changes in the frequency, we also wanted to understand better the changes in how these events are connected over time. So I mentioned that the machine learning detection does things time point by time point. So we can't really, at least natively, the output from the algorithm, we can't really connect these events. So what some folks have done who worked on the machine learning algorithm is built some post hoc tools in order to actually do tracking of the atmospheric rivers. So not just detection, but kind of connecting the features over time. So that's what I'm showing here. We have both genesis, so where these events start in the top row, and termination in the bottom row. And I'm just focusing on the North Pacific region here to kind of understand when we have landfalling events in Western North America, where do they start and where do they end? And then again for the historical and RCP 8.5, but let's look at the difference to kind of highlight what's potentially changing here. Again, there's a lot going on, but I think I want to highlight two different regions that I think are related to different flavors of atmospheric rivers. So if you're familiar with sort of where different atmospheric rivers originate in the Pacific, there's the sort of Western Pacific originating or Kuroshio extension atmospheric rivers that sort of form here. And what we're seeing is potentially a shift in that origin location to the northeast, and that's consistent with the decrease in atmospheric rivers that we see in the Pacific Northwest. And then we also have sort of it's hard to see in this plot, but there's another region in the Central Pacific, north of Hawaii, where atmospheric rivers tend to form, called the Pineapple Express ARs. That region is sort of shifting southeast in our event tracking results, and so that would be consistent with an increase in atmospheric rivers in California. So we're trying to build this sort of connection between what we see in the changes in the detection algorithm and where those events actually originate. Okay, and we also want to look at precipitation associated with these features. So this is the same color scale, but it's actually looking at changes in the fraction of precipitation associated with ARs. So we see sort of similar signatures in terms of decreases in the Pacific Northwest and increases in Southern California across seasons. We can take this a step further and try and understand what is driving those precipitation changes. So we've done a decomposition in terms of intensity versus frequency contributions to the changes in AR precipitation. And again, sort of connecting that back to the two different flavors of ARs, we see that the decrease in Pacific Northwest ARs, which is driven by the sort of shift in Western Pacific origin location, seems to be driven by changes mostly in AR frequency, which we have already shown. I actually reversed the labeling here. So frequency is the left and intensity is the middle. Sorry about that. And then the Pineapple Express ARs, so this sort of region that's originating near Hawaii and causing those increases in landfalling ARs in Southern California, seems to be driven more by changes in precipitation intensity. So it's not just the changes in frequency, we also have sort of a underlying change in the intensity of precipitation associated with those ARs. And so that's going to be important for things like impacts when you think about how landfalling ARs are affecting the West Coast. Is it changes in their frequency? You know, ARs can be both sort of beneficial for restoring snowpack, but if they're really intense, then they can lead to flooding and rain on snow events. So we kind of need to understand both of these contributions going forward. And then the last thing I'll say is that we are now working on developing tools to detect polar atmospheric rivers. So sort of returning to the step one, which is collecting a set of training data for machine learning algorithms. We think it's worth actually going back to that step and creating a new data set of labeled features for the Antarctic and the Arctic in order to build models that are trained specifically to detect polar atmospheric rivers. And so this is very much in progress, and if you're interested to learn more about it, please come and talk to me or Christine. Okay, so in summary, we've used a machine learning model to detect atmospheric rivers in both climate models and reanalysis. You know, even within a single machine learning-based framework, there are still large uncertainties in the detection, and that's not an unfamiliar concept to those in the atmospheric river detection world. As you saw, there's large uncertainties across these different algorithms. So understanding how an individual detection algorithm fits within the context of the broader work, I think is useful. And then we've also tried to connect the AR precipitation changes that we're seeing to sort of downstream origin locations of ARs, and also how the contributions of frequency versus intensity are you know, leading to those overall changes. And then we're also working on polar-specific AR detection. Thanks.
I had a question about your like frequency changes in the RCP 8.5. When you're training the algorithm, or maybe even when you're having the experts draw the contours, are they looking at like historical record, or are they looking at like more current times? And would there be potentially an issue with like when you move into a far future climate, you're being out of sample, and then the algorithm having a harder time detecting stuff?
Yeah, great question. They're looking at historical climate model simulations. I mean, more or less present day, but recent historical. So we thought a lot about the applicability of taking this trained algorithm and putting it, you know, asking it to detect ARs in a future climate. One thing that we did that I didn't have time to talk about, but I'm also happy to talk about more, is when we input the future climate variables into the algorithm, we normalize them based on the future climate. But I also tested the other way, and yeah, so there's definitely considerations there where you want to think about your science question in terms of, do you want the algorithm to be able to understand the climate of the future versus the climate of the past? And, you know, there's more philosophical questions about, do we think that ARs are going to be the same in the future? This is just purely image detection, so there's no like intensity of the feature being predicted. But yeah, it's a great question, and we sort of made that choice to normalize the fields by the future climate. It's really only water vapor that changes significantly, but water vapor is also, we found, the most important variable for the machine learning algorithm. Thanks.
I think we'll have to move on, so catch Katie at the break. Okay, our next speaker is Rudra Thakur on synoptic drivers of water mass transformation. That's forward and back.
Thank you. Thanks for dimming the light by a little bit. Am I good to go? Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rudra Thakur. I'm a PhD student at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, working with Professor Elizabeth Maroon, and I'm super excited and grateful to be here to talk about some of the recent work we have been doing there. So today I'll talk about the synoptic, like how synoptic weather systems, especially cyclones and cold air outbreaks, shape water mass transformation in the subpolar North Atlantic region, especially in the AMOC relevant density classes. Oh, and I would also like to thank the funding agencies to fund my PhD, actually. Okay, so the variability in the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, or AMOC, has been linked to the buoyancy forcing to the subpolar North Atlantic region. Over here. Okay. In winter, the heat loss to the atmosphere makes the surface waters denser, and if the stratification is weak enough, then it can promote mixing and then further dense water formations. The two key regions for these processes are the Labrador Sea region and the Nordic Seas regions, which are highlighted in the white boxes over in the schematic. So those are also the regions where both atmospheric and oceanic drivers contribute to this buoyancy forcing. The surface buoyancy forcing over the subpolar North Atlantic region is often linked to the phase of the North Atlantic Oscillation, or NAO. During positive winter NAO phases, the stronger atmospheric circulation enhances the ocean heat loss over parts of the subpolar North Atlantic region. The heat loss increases surface density, and that can also affect AMOC relevant water masses in that region. So here I'm showing an example from Kim et al. Paper published in 2024, where they forced an ocean model with an NAO positive atmospheric heat flux forcing, and they found that the AMOC strengthens during the first 10 years of the forcing and then continues to strengthen, but then slowly weaken as the simulation ends after 30 years. So what this gives us is a large framework that NAO can be a useful view of winter atmospheric forcing over the subpolar North Atlantic region. However, what is missing is the day-to-day delivery mechanism. So the seasonal means can tell us that the winter atmosphere matters, but they do not show whether that forcing is gradual or concentrated in short, intense events. And that brings us to our central question, that how much of the subpolar North Atlantic wintertime buoyancy forcing is associated with synoptic scale systems like extratropical cyclones and cold air outbreaks. To isolate the event-based contribution, we used the forced ocean sea ice or FOSTA simulations from CSM. These simulations follow the OMIP protocol, where the ocean and the sea ice model are forced by the GRA55DO atmospheric boundary conditions and are run for almost 60 years of the time duration. We analyzed both low resolution and high resolution simulations for our results, but in this talk, I'll be only showing the high resolution results over the winter season, which is defined as DJFM from 1983 to 2018. And that time duration is used because that's when the daily ocean output were available for our analysis. To detect the synoptic scale events, we use the GRA55 reanalysis dataset, and I'll tell how we are detecting those features in the later slides. Okay, to quantify how atmospheric forcing changes ocean density, we use surface water mass transformation framework. The reason this is useful is that it not only tells us where the forcing happens geographically, but it also tells us which density classes the forcing acts on. The first step to calculate water mass transformation is to calculate surface density fluxes, or SDF, which basically just combines heat fluxes and freshwater fluxes into one quantity. So in this figure on the left and my right, I'm showing the total surface density flux over the winter season. And no surprise, because the atmosphere is a lot colder in the winter season, the ocean is losing heat and densifying across the winter. And on the right, I'm showing the surface heat flux contribution to the total, and it's largely dominated by the surface heat fluxes in the winter season. Okay, the next step is to calculate the surface water mass transformation, and that is done by taking the density fluxes shown in the figure here, binning it by the density of the water it acts on, and then integrating over the area of each density class. The equation WMT and the integral basically simplifies what I just said. This gives the rate at which surface forcing transforms water from one density class to another. Another important metric that can be useful to investigate these things is called water mass formation, or WMF, which is simply just the differential or the gradient of water mass transformation in density space, and tells us where water is being formed or removed in each density classes. For an example, this slide shows why density space is useful for connecting surface forcing to AMOC. So the leftmost figure is showing the AMOC in its traditional depth space version. The middle figure is basically converting the same DJFM or winter mean stream function into a sigma 0 coordinate. So you can just see like how it compresses to specific sigma coordinates. And the dashed line is showing the 45 north latitude as a proxy for our AMOC strength. If you take the 45 north latitude in the sigma coordinates and plot that as a black line, that's shown in the line plot on the right, and the water mass transformation averaged across the subpolar North Atlantic region over the winter season more or less overlaps with the mean AMOC stream function over 30 years. So this kind of gives us a link that long-term AMOC strength can be associated or compared with the surface water mass transformation over those 30 years. Also, a paper by Steve Yeager et al. Has shown that water mass or like low frequency Labrador Sea water mass formation can be crucial in driving AMOC at 45 north with a lag of 5 to 6 years. So both water mass transformation and formation gives us a framework to connect what happens at the surface level to potentially connect it to AMOC. Okay, now to the synoptic scale events. For feature detection, again, we are using JRA55 reanalysis dataset, and we use a tool called Tempest Extremes to detect both cold air outbreaks and extratropical cyclones. The details about the tracking I can share later, or you can look up the references cited for respective tracking. The cold air outbreaks uses SST data from FOSSI and daily temperature at 800 hectopascal from JRA55, and the extratropical cyclones uses 6-hourly sea level pressure for tracking. Okay, if we look at the winter frequency of these events, then they both are occurring 30 to 45% of the time in the winter. The cold air outbreak frequency peaks or is they are most frequent over the Labrador Sea regions shown on the left side of the figure, or the right side of the figure, and the Nordic Seas region. The extratropical cyclones are most common, no surprise, where the traditional North Atlantic storm track region lies. So these results are matching what other observations have shown. The mechanisms why they happen in these regions I can share later as well. Okay, now if we compare the synoptic scale events to the surface density flux plots we saw earlier, this is showing the anomalies for the surface density fluxes during this event. So these are conditional anomalies. Both cyclone and cold air outbreaks show that they densify the ocean surface and enhance the cooling when they're happening. However, the cold air outbreaks are more contributing and have enhanced densification as compared to the cyclones. When we look at the fractional contribution to the total winter cooling, cyclone contributions are roughly similar to their occurrence rate, around 30 to 35%, so not a surprising result. They are doing almost how frequent they are. However, the cold air outbreaks contribute disproportionately more than their occurrence rate. So for example, in the Labrador Sea region, they happen 30 to 35% of the time and contribute to 65 to 70% of the density fluxes. So the cold air outbreaks are not only associated with stronger cooling and densification, but they also account for a large fraction of the total heat flux driven wintertime surface density flux in these regions. This shows that these events matter for surface cooling and densification, so the next step is to ask where that forcing acts in density space. So here I'm showing water mass transformation figure as shown earlier. The y-axis are the sigma 0 coordinates, and then the x-axis are the sphere drop units of transformation. The gray dashed line here is showing the total winter water mass transformation, while the colored curves show the portions associated with the cyclones, cold air outbreaks, and their combined contribution with the overlap removed, which is the purple line. This is especially, across the three regions, cyclones and cold air outbreaks together account for a substantial fraction of the total water mass transformation. This is especially clear in the Labrador Sea and the Nordic Seas, where the combined event contribution closely follows the total water mass transformation over the main density range. Also in those two regions, most of the event-based transformation comes from cold air outbreaks, not cyclones, whereas in the Arminger Sea region, both cold air outbreaks and cyclones contribute almost equally to the total transformation. Again, just to recollect, the water mass transformation can be used as a proxy for AMOC, so this can be potentially connected to how AMOC, it will be affected to AMOC changes. Okay. The event contribution becomes even clearer when we look at the water mass formation. Again, the positive values here show formation within the density class. And across the three regions, the densest formation peaks are again dominated by the cold air outbreaks, especially in the Nordic Sea regions and the Labrador Sea regions. In the Labrador Sea, the dashed blue lines mark the Labrador seawater density range, which again has previous work linked to lower frequency AMOC variability. And the formation within this range is almost entirely associated with cold air outbreak events. So the key result here from this figure is that the cold air outbreaks are not only important for the surface cooling and water mass transformation, they also dominate formation in the AMOC relevant density classes, particularly in the Labrador Sea. Just to quickly summarize, to our knowledge, no previous work has explicitly connected featured track synoptic events such as cyclones and cold air outbreaks to AMOC relevant diagnostics like water mass transformation and formation. That makes this framework useful because it connects discrete weather events to density space transformation and formation, which are the ocean processes that can feed into longer term climate variability. It also highlights that how climate models represent cyclones, cold air outbreaks, and their associated heat flux can matter or may matter for the AMOC variability, like how these are represented in a coupled climate model. In that sense, these events provide an opportunity to better understand the mechanisms driving low-frequency ocean circulation changes. Here are the summary from what our results have shown, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to read them aloud. They're just going to be there. And these are my references, and with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you.
It was a really nice talk. Thank you. I just had a quick question. Are cyclones and cold air outbreaks completely independent in your analysis?
That's a great question. Thanks for the question, Clara. The total combination that I was showing in the purple line, I mentioned that it is removing the overlap. So they both do overlap with each other. The exact spatial signature that they overlap is close to 15 to 20% of the time. That's the exact footprint overlap. However, what we found was interesting was that cold air outbreaks were always on the western side of an existing cyclone. So even though the cyclones are not contributing much to the transformation, they are pulling this cold air and doing the job. So it's not, I'm distinguishing them as features, but they're part of the same synoptic circulation. Thanks.
Did you have a question? Yep, go for it.
This is very interesting, and so you started, your title says Beyond the NAO.
Yes.
So one question I have, and it's a very maybe naive question, but is there any relationship between the NAO phase and the frequency of this cold air outbreak?
Yes. So again, thank you for the great question, and I have preliminary results that how these correlate with NAO index and cold air outbreak index and cyclone index. I'm not showing them here. To answer your question, regional-based frequency or intensity of cyclones and cold air outbreaks do correlate with NAO, but largely for the Labrador Sea region. So there is a weak correlation of 0.3 to 0.4 between NAO index and cyclone and cold air outbreak frequency and intensity in the Labrador Sea, but no significant correlations in the Erminger and the Nordic Sea regions, which also contribute to those dense water classes. I'm not saying formation exactly, but those classes. So the answer is yes and no for that. Thanks.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. We'll move on to the next speaker. It's a virtual talk by Lizzie Collingwood on the basic state dependence of the stratospheric pathway and the atmospheric response to sea ice loss.
Hello. I'll share my screen. It says I can't share because the host is sharing.
Okay, we'll try and figure that out.
Yeah, that's working, thank you. Can everyone see that okay?
Yes, we see it now.
Cool, thank you. So, hi everyone. I'm Lizzie Collingwood from the British Antarctic Survey in the UK. I'll be presenting a project that I started at NCAR last year with Lantel Sun, Cara Deza, Anna Simpson, and Michael Sigmund. And it's about the basic state dependence of the stratospheric pathway in the winter atmospheric response to Arctic sea ice loss. So this presentation's broken into 3 parts. I'll cover the motivation and the experiment details, and then I'll present our kind of initial results that confirm the basic state sensitivity. And then finally, we'll explore some of the results that demonstrate the sensitivity of the atmospheric response and that it is predominantly dependent on the stratospheric pathway. So why are we doing this? Well, there is a substantial intermodal uncertainty in the atmospheric circulation response to future Arctic sea ice loss. Recent research has demonstrated that this atmospheric response is highly sensitive to the stratospheric basic state, which refers to the baseline climatology of the model. And in a bit, we'll see why this is the case. This atmospheric response to Arctic sea ice loss is believed to operate through a tropospheric and a stratospheric pathway, which act largely independently. The stratospheric pathway is the one which is believed to be driving the high sensitivity to model basic state, but this hasn't yet been conclusively proven, which motivates our study. And this brings us to our objectives, which are 2-part. First, we want to validate the model basic state sensitivity of the atmospheric response to the Arctic sea ice loss against the previous studies to check the fidelity of CESM2 in this context. And then we want to cleanly separate the tropospheric and the stratospheric pathways so that we can assess the model basic state dependency of each. So I'll quickly go over the experimental design. We use CAM6 at 2-degree resolution. And using this, we conduct 2 sea ice experiments. Both use present-day SSTs, but one uses present-day sea ice cover, whereas the other sea ice concentration, whereas the other uses future sea ice concentration. And this follows the PAMOC protocols 1.1 and 1.6, except that the future sea ice forcing is now replaced with 2080 to 2099 climatology from the CSM2 large ensemble. The winter mean sea ice concentration for these 2 simulations are displayed here on the right, as well as their composite difference, showing a considerable future decrease in sea ice concentration. And each experiment consists of 200 members and 12-month simulations, 14-month simulations, sorry. So for the basic state sensitivity analysis, we adjust the orographic gravity wave drag parameter to obtain 2 model configurations, CSM2G1 and CSM2G2. And then to separate the pathways, we ran nudging experiments for each of these configurations, where U, V, and T are nudged towards the zonal mean daily climatology of the free-running simulations. And this gives us 4 experiments. We have a control experiment in which we use present-day sea ice concentration and nudge the stratosphere to present-day also. And then to isolate the stratospheric pathway, we use present-day sea ice concentration, but now nudge the stratosphere to the free-running simulation to isolate the atmospheric response to sea ice lost acting entirely through the stratosphere. To isolate the tropospheric pathway, we do the opposite, and we force using future sea ice concentration, but suppress the stratosphere from responding by nudging it to present-day simulations. And then we run a total experiment in which we force using future sea ice concentration and nudge the stratosphere through the free-running simulation to compare to the free-running experiment and check the nudging is working properly, as well as to identify if there are any nonlinear interactions between the 2 pathways. So this brings us on to our results. First, the most general test that CSM2 exhibits basic state sensitivity in the full atmospheric response to Arctic sea ice loss. Now, the atmospheric response to Arctic sea ice loss, we see that in the CSM2G1 experiment, the evolution of the 60-degree north zonal winds over the winter period sees a significant weakening of the stratospheric winds and a descending signal, with the DGF mean on the bottom row, the DGF mean Northern Hemisphere zonal winds confirming this weakening of the stratospheric polar vortex, and also a poleward shift of the subtropical jet. So that's G1, but G2 sees little response in the stratosphere at 60 degrees north, but also in the DGF mean. There's not really much going on. And this suggests that G1 has an active stratospheric pathway, whereas G2 does not. So that brings us on now to the results of the nudging experiments. And based off of these and what we know about the previous literature is we would expect to see that these composites highlighting the basic state sensitivity, i.e. the difference between G1 and G2, we would expect that when the stratosphere is allowed to respond, it would look like this, but then when the stratosphere is suppressed and we're looking at the tropospheric pathway, we won't see much at all. So these are the model basic state sensitivity plots from the previous slide on the left-hand column. So then we have the sensitivity of the total stratospheric and tropospheric pathways for comparison. And the free-running experiment is visually very similar to the total, which suggests that the nudging is working well, which is good. Side note, the red stippling indicates where the total experiment is significantly different from the free-running, suggesting non-linearity. But because this doesn't really afflict the stratosphere, for our purposes, we can just move past it. So when the stratosphere is prescribed, there is a similar polar vortex weakening and a downward coupling, suggesting that the stratospheric pathway is highly sensitive to the model basic state. But when the tropospheric pathway here is using the tropospheric pathway, we can see that there is very little basic state sensitivity in the zonal wind response, as expected. And so this suggests that the stratospheric pathway, this suggests that the stratospheric pathway is sensitive to basic state, but the tropospheric pathway is not. So now we'll look at the sensitivity of the response of the tropospheric circulation. And so for this, we'll look at zonal winds at 850 hectopascal on the top row, and sea level pressure on the bottom row. And these have the same format as before. So we've got free running total, stratospheric pathway and tropospheric pathway. So the free running simulation shows an equatorward shift of the North Atlantic jet here, and a concomitant negative NAO signature here, which is consistent with the zonal wind changes we saw in the previous slide. And this is reproduced when we isolate the, this is reproduced in the total, which is good. And also in the stratospheric pathway, it's largely reproduced. But when the stratosphere is suppressed, in the tropospheric pathway, we see that the changes are, the sensitivity is weak and insignificant. So this supports the conclusion that the stratospheric pathway and the associated changes to the North Atlantic jet and the NAO is highly sensitive to the model basic state, and that the tropospheric pathway is not. So this brings us to our conclusions. So just to summarize what we did in this study, we conducted sensitivity experiments to test the model basic state sensitivity of the atmospheric response to Arctic sea ice loss in CSM2. And then we also designed nudging experiments to separate the stratospheric and tropospheric pathways. We found that the CSM2 atmospheric response to Arctic sea ice loss is highly sensitive to the stratospheric basic state, which is consistent with previous studies using other models. And then we found that the existence of the stratospheric pathway is highly sensitive to CSM2 stratospheric basic state, as we expected. So Yes, thank you, everyone. That's all for now.
Thank you. Any questions for Lizzie? I guess I'm wondering if you could clarify which one is more realistic.
Which one of what, sorry?
Which basic state? Your one with the stratospheric pathway or without looks more like the observed basic state?
Oh, yes. So these are, I guess, two extremes that we've taken for comparison, and the most realistic one kind of sits in the middle. So I do have, so this kind of summarizes okay, actually, I'm not going to explain this because there's a lot more to explain, and that'll just open up some more questions. But yeah, so the most realistic one kind of sits in the middle of the.
Yeah, I think that helps. So basically, we think most likely it will be kind of a moderate stratospheric pathway, less, not as big as what you showed in that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Any other questions for Lizzie? Okay, thanks for joining. We'll go on to our next speaker. It's another remote talk from Svenja Ryan about coupled low-frequency variability in the Weddell Gyre and sea ice in the Mesa Eclipse simulations.
Yes. Okay. Hi, everyone. Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so hello, everyone. I'm talking about low-frequency variability in the Weddell Gyre and sea ice in the Mesa Eclipse simulations today. This work is based on a second generals project of a joint program student here, Madeline Savinsky. She just passed her generals exams last week, so she's taking a well-deserved break this week. And yes, I'm a new CSM user, so I'm happy to receive feedback, input from anyone. And also this is work in progress, so that might potentially feed into Maddie's thesis work, so please be sensitive about the results that I'm showing today. Okay, so I was privileged enough, I'm quickly gonna put my timer on here. Privileged enough to travel to Antarctica during my PhD. So this photo is just from the Antarctic Peninsula, where the red dot is here. I'm also going to put a pointer on. And we're going to be focusing on the Weddell Gyre. So this cyclonic subpolar gyre sitting here in the southern Atlantic Basin. And we see the Antarctic circumpolar current. This is just a snapshot or an image from Bennett et al. Showing the turbulent Antarctic circumpolar current and then the Weddell Gyre here. So we're motivated mostly by recent sea ice trends. This is an image from ES et al. 2021 that shows the Antarctic sea ice anomaly, the extent since 1980s. And as many of you probably know, we've had this long-term increase in sea ice around Antarctica. And then around 2016, we saw this rapid sea ice decline, which has partly recovered again, but it stays at a strong minimum in recent years. And if you look at the spatial sea ice distribution down here is the mean annual sea ice concentration. You see that in the time period between 1980 and 2015, where we had this increase in sea ice, we have this spatial variability, but the subpolar gyre, so the Weddell Gyre down here and the Ross Gyre are dominant regions where we see the sea ice or above or anomalously high sea ice concentration during the sea ice increase. And then during the phase of sea ice decline, particularly in the Weddell Gyre, we see these strong negative anomalies. And so a question is, what role does decadal scale variability play versus long-term climate trends? And can the decadal scale variability affect the distribution of oceanic heat in the Weddell Gyre? And you can see already here in the image from ES et al. That they marked the IPO phases and the AMO phases here. And so there's a question whether these teleconnection or these large-scale climate patterns and teleconnections to the Antarctic continent can play a role. So for those that are not so familiar with the Weddell Gyre, this is just a bathymetry plot. We have the Antarctic continental shelves that are important for dense water formation here in the southern Weddell Gyre. Here's again the Antarctic circumpolar current that's steered by topography, the southwest Indian ridges, and then takes a southward turn. And we have kind of this open boundary inflow into the Weddell Gyre at its eastern boundary. And so we have this circumpolar deep water, which some folks then call warm deep water, or modified circumpolar deep water once it enters the Weddell Gyre. It's modified along its pathway, but still provides a significant source of heat to the southern continental shelves. And it's the question if in the future we will have an increased heat transport towards the south that potentially can drive extensive melting of these ice shelves. And as I already said, these continental shelves play a major role in forming Antarctic deep or Weddell Sea deep, and ultimately Antarctic bottom water, and feed into the global overturning circulation. So the MESA-CLIP simulations are very exciting. They're high resolution, particularly for a climate model, and I'm sure everyone understands that for many processes we do need higher resolution climate models. There's a study by Name et al. Who investigated the Weddell Gyre using forced ocean model simulations, but they show that the increase in the resolution from 1 degree to 1/4 of a degree to 1/10 of a degree makes a large difference in representing the Weddell Gyre more realistically, and particularly these boundary currents. So this is the stream function, barotropic stream function, but in particular getting a more realistic eddy-driven eastern inflow and these boundary flows here. So for this project, we're only using the first member of the now 10 or so members that are available, and we're focusing on the historical run, so 1850 to 2005. And a little bit of model validation. So we looked at the structure of the eastern inflow. These are just observations. So this is a hydrographic section from south to north here in the east, so right at the inflow pathway of the Gyre. And its characteristics is we have this warm mid-depth layer that's below cooler surface layer. In this region, the ocean is salinity stratified, so we can get this warm subsurface water. And then if we go towards the east to the Greenwich meridian, this inflow, this warm layer, thins a little bit and moves in more into a boundary current. And so MESA-CLIP, this is so on the right is a snapshot from a cruise, on the left is a time mean of the MESA-CLIP simulation of the Greenwich meridian. It does a pretty good job in resolving this Gyre structure with this warm subsurface inflow here in the south. And this is kind of the return Gyre flow and the dense and bottom water formed here. So I was actually surprised at how well it does in kind of the general structure of this eastern inflow. And now we can look at kind of the variability of this mid-layer warm water. So it's an average over this red box that I'm showing on the right. It's a temperature anomaly. And we can see this clear decadal to multi-decadal variability in the temperature in this region. So one of the hypotheses that we have is the variability in the strength and then the structure of the Weddell Gyre modulates the heat within the Gyre system. and influence the heat supply to ice shelves, but also to the sea ice. And there's been several studies in the past years coming out that show that potential increased heat transfer into the surface layer initiated some of the sea ice loss. And so we wanted to approximate the Weddell gyre strength. Because this was a student project, we didn't derive the full 3D stream function, so we used mainly 2 sections and came up with an approximate Weddell gyre strength. So we derived the vertically integrated velocities along these sections, and then integrated from east to west, kind of like a stream function, and shows the strongest point of this cumulative transport as an approximation of the gyre strength. And we're going to focus on the gyre strength along this SR04 section, which is based on an observational section. And so this is a time series across the simulations. We have not detrended it or anything. And it is interesting that we have these periods of stronger transport or stronger gyres and weaker gyres. And we are identifying them based on a percentile, the 10th and the 90th percentile. We identify strong and weak gyre years. And so also here we have this multi-decadal variability. And what is interesting is that it seems like the gyre seems to spin up on a rather fast time scale on these multiple events, but then seems to slow down on kind of a longer multi-decadal time scale. So we're looking at composites between strong gyre years and weak gyre years along this hydrographic section. And I'm going to walk you through this busy plot. So on the top is the strong years, potential temperature on the left, salinity in the middle, and the velocity normal to the section on the right. The same for weak gyre years in the middle, and then the differences at the bottom. And so the strong gyre years, they're associated with a warmer and saltier, thinner surface water layer and a cooler subsurface layer. So this is where the heat, most of the heat sits in the subsurface layer that typically spans across the Weddell gyre. There's differences in the boundary transport, though, so more steeply tilted isopycnals and stronger transport in the strong years. So clear differences in the subsurface heat reservoir between the strong and weak years and in the strength of the circulation. When we look at TS properties, maybe not too many. I don't know how many people use TS plots in their everyday life. So we have the salinity at the x-axis and temperature on the y-axis, and it's really useful to look at differences in water masses. And so here, up here, this peak represents the circumpolar deep water. And in gray, we have all the years, so the kind of the background mean hydrographic properties. And then the colors are the strong years on the left and the weak years on the right. And so we see a clear difference in this warm layer in the strong versus weak years. So it seems like we're losing heat, or we have less heat available in these strong years, and we also have differences, see differences in the surface waters. And that comes out also in the surface composites. So in the stronger years, we have weaker sea ice, so this is strong minus weak years. So we have a negative sea ice anomaly in the Weddell gyre that's consistent with what we have observed. If we look at the subsurface, the 500 meter potential temperature and salinity, we also see these cooler temperatures in this inflow region and also fresher salinities. And in part, this is driven through a stronger sea level pressure gradient that drives stronger coastal easterlies and enhances this boundary flow and intensifies the gyre through that. And it does drive this major loss of sea ice that is consistent with heat loss of the subsurface heat reservoir. Okay, I'm going to go a little bit faster so I can summarize. So this is the time series again of the transport that I've shown before, and we have again weak and strong years presented, and we were looking at some of the atmospheric drivers. So we looked at wind stress curl anomaly, the SAM index, the westerly winds throughout the time, and the easterly winds. And it seems like in terms of the gyre strength, it's the easterly winds that really correlate most strongly with these weak and strong periods. And what is interesting is that now we have at the bottom the Greenwich meridian, so the upstream temperature anomaly, and in this row the previous section. And so there's a lag between the warming at the Greenwich meridian and further downstream at the SR04 section, which indicates that the kind of the center of action might be upstream at the Greenwich meridian, and then that signal is advected further downstream. And yes, so in our hypothesis, we kind of there's indications in the model that we have this buildup of subsurface heat prior to the sea ice loss in the Weddell Gyre, and then we have a cooling of this mid-depth layer, which is associated with heat loss to the atmosphere and this sea ice decline. So I call it preliminary summary because this is work in progress. I was pretty surprised or happy to see that Mesa Clip simulations do a pretty good job in representing those key hydrographic features in the Weddell Sea. We see that this warm subsurface layer shows a clear decadal variability, and that correlates with the gyre strength. And the subsurface warming precedes periods of sea ice decline, and that is in line with recent events. So we're excited to kind of do further investigations to understand the mechanisms and drivers, but in particular looking at the potential teleconnections. This is, I think, where having a climate model really comes into play, and looking at the other ensembles and also future projections to study this further. So with that, I thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions? I guess I had a question, if you could go back to your previous slide.
Yeah.
I think you kind of emphasized the importance of the kind of fourth row down as being correlated, but the wind stress curl kind of looks like you have these big dips at the time when the transport is rising.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's the ultimate driver of this kind of steep up that you mentioned, and then the gradual down follows?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We have to look into that. There's some studies that kind of show that the wind stress curl, or also more synoptic events, can kind of initiate the onset of these events, because it is kind of like a tipping point, like what really sets it on. Yeah, we have to look into that, and really the role of the wind stress curl on a larger scale versus the easterlies along the coast.
Thanks. Any other questions? Yep, go for it.
Sonia, nice talk. I was just wondering, the bottom two plots that you're showing here, showing that temperature anomaly, are there observations of this sort of thing happening? And does it look like these upstream anomalies preceded that, like sea ice collapse, for example? Like, do we have an example of this in observations, or do we have enough observations to be able to say anything at all about this?
There are. I'm going to go back to my initial plot. There are a lot of studies. It does make sense that it's preceding the downstream temperature evolution, because there are a lot of studies that show the importance of this Maud Rice area. So we have the seamount there, and which inhibits which kind of fosters vertical exchange and mixing in the water column. And there are studies that show that mixing, like this is the region of the Weddell-Paullinia, that I think this is kind of the center of action where things happen, and then it seems natural that that anomaly is advected further south of the kind of the mean gyre circulation.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to the final part, which is the CVCWG discussion and updates.
Okay, let me stop sharing. Okay.
I guess I'll kick us off and then hand over to Aishu when we get the slides going. So we don't want to spend the whole we have like maybe 10 minutes until the break. So our intention is not to spend the whole time on an update, but to leave a few minutes for discussion to hear what you all think are important in terms of simulations we should be considering as we get to running with CESM3. But we do have a couple of things to highlight, activities of the working group over the past year. Okay, so all right. Again, if anyone's new or you've forgotten, I just want to do this every year, kind of point you to the working group website. If you just Google CSM, CVCWG, I think you'll get there. And this is where we keep a list of all of the simulations that we're making available to people to use. And if you go to any of these individual simulation links, you'll find out how they were produced and then also how to access the data. So this is really a key resource for accessing the CVCWG simulations. A couple of things that have happened recently. This has been long in the making, but it's finally up and running now. So Young-Oh Kwan is the lead of this. What used to be called the pencil model, but now is being called the multi-column ocean model. And so Young-Oh and Gokhan and others have been developing this configuration, which kind of sits between the slab ocean model and a fully coupled ocean model. And it's basically a single column ocean model at every grid point. So the main advantage over the slab ocean is that you can have mixing and prognostic mixed layer depth, and you don't need to make some choices about that like you do in the slab ocean. So if you want to look at ocean atmosphere coupling in a more idealized way without the full 3D ocean circulation evolving, this will be a nice configuration. And so they've now run a 700-year-long pre-industrial control. The paper has been submitted to James, and the data will be made available when the paper is published. And so just to highlight some of the things that they capture with these simulations. So you've got here the bias in this multi-column ocean model relative to the full ocean model and sea surface temperatures compared to a standard slab ocean model. So reduced biases, and also this model is able to capture the seasonal cycle of mixed layer depth well in many regions, like you see here for the Arctic Ocean and the Indian Ocean. I think there are some issues in the tropics, but it seems to be doing a good job. So that's an exciting configuration that people can now start to explore. I think Young-Oh is moving on now to add in heat transport due to Ekman effects as well. So that will be the next step for them. CVCWG resources have been used for some calibration of machine learning schemes. So this is work by Adisu and Brian. They've been putting in this machine learning based auto conversion accretion scheme and doing some calibration with perturbed parameter ensembles. And so this kind of highlights in the green here is this new scheme with calibration. It's showing the precipitation distribution. And so you're doing much better job compared to the observations, which is the shading here, in capturing the more extreme precipitation events than the more standard scheme. And so this scheme with this tuning that they've done is going to be, I think, part of the machine learning enhanced CESM that is being developed. I will hand over to Aishu now to describe this.
Okay, this is the tipping point model intercomparison project, which is funded by Europe and now is officially part of CMF7. And for team map project, we have a few different domains like team map ESM, team map. Oops. Okay. Go back. Okay.
It's the top one.
It's top one. Okay. And team map ice sheet, ocean, and permafrost, biosphere, regional, what if, and the method domains. Right now for NCAR, mostly we participate in this team map ESM, ocean, and what if map, and it's part of the biosphere. For team map ESM is mostly do this kind of idealized experiment with X gigaton of emission per year, which keep the global mean temperature increase by 0.2 degrees C per decade. So they have this stabilizing global mean temperature at 2 degrees and 4 degrees C. And then we have this negative emission for ESM simulation. And for the TMAP ocean experiment, we mostly focus on the AMOC. For the first, we have 4 standard experiments. The first one is in connection with the ESM simulation, but we add freshwater flux as the melting from the Greenland. And experiment B is we want to add except the standard historical simulation, we add observed Greenland ice sheet melting and also projected Greenland ice sheet melting and see how that will affect regional and global climate. And for experiment C, we mostly focus on the freshwater forcing in the subpolar Northland and the Arctic. This is an extension of the NA host map experiment. And for the experiment D, this is focused on an 8.2K event, which is a freshwater flush into the subpolar North Atlantic. And we ramp up the freshwater forcing from 0 to 0.6 or 0.3 in 50 years and ramp it down. Afterwards, the simulation ran at least for 100 years. So this simulation, actually for this D, is in connection with the PMAP experiment, which now we use the pre-industrial condition, but for PMAP, they are going to use the 9.5K background condition. So this is an experiment made connection with the past climate. If anyone is interested in this simulation, you can let me know. And right now, there's about 10 to 15 modeling groups are running this set of experiments. And some of the experiments they have finished, and the data expected to be published, I think, by the end of September on ESG.
Okay, so that's all we had in terms of updates, and we have a few minutes where we kind of want to hear from you on what you think are important avenues for us to pursue now that CSM3 is close to being finalized. So obviously we have our traditional things that we do, which I think are important benchmarks for people to be comparing against and using for understanding the coupled model. So kind of a larger AMIP ensemble, maybe tropical Pacific pacemakers, maybe exploring different influences of the differences in external forcings as we move to CMIP7. There's regionally refined work going on as well. And then, of course, CMIP7 is coming up, and there's a whole host of simulations that are part of the fast track. And so if there's any of these simulations that you feel particularly strongly that you would like the working group to contribute to, please speak up. So does anyone have any thoughts? I guess I have a question. So the model is pretty expensive, and we normally run an ensemble of maybe 10 AMIP runs. We start in 1850. How strongly do people feel that we need to start in 1850 if we were to start instead in 1920 or 1950 to limit the expense of that? Do people have objections to that? I feel like AMIPs are very important simulations to have, but they're also, I mean, there's a lot more exciting things that we can also do. So it's kind of a balance between producing what is needed for basic assessment of the model and making sure we have enough time to do perhaps some more novel things. Any thoughts?
I would go for the trade-off of 1920 for more ensemble members.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're more confident about the SSTs. Yeah. Yeah.
Given how uncertain SSTs are in the 19th century, I support that.
Okay, that's good. Any thoughts on fast track experiments? I think one we often contribute to is the DAMIP experiments. How excited are people about that? Single forcing experiments. Yeah, Ed.
When CSM2 run with the CIMIP5 forcings, I thought those were really useful runs to understand differences between CSM1 and CSM2, and I suspect we might see something similar.
Yes, yeah, and maybe CSM2 with CMIP7 forcing to the extent we can. Yes, I think we should definitely be looking into that. Dave, yeah?
And I'm not as convinced that it's as big an issue this time, because we're not seeing big differences between CMIP7 and CMIP6 forcings like we saw a big change. So I think we'd want to evaluate whether it looks like there's going to be something worth pursuing rather than just doing.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, do you want to?
How many ensemble members is in the fast track? Because I feel like just the strength is that we can contribute, more members that really help us to get the forced response.
Yeah. We could when we had it's 3. Yeah, 3. Yeah. Well, it's as many as you want, but a minimum of 3. Yeah. Yeah, but we can, so if we wanted to run 10 DA members, that we're not stopped from adding those. I think often we've also run our single forcing experiments in a different way from DAMIP, and I don't know if people have thoughts on, is it better to just follow DAMIP? I guess the one thing we do is typically switch up the biomass burning and or separate out the biomass burning and the anthropogenic aerosols, whereas DAMIP has them together. So if we keep doing the same thing as we've always done, then we can compare between our model versions, but it always means we're kind of left out a little bit from CMIP, like for example, the large ensemble single forcing MIP, which is now being quite heavily used. We're kind of on the edge of that since we don't have all the required simulations. Yeah, Ed?
Might be really wishful thinking given what you said about the expense of CSM3, but how about running a Southern Ocean pacemaker? Because we know how, well, there's some thoughts about how important trends in the Southern Ocean have been for the Southeast Pacific, tropical Southeast Pacific, and if there is a reversal in Southern Ocean trends or temperature trends with this recent loss of sea ice, personally I've been wondering, okay, what is the global impact of that?
Yeah, that would be interesting. I guess, do you have any perspective on whether relaxing SSTs versus wind stress forcing is preferable?
I don't have strong opinions of that. I think I only know of 3 studies that have done Southern Ocean pacemakers, but they all tend to stop around 2015. So it's more like the cooling impact. But if you look at the last 10 years or 8 years, there's been quite strong warming in parts of the Southern Ocean. So I think if you did do a Southern Ocean pacemaker, I would encourage to try and run it as close to the present as possible, so we capture that final period.
Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, I think it's coffee break time. Does anyone have any other thoughts before we finish? Aishu, anything? Okay, well, thanks to speakers again for great talks, and we'll come back after the break for more.
You also are the one on the force Smith, right?
Oh, the forcing,
yeah. Because I'm really curious to see the methodologies. I mean, right, and when you mentioned the blind, does that mean that you gave people once information
Okay, welcome everybody back to the second session of CVCWG summer meeting. In this session, we're going to have 7 talks. First one will give by Madeleine Liu.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here. So today I will talk about how a CO2-driven land precipitation is going to participate in the SST pattern formations in the subtropical Pacific. And this is really a collaborative work, and then I acknowledge all my co-authors here. Okay, so, okay. Okay, so to start, that we know, despite continuous rising of global mean sea surface temperature, we see a significant cooling in the subtropical South Pacific in the observations over the past 4 decades. And then these regions are key to many physical processes. For example, the low cloud feedback in this region modulates the Southern Ocean to tropical Pacific tide connections, and it also constrains the global equilibrium climate sensitivity. In the meantime, it has great implications in terms of ocean heat content trends as well as marine ecosystems. But then also we know that most of the global climate models struggle to reproduce these SST trend patterns. And then given the significance of the SST in the subtropical Pacific region, as well as the necessity to understand the discrepancy between models and observations, and it is a natural question to ask what drives the subtropical South Pacific SST patterns under CO2 forcing. And then, of course, there are many processes involved. In this talk, however, I wanted to introduce one possible mechanism, that is the CO2-driven land precipitation response, especially those not driven by SST, actually has the ability to shape the cooling patterns in the subtropical South Pacific. And then to present this work, I will provide multiple lines of evidence using a series of numerical experiments. And then so to start here, to separate the mechanisms happening in different time processes, as well as to eliminate internal variability influences, we first conduct a 120 large ensembles under the abrupt for them CO2 forcing scenarios, and each run is abrupt from a super long pre-industrial control, and then the large ensemble mean here represents a CO2 force signal. So let's first look at the SST evolution in this region in the large ensemble. So here on this plot, you can see that the first 10 years evolution shows a gradual increase of the SST in this region. However, if you look closely at the first 2 years, we actually see a rapid cooling. So let's zoom within this region and see what is going on. So here I plotted the first 12 months evolutions within the subtropical South Pacific region. Each thin green line here is an individual ensemble, and then thick red line here are the ensemble mean. So you do see that the large ensemble mean show a rapid onset of the SST cooling in these regions after months of the CO2 brought from CO2 forcing. And then to better see the patterns of SST changes, here I also plotted the relative SST pattern by subtracting the mean SST averaged over 60 south to 60 north. So here we see that the subtropical SST relative cooling also accompanied with an equatorial Pacific cooling in this region in the first year. And then from this plot, we do also see that the time emergence of this cooling pattern starts roughly at month 4. So what happened in the first 4 months and what mechanisms set up the favorable stages for the SST to cool. So here first let's look at the spatial patterns of the SST changes within the first 4 months. So here we see a widespread coolings in both subtropical Pacifics, and this cooling leads to the development of the equatorial cooling. And then to understand different processes, we did a SST budget in these boxed regions. So here we see the shortwave radiative flux acts to warm this region, and the long-wave radiative flux, as well as the latent heat flux, acts to cool this region. And then within the cooling mechanisms, the wind-driven component of latent heat cooling dominates all the cooling processes. And then if we also plotted out the spatial maps of these wind-driven evaporative cooling, we see a pretty similar patterns to the left with the actual SST relative cooling signals. And then in these regions, we will also see a significant strengthening of the surface winds in the regions where you see the coolings. So then the question is, what drives changes in these low-level winds? And how do wind and SST changes related to the land precipitation? So here, the plausible mechanism is that when you increase the CO2 concentrations to compensate the global mean reduction of the long-wave radiative cooling, and then the precipitation has to reduce to a larger scale. However, over the low latitude land regions, we can actually expect to see a monsoonal-like precipitation increase. And then the diabatic heating increase in these regions can trigger a west propagating stationary Rossby waves. And the relevant surface wind changes will strengthen the evaporations in these regions. And then you will see a coolings that roughly happens around month 4. And then about in a year, then we'll also expect to see strengthening of water circulation as well as a equatorial SSC cooling patterns. Okay, so this mechanism sounds plausible, but how do we isolate the precipitation response from the SST in the coupled simulation? And to do so, we run a different set of experiments in CESM1. So here, the pre-industrial, we fix SST and CIs to pre-industrial climatology while still quadruple the CO2 in the atmosphere. So here, the figure on the left is the land precipitation in the fully coupled large ensembles within the first 4 months. So as expected, we see strong precipitation increase over tropical lands. And then if we compare those patterns with the precipitation changes in these fixed SST experiments with CO2 quadrupled, we see a pretty similar response in the low latitude land, especially over the tropical South America. So here we can probably argue that the precipitation changes we see in the South America continent are probably not driven by changes in SST. So then going back to our big questions here, so we found that there is a substantial increase in precipitation when you quadruple CO2, and then these responses not necessarily driven by SST. And then to further illustrate these mechanisms, we did more experiments to see if there's actual causal relationships between the land precipitation and SST cooling. So what we do here is that we take the diabatic heating in the land in this fixed SST experiment, and then we prescribe it to a slab ocean in the same CSM1 family, as well as an idealized baroclinic wave model. So in the slab ocean, because we do not have active ocean dynamics, so we can analyze how the heat flux changes between the atmosphere and the sea surface and the ocean surface can change the SST. And then by comparing the circulation changes between the comprehensive model as well as a simple wave model, and then we can also see how the large-scale dynamics respond to this diabatic heating. And then so the plot on the top is the diabatic heating forcing prescribed into the model. And then this plot on the bottom is the actual diabatic heating responded from this slab ocean model. So here we look at the low-level circulation responses in the slab ocean model as well as the wave model forced by this land precipitation. And so on the left, we do see a cyclonic response to the west of the South American continent, as well as an anticyclonic response in the central South Pacific. And this pattern is roughly similar to these idealized wave model simulations, both pointing to a upper-level changes in the stationary Rossby wave. And then if we compare these two plots with the circulation changes in the fully coupled large ensemble run as well as this fixed SST run, we see pretty similar patterns across the fall. So across these model hierarchies from most complicated simulations to most simple, we also see a consistent strengthening of the low-level southeasterlies in the subtropical South Pacific region. And here we then look at the SST response in these slab ocean simulations. So here we see a very significant cooling signals within the region of interest. And this cooling signal also extends partially into the equatorial Pacific. And there's also responses in the Southern Ocean as well as in North Pacific. And then similarly, we can also perform a SST budget to diagnose different processes. And not to our surprise, the wind-driven evaporative cooling still dominate the entire process's changes. So then here now we have the first evidence. So within the CESM1 slab ocean model, when forced with a land diabatic heating forcing changes, we see a strengthening of the surface winds, which promotes the evaporative cooling. And then you may ask, this is just a simulations from one model, then do you have any multimodal perspectives? So to do that, we further analyzed 24 models in both CMIP 5 and CMIP 6. For each model with a AMIP 4 times CO2 scenarios, we also look at the first year response in their corresponding abrupt 4 times CO2 simulations. So let's first look at the precipitation changes in those AMIP 4 times CO2 simulations. Here I classify these 24 models into two groups. So one group of model with a significant increase in the South American precipitation, and the others doesn't. And then we can look at the corresponding relative SSE changes within the first year in their corresponding fully coupled simulations. So here we see that models have a stronger AMIP 4 times CO2 simulations in precipitations also tends to simulate a relatively cooler equatorial Pacific as well as the subtropical South Pacific. And then these simulations, these relationships can also be viewed from a multi-model scatter plot. So here we do see that CO2-driven South American precipitation increase in these atmospheric-only models aligns pretty well with the subtropical Pacific cooling in the couple models. And then we also see a statistically significant correlations between among the models. And then here we have our second line of evidence, that is, among the CMIP models, when models have a larger AMIP 4 times CO2 land precipitation increase, they also tend to have a larger SST relative cooling in the subtropical Pacific. And then going back to our motivation slides here, if we compare the observational SSE trend patterns with the slab ocean SSE response that is driven by the South American diabatic heating, we do see some clear similarities. And in this work, we provided a new perspective on how the land precipitation can exert influences on the SSE patterns, and what are the implications for a more relevant historical SSE forcing in the models. And so then we look at further 70 CMIP models with historical forcing scenarios. And here we also classify models into two groups, one with the trend increase in this South American precipitation and one without. And then we look at the composite differences between the model groups. So then here on plot on the top is the SSE trend composite differences. And then we do see that when the model have a wetting trends in the South American, especially in the tropical Amazon, they also tend to simulate a cooling trends in the subtropical Pacific. And then if we compare this composite difference maps with the super idealized abrupt 4 times CO2 simulations, we also see some of the quite amazing similarities. And then so to put a summarize here is that we found an overlooked role of the land precipitation in the CO2 force SSE pattern formations. And here we hope that a better representations of South American precipitation over land could probably provide some useful implications in terms of the uncertainty of the regional SSE patterns as well as their potential global impacts. Yeah, and thank you.
We can have one quick question.
Really great talk. I loved all the different models and experiments you've done. I guess I'm curious, with your abrupt 4 times CO2 experiments, there's a pretty rapid increase of CO2 forcing, right, compared to sort of the historical forcing. Do you have a concern that the different time scale of that external forcing, like whether or not you would actually see this stationary wave response as robustly over a longer time scale?
Yeah, that's we actually look at it. So so the reason we use abrupt phenomenon CO2 is that we kind of wanted to separate these like atmospheric only responses in like cleaner setup, right? So it happens faster in like the month scales. And then I also look at the patterns of the precipitation changes. So basically, these are precipitation response in these abrupt phenomenon CO2 run across time scales. So you see these like wetting signals are pretty consistent over the years. So it happens fast and it stays to year 100. And then the circulation responses exerted by these patterns are also there. Okay. But over the longer periods, because you have other signals from the ocean warmings and other places, so then you will also see other different circulation
patterns.
Right, because you get you showed a warming signal past year 1 or something, right?
Yeah, well, it lasts 2 year 2, and then lasts to like 5, 6 years.
Right, and
or
that's
so,
just
yeah.
because the ocean's warming from that abrupt CO2.
Yeah.
Okay.
The background, continuous warming.
Thank you so much.
Let's move on to the next talk. Next, I will begin by Ash Gilbert.
All right. Hi, my name is Ash Gilbert. I'm a PhD student at the University of Colorado Boulder, and today I'll be talking about internal and anthropogenic contributions to recent Arctic temperature and sea ice change. I'd like to quickly acknowledge my co-authors and funders who are listed here, and I'd like to say this work is currently in preparation for submission to a journal, hopefully by the end of this month. So when we want to attribute past climate to various drivers, we have several methodologies to do so. One of which is single forcing runs, where one forcing is allowed to evolve while the rest are fixed at pre-industrial levels. In CESM2, we have single forcing ensembles for greenhouse gases, anthropogenic aerosols, biomass burning, and other forcings. CSM2 single forcing is a very useful and powerful attribution tool, but still contains some uncertainty from internal variability. Now, another tool used in CSM for quantifying contributions of winds and internal variability is wind nudging. In wind nudging, model winds are nudged to observed winds in order to reproduce the observed circulation in a model. Wind nudging is also a good tool for making historical models better reproduce observations and attributing recent changes in Earth's climate to the winds. These two tools have not been used together yet, so what I wanted to do was combine wind nudging and single forcing to better and more precisely attribute recent Arctic changes to internal and anthropogenic drivers. So I ran 3 wind nudging modeling experiments. All 3 are CSM2 fully coupled and have thicker sea ice modifications to correct for CSM2's thin sea ice bias. All also have the same nudging procedure where the horizontal wind components are nudged every 6 hours with ERA5 reanalysis from 1950 to 2024 between 60 and 90 north and above 850 kilopascals. So we're just nudging the large-scale Arctic circulation. The 3 experiments are PI plus winds, which has pre-industrial forcing and the wind nudging, greenhouse gas plus winds, which has evolving greenhouse gas forcing only. All other forcings are fixed at pre-industrial and the wind nudging. And then lastly, HIS plus winds, which has all historical forcings plus SSP 37 forcing and smooth biomass burning emissions, and also again, wind nudging. Now, I attributed Arctic changes to winds, greenhouse gases, and non-greenhouse gases using these wind nudging runs as follows. For the changes driven by the winds alone, I used just the PI plus winds run. For the greenhouse gases alone, I took the difference between greenhouse gases plus winds and PI plus winds. And for non-greenhouse gases, I took the difference between HIS plus winds and greenhouse gas plus winds. And then lastly, I just have HIS plus winds, which is again the sum of the above terms, and is also the run meant to directly reproduce the observations. So for this talk, I focus on temperature only, but I did also look at sea ice extent. Here I have the 20-year monthly surface temperature trends over the Arctic, averaged 70 to 90 north. Months are on the y-axis, and the mid-year of the 20-year trend is on the x-axis. I decided to look at 20-year-long trends because they're affected by both internal variability and the forced response. So just the upper left is HIS plus winds, upper right is greenhouse gases, lower right is winds, and lower left is non-greenhouse gases. And just a quick reminder, these 3 panels sum to equal HIS plus winds. So in HIS plus winds, we find that the largest warming is in non-summer months, and trends sort of peak in the 1970s and 80s. And find that greenhouse gases drive warming almost exclusively after the mid-1980s, and again, largest in non-summer months. And as for non-greenhouse gases, they drive cooling between 1960 and the sort of the 1970s and after 2000, but warming otherwise. And then lastly, we have winds, which drive the largest warming and cooling trends of any of the drivers, but they also have the most interdecadal variability. We also checked how our model runs compared against observations. Specifically, we compared HIST plus winds against observations because, again, that was our model run meant to directly reproduce the observations. We expected that HIST plus winds and observations would agree very well, given prior wind nudging research. However, that was not the case. As you can see, HIST plus winds does have largest warming in sort of the wintertime and non-summer months, like the observations, but the warming trends do not grow larger with time as they do in the observations. Therefore, HIST plus winds sort of warms too much, too early, and not enough later as compared to observations. And we were looking into why the model and the observations disagree in this way. We looked at a couple of variables, including AMOC, and we found something pretty interesting. So these are the 20-year trends of annual AMOC transport. In each panel is plotted one of our wind nudging runs. We're not doing attributed terms here, along with their corresponding freely evolving ensemble, so no wind nudging. For instance, on the left is plotted PI plus winds, along with a random sample from the CESM2 pre-industrial control. In the middle is greenhouse gas plus winds and the greenhouse gas only ensemble from the original CESM2 single forcing experiments. And lastly, on the right is HIST plus winds and the half of the CESM2 large ensemble that uses SMBB forcing. So you can see here that AMOC has some pretty swingy behavior in all three nudging experiments, and in some cases the trends are well outside what we would expect for the freely evolving ensemble. So we wondered, what if we took out the influence of this swingy AMOC? What would the temperature trends look like then? So we decided to take AMOC out by linearly regressing it out. We calculated the linear regression coefficient between temperature and AMOC trends in the CESM2 pre-industrial control because we didn't want any influence from the wind nudging or transient anthropogenic forcings. Then, using that coefficient, we calculated the influence of AMOC on temperature in all our wind nudging experiments. The influence of AMOC on temperature trends in HIST plus winds is plotted at the bottom here. And lastly, we subtracted the influence of AMOC from raw temperature trends to determine what the wind nudged runs would be with the influence of AMOC regressed out. So now that we've regressed AMOC out from HIST plus winds, does this change how well it agrees with observations? As it turns out, yes. So HIST plus winds with AMOC regressed out still has the largest warming trends in non-summer months, but it now has warming rates that increase with time, which does agree better with observations. So overall, HIST plus winds matches the observed timing pattern of warming trends better, but the bias between the model and the observations has shifted. So HIST plus winds with AMOC regressed out now warms too much later and not enough earlier. So what about our attributed terms, greenhouse gases, non-greenhouse gases, and winds? How do they change with the AMOC regressed out of the underlying wind nudging runs? So this is before the AMOC was regressed out, and this is after. So greenhouse gases and winds, the trends don't actually change all that much. I mean, greenhouse gases may have some larger trends in the 1980s and after 2010, but otherwise, no really big changes, patterns pretty much the same. The same cannot be said for non-greenhouse gases. There we actually do see a pretty big change. After AMOC was regressed out, non-greenhouse gases now drive cooling until the 1980s, then some pretty large warming trends until 2010, and then cooling trends again. So that's sort of it for the main results. I do want to bring up, well, I have two discussion points. I think I'm only going to be able to get to one today. So the first one is related to AMOC. As I showed in the results, HIST plus winds did not match the observations well, seemingly because of large swings in AMOC, and we suspect this relationship because regressing AMOC out improved the model observation agreement for the pattern of the warming trends. However, this also suggests that the modeled AMOC is somewhat unrealistic, and real-world AMOC has smaller trends. And going a bit on a limb here, since we regressed out AMOC from HIS plus winds, the bias between HIS plus winds and observations, which is shown here, could be construed to be an estimate of the influence of the real-world AMOC, which suggests that AMOC drove cooling after 1990, again, potentially suggesting that AMOC is slowing down. The other... Uh-oh. Is my clicker not working? Sorry. Okay, you get to see all my extra slides. The other discussion point I had was about non-greenhouse gases. I don't think I have time for that today, but if you have questions, please come talk to me later. I'd be happy to chat about it. So conclusions. So first, the first time we combined wind nudging and single forcing attribution framework to attribute recent Arctic changes to internal and anthropogenic drivers, accounting for observed internal variability. And we found that in the Arctic, greenhouse gases drive warming, non-greenhouse gases modulate the interdecadal trends, and winds drive interdecadal variability. And in the last 20 years, non-greenhouse gases drove cooling, while greenhouse gases drove warming. And we also found that our sort of historical reproduction, HIS plus winds, did not reproduce the timing of observed warming trends. And it was sort of because the modeled AMOC had a very large swings in all wind nudging runs, so we tried regressing it out, which did improve agreement between HIS plus winds and the observations. And this result suggests that the modeled AMOC is a bit unrealistic, and the real-world AMOC likely has weaker trends. I just want to say a quick thank you to NSF OPP, NCAR Computing, and Polar Climate Working Group for funding, computing resources, and feedback. And that, thanks for your time, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, we can have a few questions.
Interesting. I just had a question about when you do wind nudging, the observed winds have internal and forced components.
Yes.
Are you double counting the forced?
So I've looked at what the ERA 5 winds, how they compare to pre-industrial winds, sort of at all levels of the atmosphere, and they're not outside what we'd expect for a pre-industrial control, so I'm not seeing a big forced response there. So I guess technically they do have the imprint of all the anthropogenic forcings in them, but I don't think it's a big enough impact to matter.
I'm not sure if I was interpreting this right, but your line plots of the AMOC trends, it seemed like, so the winds were doing something kind of common, there was like an upper and then down, but it seemed way bigger with all forcings compared to greenhouse gases. Is the interpretation then that the aerosols or other forcings really modulate how winds impact AMOC?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you could explain a little bit more of why the wind nudging causes these large swings in AMOC, and if there's any sensitivity to the aggressiveness of the wind nudging.
Yes, I think it does have to do a bit with the aggressiveness of the wind nudging. So CESM2 AMOC has been sort of shown to be responsive to increased interannual variability and aerosol emissions. Sort of what they compared, like aerosol emissions were less frequently applied in CMIP5, and that sort of the increase in sort of interannual variability applied to those emissions made AMOC a bit more sensitive, and I think the same principle applies to the wind nudging. And I will say the wind nudging that we do is pretty aggressive. The relaxation coefficient is not big. We're not relaxing it over a long time period. So I think that swinginess that we do see is very much related to the wind nudging.
Do you have any other question? No? Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the next talk, which is a remote by Chengfei He. So, Chengfei, are you ready?
Hi everyone. So I could not share my screen, so the presenter. Okay, yeah, my screen. All right, could you see my screen? Okay, good morning, everyone. So today I want to talk about a puzzle in our understanding of the C-sub temperature contrast.
Chengfei, can you increase your volume?
Okay. Hello? Could you hear me?
And still kind of low.
Let me see. Let me try to use my earbuds.
It seems like now it's better.
Okay, so hi everyone. Today I'm going to talk about puzzle in our understanding of the C-sub temperature contrast between the two hemispheres. I will show that compared to observation, so there is a systematic bias in the C-sub temperature contrast between the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. And this bias is related to the tropical climate change, as well as, of course, it is related to the model's sensitivity to the greenhouse gas and anthropogenic aerosols. And this work is collaborated with a bunch of people across multiple institutions. I appreciate their efforts. And this work is recently published in Nature Communications. So if you have interest, please take a look. So let's start from the global mean surface temperature. So this plot is taken from the IPCC report. It basically shows the model that global mean surface temperature is quite consistent with the observation. And return to the global mean. So it is basically the temperature average between the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. So the difference between the two hemispheres is actually canceled out. And so we tend to ask, what about the difference between the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere? Because this really moves the common parts in the both hemispheres and emphasize the difference between the two hemispheres. And this is largely orthogonal to the global mean surface temperature, right? So the short answer is actually current Earth system models are biased in simulating this C-sub temperature contrast between the two hemispheres. Here we call it the IHTC, the interhemispheric C-sub temperature contrast. So on the left, what I'm showing here, the top panel is a global mean C-sub temperature trend in the 1950 to 2014. This is the ensemble average from Smith 6 models, and we have over 400 ensemble members. We can see the northern hemisphere warms much faster than the southern hemispheres. But in the middle, this is from observation. We can see actually it is an opposite picture. Southern hemisphere warms more than the northern hemisphere. And the bottom here is the model and observation difference. It shows the bipolar seesaw C-sub temperature difference. So this really explains why the global mean is actually quite consistent, because the averaging is around 0. But if we calculate the difference between two hemispheres, we do see this bias here. And this bias is not just in the C-sub temperature, but also in the tropical climates. What I'm showing here is the time series of the ITCD, the IHTC, as well as Halley circulation in model and observation. All the time series are normalized to the unit variance, so for the comparison here. And we do see here, for example, for the IHTC here, it shows an increasing trend in the model with strong multi-kilo variability. And the ITCD and the cross-equatorial Halley circulation, they are strongly coupled to this IHTC, and similar conclusions from the observations. But the IHTC in the observation shows a declining trend. As a result, the tropical climates in the model and observation, they are opposite. So we tend to ask why there is such a model data difference, right? So the attribution of this IHTC is not a new problem. Since the observation is just one realization and the model is ensemble mean, so the model data difference could be naturally explained by the internal variability. Here I show an example. This is comparing the CIMIT 5 IHTC with observations. So what we can see here, the model and the observation, they are actually quite different. In particular, in the 1970s, during this period, we can see in the real world, there is abrupt cooling, and the model cannot reproduce this. And this has to be hypothesized to be caused by the slowdown of the AMOC, because during the 1970s, there is a so-called great salinity anomaly in the subpolar Atlantic, and it perturbs the AMOC. But then, what about the force response, right? So recently we showed that the major climate modes like the AMV, EDV, as well as NAO, they are all driven by external forcing since World War II. And after World War II, we know that the external forcing is large. So even a small difference in the model and observations sensitivity to those forcings, this could translate into a big difference in their response. So here is our hypothesis. Observation is dominated by external forcings since World War II. So the model data difference is because of the bias sensitivity that translates into their response difference. So to test this hypothesis, we tend to use the multilinear regression. So we regress observed IHTC onto those IHTCs in single forcing simulations. Basically, this multilinear regression assumes the nonlinear effect between these external forcings, they are kind of small. So the all forcing IHTC could be represented by a linear combination of these single forcings. And here are made basically greenhouse gas, anthropogenic aerosol, and natural forcing. The unresolved part is the internal variability, or the nonlinear effects between those different forcings. Here, the beta is the regression coefficients. You can think this is the weight or sensitivity to external forcings. And if it is larger, then it means it has placed more weights in a certain external forcings. And we are able to compare the betas between the model and observation to find out the model data difference. But before doing the regression, so there is a big problem here. This is the IHTC in the aerosol run and greenhouse gas runs. We can see here, so one is increasing, one is decreasing, and their correlation is pretty high. It is about 0.7. So this suggests that there is strong collinearity in this more linear regression. So this is definitely a problem here. So we have to remove this collinearity. We basically use the PCA. This is the right panel here. It shows there are two orthogonal modes, the PC1 and the PC2. And both of these modes have physical meanings here. So the first, we try to understand the PC2. So the PC2 is basically the multi-decadal variability of this IHTC. This is shown in panel D. The PC2 is plotted against with the linear detrended IHTCs in greenhouse gas runs and anthropogenic aerosol runs. We can see here the PC2 is very consistent with the aerosol curves. So that means the PC2 is the multi-decadal variability and mostly driven by the anthropogenic aerosols. And after understanding this PC2, the PC1 is actually more straightforward because the PC1 is the long-term trend. So this is showing the PC1 as well as the long-term trend in the greenhouse gas and anthropogenic aerosols. Greenhouse gas shows an increasing trend and anthropogenic aerosol shows a decreasing trend. So the PC1 stands for the nearly linear long-term trend here. Now, let's move back to this regression. We convert the original regression onto a new regression here. The physical meaning of this new regression is that this IHTC is combined by the long-term trend due to greenhouse gases and aerosols, and they have the opposite sign. And also, this is combined by the multi-decadal variability, mostly driven by the aerosols. Of course, there is natural forcings and internal variabilities here. Then we perform this regression for the ensemble mean and the real-world observations. So here is the result. We first regress the Sim6 ensemble mean onto those single forcing simulations. What we see here, the R squared is actually 1. That means so the ensemble response is forced. This basically validates our method here. So then we apply this method to the different observations. We can all see here this R squared are about 0.8. So this suggests that a significant portion of the real world is driven by external forcings here. So this suggests the real world and the model ensemble mean are driven by external forcings. Then we are able to compare these betas to figure out the model data comparisons. Here, this is the panel, left panel here. So we start from the beta PC2. We know that the PC2 is the multi-decadal variability, and we can see the model and observations, they are actually pretty consistent. So they suggest the sensitivity to the aerosol in the model and observations, they are actually consistent. And also, if we take a look at the natural forcings, they are also pretty consistent. The model is within the uncertainty of these observations. The real difference actually comes from this PC1. What do we see here? For the CIM6 ensemble mean, it has a positive beta PC1. That means it has a positive trend, and this positive trend has to be driven by the greenhouse gases. But in the real-world observation, we can see it is actually totally opposite. So the observation is dominated by the aerosols. So based on this regression here, we can see the model is dominated by the greenhouse gases, but the observation is dominated by the aerosols. And since we apply this to ensemble mean and observations, then we tend to further ask, what about each model, right? So what factors will affect the distribution of these betas for each models? Basically, we are able to repeat this regression for different models and to analyze the betas. And eventually we come to ask, what is the physical mechanism for this model bias, right? So now we try to answer the first question. So what drives the betas in these model spreads? So we know that we repeat this regression for each models here, and we will get a list of betas. And we know that the beta PC1 is dominated by the greenhouse gases. So we plot each model's beta PC1 against their ECSs. The ECS here is the equilibrium climate sensitivity. So in this plot, each number is a model, and the circle size is proportional to their ensemble size. And we can see there is a strong linear relationship between the beta PC1 and the ECS. That means a model with a higher ECS tends to produce a higher trend of the HTC. And here we can see the ensemble mean here is the blue curve here. This means so we are able to constrain the ensemble mean of the CIM6. It has an ECS of around 3.7 degrees. And the orange here is observation. So we can see the beta PC1 is actually negative. And there are two models have a negative beta PC1. It is number 42 and a number 33. So basically we can see from this point of view, it seems like the observation is at the ECF of the real world is at the lower end of the CIM6 models. Then we move to the PC2. We know the PC2 is associated with multi-kilo variability dominated by the aerosols. So here in the left panel, we plot the beta PC2 against each model's ERF ACI. So the ERF ACI is effective radiative forcing due to the aerosol cloud interactions. So you can think this is a sensitivity to the aerosols. Again, you will see here, so we see a strong linear relationship between these two metrics here. A model with a higher ERF ACI tends to produce a larger multi-kilo variability in this IHTC. So the physical picture behind this is we know the aerosol is mostly constrained in the northern hemisphere. So if the radiative forcing due to the aerosol is pretty large, then the cooling is tend to be larger for this multi-kilo variability. And furthermore, because the observation is within the model spread, we are actually able to use this linear relationship to constrain the ERF ACI in the real world. The result is on the right panel here. So basically, from our study, we showed that the ERF ACI in the real world is about 0.6 watts per meter squared, with one standard deviation uncertainty is 0.3. So compared to the IPCC, we can see the uncertainty is significantly reduced. So this is something I want to emphasize here. So even you see that using just the simple SST difference between the two hemispheres, we are able to constrain this ERF ACI and reduce its uncertainty here. And the last part is the mechanism. Why there is such a bias in the model, right? So the physics is because due to the wind here. So there are two effects in the wind. So the first one is the wind stress. It will affect the ocean circulation and then affect the sea surface temperature. The second one is the wind will affect the turbulent heat fluxes and affect the sea surface temperature. We call the West feedback here. So on the left panel, I'm showing here, the shading is a trend of the wind speed in the 1950 to 2014. The blue is negative, red is positive. And the counter here is the SST trend. If it is relative warming, so we have the solid counters, and it is dashed curve, then it is relative cooling. So we can see here, so in these regions, where we have an increased wind speed, the warming is actually relatively weak. So if we compare the CIM6 ensemble mean and the greenhouse gas simulations, we can see, obviously, the ensemble mean is dominated by this greenhouse gas effect here. And on the right bottom here, this is basically the sea surface temperature response induced by the west feedback on the global warming. This is taken from Liu and Zhao, 2012, and they used the so-called partial coupling to isolate the effect of the wind stress and the west feedback here. And if we compare the spatial pattern between our simulations, so the CIM6 simulations, they are pretty similar actually. So this further confirms this bias is driven by this west feedback in response to the greenhouse gases. And not just the ensemble mean. So the spread in this IHTC is also due to this west feedback. This can be seen from this scatter plot on the right panel. So we can constrain a similar metric called inter-hemispheric wind speed contrast here. So we can see, so consistent with the IHTC, there is a strong linear relationship here. Most of the models are in the top left panel here. So that means when we have a reduced wind contrast, so it will induce more warming in the northern hemispheres. So in addition to the ensemble mean, the model spread also shows the warming bias is due to this west feedback here. So finally, this is my take-home message. We found there is a systematic sea surface temperature bias in these CIM6 models due to the greenhouse gas effect. And this greenhouse gas effect induces this west feedback, amplifies warming in the northern hemisphere. And we also see that the model and observation, they are consistent on the multi-kilo IHTC variability and dominated by this aerosol. And we are able to use this to constrain the ERF ACI in the real world. And finally, we see that models overestimate this greenhouse gas contribution to this IHTC trend. Higher ECS model shows a higher overestimation, and the real world ECS may be at the lower end of the current CIM6 models. So yeah, thanks. And thanks for your time. I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. Is there any quick question? Otherwise, due to the timing, we're going to move forward. Okay. Go ahead.
Just wondering if you tried calculating your beta PC1 with all the individual members from a large ensemble, which I assume is kind of like what you've done for the observations, and how much uncertainty there is there and how that affects the constraint.
Yeah, good question. I haven't done this actually. So, but I think, yeah, this would be very interesting. So to correlate those beta PC1 for each ensemble member with, for example, like the AMOC. So in this way, maybe expand these internal variabilities. Yeah, thanks. Great question.
Thank you.
There's also a PC2 of aerosols that was shown in a recent paper of Yue Dong.
Say it again.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the next talk. Next one will be Ashwin Seshadri. Not this one. Next.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ashwin Seshadri. I'm going to attempt to give a glimpse of some work led by PhD scholars in the group, Harpreet Kaur and Sumit Kumar, working together with G. Bala and me. And the broad question that we ask is, how does the spatial distribution of radiative forcing, spatial distribution broadly being defined, impact individual feedbacks as estimated by 2 generations of CAM in CSM1 and the corresponding climate response. And this is done through a program involving the work of these 2 PhD students, involving what could broadly be characterized as pairwise comparisons, starting with solar versus CO2, northern hemispheric versus southern hemispheric impositions of solar forcing, latitudinal dependence of solar forcing, methane versus CO2, and finally black carbon versus CO2. So here's the kind of question that animates this program. For example, it's found that in CAM4, given roughly the same effective forcing across different bands, solar forcing across different bands that you saw in the figures in the previous slide, you get a large variation in climate sensitivity by a factor of roughly 3, and the question being which feedbacks carry this factor of 3. And so the students use a fairly standard approach, fast-slow decomposition, where the fast response is computed or rather estimated from prescribed sea surface temperature experiments, the idea being that the fast response encoded in the response of the atmosphere, the troposphere, the stratosphere, and land surface is included in the definition of effective radiative forcing. The slow response is estimated through slab ocean experiments. Slab ocean simply for practicality in order to get equilibration more quickly. So you have the fast response being estimated from prescribed SST, the total response being estimated through slab ocean experiments. The slow response is defined as the difference between the total response and the fast response. And the key here is that the decomposition of feedbacks applies to the slow response, and this occurs through radiative kernels that have been documented for various versions of CAM. And these basically describe the sensitivity of the net downward top of the atmosphere flux to standard changes in various feedback variables. So you can broadly think about radiative kernels allowing us to compute essentially the first Taylor series, the first order truncation of the Taylor series expansion of the sensitivity of the top of the atmosphere flux to various changes in the feedback variables. And so this work, broadly speaking, extends the work of Zhao et al., which uses Green's functions, but what it does additionally is decompose various feedbacks, and I'll reiterate that we really decompose the slow feedbacks, in addition to introducing a couple more experiments, especially those that systematically look at the effects of various hemispheres, as well as add a black carbon forcing experiment. So here's a very useful benchmark comparison that compares solar and CO2 forcing. And what is seen is that essentially 2 of the 5 major feedbacks account for most of the difference, the lapse rate and the shortwave cloud feedback being the most important. The mechanism here is quite straightforward and sort of provides an intuitive anchor and mental model for some of the discussion that will follow. And the idea is solar forcing is much more weighted towards the tropics. And in the tropics, the vertical temperature structure follows moist adiabat, an emergent property of moist radiative convective equilibrium. And as the boundary layer in the tropic warms, the moist adiabat becomes shallower. You have, therefore, more emissions to space and a negative lapse rate feedback, especially in the solar forcing, where the warming is concentrated in the tropics, owing to the forcing being more concentrated in the tropics. And in addition to that, you have a less positive shortwave cloud feedback because tropical warming also stabilizes the boundary layer, and so you have a stronger inversion, more shortwave clouds, in comparison to carbon dioxide forcing. Another point I want to emphasize that you see in the last 2 rows of the table, wherein, you see that the sum of the feedbacks, and here I'll reiterate this is a property that comes from the feedbacks being defined in terms of the slow response, the sum of the feedbacks computed through the kernel calculation closely approximates the feedback estimated directly without any kernel calculation, just by the slope of the energy budget with respect to the global mean surface temperature change. And this is a property that's manifested by a calculation that does the decomposition specifically on the slow response, but it's also a property that's not universal. We'll see examples where the residue between the sum of the feedbacks and the feedback directly calculated can be large as well. This goes to show the large variation in the efficacy relative to the uniform forcing case across the experiments where solar forcing is imposed in different bands, factor of 3. And it's really a rather complex story with many feedbacks contributing. Of course, some feedbacks being more important than others, and that's illustrated by the table. I can circle back to it if you're interested, but I really want to, in this instance, highlight one feature. It's that the global lapse rate feedback changes signs. So for the tropical forcing case, you have a large negative global lapse rate feedback. For the Arctic forcing case, you have a positive feedback. And this is a distinction that's really comes about from really simple physics. It's an example where some very sharp and simple physics, for example, in the references below, anticipates what happens in GCMs. And the distinction basically has to do with the tropics being in radiative convective equilibrium. The moist adiabat warms more aloft. Polar atmosphere lives really in what's called radiative advective equilibrium and much more stable, and therefore you have more warming in the lower and middle troposphere. The Antarctic case is really the same physics, but it's really a boundary condition effect where you have damping off the positive feedback over the Antarctic because of the elevation of the Antarctic continent and pushing of the warming into regimes where the lapse rate feedback is less positive as well as more negative. These show the hemispheric forcing experiments, large imposition over the entire northern, southern, and uniform experiments. The first thing I want to point out is, although as you can well imagine, the albedo response is very spatially different between these experiments, as is the global mean, as is the surface warming pattern, the albedo and Planck response are largely insensitive to this. And we'll see, in attempt to summarize this in a somewhat preliminary way, we'll see that the albedo and Planck response don't contribute a great deal to the difference between different patterns of forcing. Another thing I want to note is that this is a situation where both low clouds and high clouds in the tropics move in concert because of the large interhemispheric difference in forcing. And so, the low cloud response is not explained as much by changes in lower tropospheric stability, but rather by convective mass flux associated with the ITCZ response to large interhemispheric differences in forcing. But the main difference between these two cases basically just has to do with what happens in the mid-latitudes. If you burn away more clouds in the southern hemisphere, owing to there being more low clouds over the Southern Ocean, just being more clouds and just being more ocean, you have a much larger effect over the southern hemisphere. With respect to methane, there's an efficacy reduction, and this is beyond understood. This is an attribution. Broadly speaking, there are two effects. One is a pattern effect, which comes from physics that's distinct from the solar versus CO2 comparison, but it plays out quite similarly. It gives rise to larger warming in the tropics and therefore more negative lapse rate feedback effects, right? But it comes really from long wave effects and long wave distinctions between the methane and the CO2 response. And there's a second mechanism that distinguishes methane and CO2, and that's really having to do with near-infrared shortwave absorption by methane, giving rise to different vertical structure of warming. But one thing this sharply identifies is that that effect is really manifest in the fast response. When it comes to the slow response, it's really a spatial pattern effect. Black carbon, so very quickly, the main couple of things I will say about black carbon is, even though the effective radiative forcing is very heterogeneous owing to the large interhemispheric contrast, if one looks at the zonal average response of clouds, the black carbon experiment resembles the very idealized northern hemispheric forcing, right, and can be understood in that way. And the second thing I'll say about black carbon is this is a clear example of nonlinearity as you increase the black carbon loadings. And these are really large loadings to basically hit the model, see what the model does. And as you increase the black carbon loading, you see an change in efficacy. You also see an increase in the residue. So again, a clear example of nonlinearity in the response. And so let me very quickly summarize the contrast. The different rows show different pairwise contrasts. The different columns show different pairwise contrasts. Each Each contrast comes from the same model. Of course, the columns differ. Some use CAM4, some use CAM5. Each row shows a different feedback. And what you really see is the three feedbacks shift the most: lapse rate, water vapor, and shortwave cloud. Lapse rate and water vapor partly compensates, so shortwave cloud is left to the residue that depends the most. Water vapor lapse rate compensation occurs primarily in the tropics. So if you have force primarily in higher latitudes, you can get imperfect compensation, and therefore you can get larger differences between water vapor and lapse rate feedbacks. Turns out albedo is not a primary driver. In the interest of time, I won't elaborate now, and Planck is not the primary driver either. And a very robust feature of this is across very different spatial structures of warming, one gets practically the same Planck feedback, which is the same across experiments to a small fraction of a percent. And this is non-trivial. It's non-trivial because the spatial pattern differs and also the radiative kernel differs. So it seems to be an open question, but one that's very robust, pointing to a very robust finding of, but the question having to do with how come spatial heterogeneity in the warming pattern in conjunction with spatial heterogeneity in the Planck kernel gives rise to such a well-constrained Planck response. I won't again elaborate on this in the interest of time, but here's just an attempt to distinguish controls in the shortwave cloud feedback, which appears to be the important residue once when it recognizes that lapse rate and water vapor seem to cancel a great deal. And two factors are important. Broadly speaking, it's tropics concentrated forcing stabilizes the atmosphere, negative shortwave cloud. Pole concentrated forcing, burns away clouds. And here there seems to be a difference between northern and southern hemispheric forcings owing to the land-sea contrast. Hemispheric asymmetry also shifts the ITCZ. When you have large asymmetry between the hemispheres in the forcing, then measures of low tropospheric stability and its refinements don't capture the low cloud response as much as just the large-scale movement of the tropical convergence zones themselves. And so overall limitations, slab ocean model, there's some evidence that coupled ocean models, or coupled models with dynamic ocean, the ocean plays an important role and therefore mutes the atmospheric response. Uncertainty in the kernels, we've used sort of fixed set of kernels, but the issue is not just kernel uncertainty, but also the intrinsic linearity in the response itself, and this is something that breaks down. From our experiments, it's a small sample, but we seem to find that the linearity breaks down, especially when there's a strong ITCZ shift, when there's an interhemispheric contrast in forcing, and of course the vintage of the model. And this was also owing to practical considerations and being able to systematically compare CAM5 with CAM4, recognizing that there are large changes in the cloud response in CAM6. And this gives rise to the importance of doing tests with newer generation of models. I'll just stop here because this is merely a restatement of what I already said. Happy to take questions.
I have a couple of questions. Thank you. Let's move on to the next talk by Margaret Duffy. Margaret. No? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I'll be talking about the impact of secondary ice production, both in present climate projections and future climate projections. This work was done mostly at University of Colorado Boulder, thanks to my collaborators as well. And so what is secondary ice production, which I'll be calling SIP from now on, just for sake of time. Also, this talk was originally titled SIP Happens, and then we decided against it. So yeah, ice can be generated via primary ice production, which we call ice nucleation. These could be any of these four processes on the left here, but also there are additional processes called secondary ice production processes, which I've shown on the right here, which are mostly not included in most climate models, except for maybe the splintering during riming, which is a Hallett-Mossop process. What we want to do is include the first three SIP processes: droplet fragmentation during freezing, splintering during riming, and the fragmentation during ice-ice collision in the climate models, and see how it changes both present and future climate projections. So the experiments we are going to be running is using two models, CESM2 and NOR-ESM. And of course, because it's a CESM workshop, I'll be focusing more on the CESM results today. The two SIP sensitivities, the SIP off simulations will be with all SIP processes turned off, including the Hallett-Mossop process. And SIP on would include the Hallett-Mossop, ice-ice collision, and droplet fragmentation during freezing. We'll be using the pre-industrial control runs, as well as the abruptly quadrupled 4 times CO2 run as the warming experiment. So 2 times 2 times 2, that'll be 8 total simulations which we've run for 150 years each. All simulations run with the same horizontal resolution of about 2 degrees and 32 vertical levels. Averages over the last 50 years for most of these plots I'm showing you. And we also have AMIP runs of these in progress. And with that, I'll start with the ECS, the equilibrium climate sensitivity. Of course, it's the change in global mean of surface air temperature in response to doubling of atmospheric carbon dioxide at equilibrium. We can see SIP, including SIP in the models, reduces the ECS in both models by about half to 0.7 Kelvin. In the left, I'm just showing you the SIP on CESM case. Of course, the change in upwelling radiation at the top of atmosphere between future and control on the y-axis, and each dot here represents an annual average. So, and the change in global mean of surface air temperature on the x-axis, and the intercept gives us twice the ECS because we've quadrupled the 4 times CO2, and you have that to get the ECS, of course. And I've shown here the ECS values for all 4 different types of warming experiments. And both in terms of CESM and NOR-ESM, there's a reduction of ECS once we include SIP. So we all know there is an overestimation of ECS, and part of that in the climate models could be contributed by not including SIP. So actually including SIP reduces the overall ECS. We're also looking at, I also wanted to look at the shortwave cloud feedback model of feedback results. So the ECS change turns out is mostly due to the reduction of shortwave cloud feedback. And most of the shortwave cloud feedback happens in the tropics and temperate regions. So the top row is all CESM2 results. The bottom row is NOR-ESM results. And the left-hand column is with SIP off. The center is with SIP on. And the rightmost columns are SIP on minus SIP off. So we can see functionally very similar between SIP off and SIP on. But when we take the difference, we can see overall cooling effects, but there are some local warming effects as well when we include SIP. And yeah. And next, we also wanted to look at shortwave cloud forcing differences. So from now on, I'll be only showing you CESM plots. The top row is the difference in shortwave cloud forcing between the future and the control experiments. The left-hand column is the SIP off experiment, and the right-hand column is the SIP on experiments. And the middle row and the bottom row is the correlation of the shortwave cloud forcing differences to the ice cloud optical depth differences and the liquid cloud optical depth differences in the bottom row. So negative correlation because as the optical depth increases, the shortwave cloud forcing decreases. And we see strong negative correlation between ice cloud optical depth and shortwave cloud forcing near the equator, and pretty strong negative correlations in the west coast of most common continents with the liquid optical depth as well. So we can also see a reduction of the shortwave cloud forcing, especially in the tropics, once SIP is included. So pretty significant impacts of both the ice cloud optical depth and the liquid cloud optical depth on the shortwave cloud forcing. So we wanted to look at what creates these optical depth differences, which is the number concentrations of both the ice clouds and liquid clouds. So pretty busy plot. The left-hand column is the SIP off experiments. The right-hand column is the SIP on experiments. And these are all future minus control plots, contour plots of ice number concentration on the top row, liquid number concentrations on the bottom row. The thin black lines are the temperature contours dashed for the present and future, and the solid lines for the future. And the thick black lines are the tops of the clouds. So top of the ice clouds in the top row, top of the liquid clouds in the bottom row, and these are altitude versus latitude contours. So functionally very similar between SIP off and SIP on. We see cloud phase feedback effects in the extratropics as expected. It's very similar. We see small differences both in the liquid number concentrations as well as small differences in the ice number concentrations. So we wanted to look at the SIP on minus SIP off effects of these simulations to see if including SIP actually generates more ice number concentration, and it does in the upper troposphere, especially close to the tropics. There's also a significant increase in the liquid number concentration when we include SIP. So what happens is SIP includes more ice because of these additional ice production processes that we've included, and due to the warming, these ice particles are then converted into liquid number concentration, liquid droplets, and these liquid droplets also create a cooling effect. So SIP creates a cooling effect directly by creating ice, and in the tropics, and indirectly by creating liquid in the extratropics. So focusing more on the dipole near the equator and the strong cooling effect due to cooling cloud feedback in the Pacific. What I'm showing you here are altitude versus longitude contours averaged at the equator of the ice number concentration. Once again, the left-hand side column is with SIP off, and the right-hand side column is with SIP on. So so there is a strong heterogeneity in the response at the equator, partially due to the Walker circulation creating updrafts and downdrafts. And once again, I'm showing you ice number concentration differences between the future and the control. So we can see a stronger ice number concentration increase, especially in the Pacific, which is causing this cooling effect, which is reduced a little bit with SIP turned on. So the cooling effect is not as strong. It generates a weaker cooling effect. SIP creates a weaker cooling feedback in the Pacific and also a weaker warming feedback in the rest of the tropics. And it will be more clear in the next slide, but the downdrafts created in the East Pacific are a little weaker when SIP is turned on, so it can be concluded that SIP actually weakens the Walker circulation a little bit. I also wanted to look at the tropical response of the microphysics itself. Once again, these are averaged at the equator, altitude versus longitude plots. But this time instead of future minus control, I'm looking at SIP on minus SIP off differences, so we can look at directly the effects of SIP. And the left column in this case is the control experiments, and the right column in this case is the future 4 times CO2 experiments. So the top row is the heating tendency due to Morrison microphysics, and the middle row is just the heating tendency due to snow melting, and the bottom row is the heating tendency due to ice deposition. We looked at all different heating effects, and the heating tendency was mostly dominated by the melting of snow and the ice deposition, melting of snow in the lower troposphere and the warming due to ice deposition in the upper troposphere. One thing I wanted to note is a very strong state dependence of SIP. How it affects the heating tendencies are very different between the control case and the 4 times CO2 case. And the other thing I wanted to note was the top heavy lapse rate in the West Pacific actually suppressing the convection, and the bottom heavy lapse rate in the East Pacific suppressing the downdrafts. So we can say that SIP weakens the Walker circulation. We can conclude that from here as well. So the takeaways are that emitting SIP may overestimate ECS by around half to 0.7 degrees Celsius. Most climate models do not capture SIP other than Hallett-Mossop. The ECS reduction is dominated by the shortwave cloud feedback, and SIP actually introduces more liquid in the extratropics by cloud phase feedback, and more ice in the tropics, and that's what creates all of the overall cooling effects. It also weakens the Walker circulation, and which is, so the overall take-home message is that we strongly emphasize the need for observational constraints on ice cloud number concentration, and capturing that would lead to more accurate climate change predictions. And with that, I'll take any questions and leave the slide on up.
I have a few questions.
Yes.
Could you explain a little bit more why SIP weakens the Walker cell? Does it change it, affect the deep convection in any way, or? Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Could you explain how the SIP weakens the Walker circulation?
Yes. So most of it is due to the direct heating and cooling effects it creates because of additional ice generation. So the increased ice production actually contributes to cooling due to the melting of the snow just above the freezing point here. These dashed line, the bottommost dashed line is actually at 0 degrees Celsius. And it also creates heating due to ice deposition here. And of course, you can see there's a strong heterogeneity at the equator of these processes due to existing Walker circulation. So if I think it will be more clear if we looked at these as line plots, but if you focus on the West Pacific, it creates a top-heavy lapse rate, so which would suppress convection. So actually, it's cooler in the bottom compared to the top, which actually suppresses the updrafts in the West Pacific. And in the East Pacific, it's actually cooler in the bottom, which means it's in the East Pacific, it's creating a bottom-heavy lapse rate and suppressing the downdrafts. So the combination of that is suppressing the Walker circulation overall.
We have any other question? I have a quick question to ask you. Is this zip process, you say, is going to reduce the ECS by 0.5 to 0.7 degrees C using CESM and non-ESM. Actually, these two models share the same unfairing model, right? If you use other model, do you have the same effect on ECS?
That is a very good question. So it does involve. So including these zip processes are a little bit complicated. So it's not quite like straightforward to just directly include it in each model, but that is something we would like to study in the future as well. The effects of SIP on basically all different climate models.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next talk. Now it's Margaret Duffy.
Okay, hi. Okay, so the title of this talk is Does the High ECS and CESM2 Influence its 21st Century Projections? And I'll go over why I have high in quotes. But this is work that I did with collaborators right here at NCAR. Okay, so just we've been talking about ECS a little bit here. I also want to remind folks of another measure of climate sensitivity, the TCR. So the ECS, of course, is the equilibrium climate sensitivity. That's the change in global mean surface temperature per doubling of CO2 once the climate system has equilibrated. And this is typically measured using abrupt, either doubling or quadrupling of CO2 experiments. This is a more idealized metric. It's also very popular, as we've seen. It's come up several times now in this session. And then there's also this transient climate response, which is a little bit more relevant to 21st century climate. It's the change in the global mean surface temperature when the CO2 has doubled in experiments where the CO2 is increased by 1% per year. So that takes something like 60 or 70 years when your baseline is pre-industrial. And this is a more constrained quantity than ECS and a little bit more relevant to our actual 21st century climate, because we're not abruptly increasing the CO2, we're increasing it gradually. Okay, so I think in order to really understand this talk, we need to think about what a reasonable ECS value actually is. And of course, we don't know. It's something that we're, is external, that we're diagnosing from the models. But we have kind of our most comprehensive estimate to date, in my opinion, from this report in 2020 from Sherwood and co-authors. And in that report, they use multiple lines of evidence to try to they combined them using a statistical framework and came up with this PDF of what the climate sensitivity might be. So this is a probability distribution. We can see it's kind of centered around about 3K of warming. So that's 3K global mean surface temperature increase per doubling of CO2. And the lines of evidence that they include in this estimate are from theory, from the historical observations, and then also the paleoclimate record. But global climate models are not explicitly included in this estimate of the ECS. And of course, this is the CESM meeting, so we want to know what climate models have to say about ECS. This is, I'm sure folks have seen this, but the ECS in the CMIP5 models is the blue dots, the ECS in the newer CMIP6 models is the orange dots, and we can see that the spread in the ECS went up from the older generation to the newer generation, which is kind of contrary to what you might think would happen as you improve the models. You would think maybe they would converge. And so this obviously, a couple years ago when this came out, rattled people. And I've added to this figure what the CESM family of models is doing. So CCSM4 had an ECS of about 3K. CESM1, slightly newer than CCSM4, had an ECS of something like 4K, and CESM2 has an ECS of a little over 5K, which we're at the precipice of seeing what CESM3 will be, but according to this trend, it would be pretty scary if this continued. So hopefully that won't be the case. The rumors that I've heard are that it's not the case, that it won't be super high in CESM3, but time will tell. So let's compare now what we're seeing in the global climate models to what we saw from this kind of Sherwood report best estimate. And so, the CESM2 value of 5 is kind of over here in the tail of the distribution. It's not ruled out by the Sherwood report, but it's also, it's in the tail of the distribution. So that's why I had high in quotes in the title. It's kind of higher than other models, higher than the kind of central estimate, but not ruled out. In my opinion. Okay, so what does the paleoclimate evidence say? In 2022, Zhang Zhu did something, and co-authors did something very smart, in my opinion, which is that they tested CESM2's temperature response against LGM cooling. And so some folks have probably seen this figure. CESM2 is way over here. This kind of gray, I don't know, is this showing up on the screen? Yeah, the gray shaded region is an estimate from paleoclimate evidence of LGM cooling. And we can see, and then so the ECS now is on the y-axis and the LGM cooling is on the x-axis. And we can see, okay, CESM2 is having more LGM cooling, kind of a stronger response to cooling in the LGM than what's suggested by the paleoclimate proxies. And so they came up with a new version of CESM2, which is more consistent with what the paleoclimate evidence suggests. And when they do that, they get an ECS of more like 4K, closer to what we had in CESM1. So this obviously received quite a bit of attention because it's a pretty provocative result and suggests that CESM2 has too high of a climate sensitivity, which the other evidence also points to. But I just want to highlight that in this same paper, they also look at like how the mean state clouds are represented by CESM2 and by this paleo-calibrated version of CESM2. And it's kind of a wash. There's not like unanimous improvement in the mean state clouds when you look when they make this change from to be more consistent with the paleo climate evidence. So just want to kind of have that caveat, because if you looked only at this slide in isolation, you would think, okay, CESM2 is wrong, paleo caliber is right. But of course, the story is always more nuanced than that. Okay, but this kind of brings me to the main point of the talk here, which is that, you know, I introduced this by talking about the difference between ECS and TCR, and ECS has received a lot of attention, but let's talk about this transient climate response for a moment. So here is a figure with the transient climate response on the x-axis and the ECS on the y-axis, and we can see the gray dots are the various CMIP models. There is a correlation between these two quantities across the CMIP models, but the colorful dots are various configurations of CESM, and that kind of correlation kind of breaks down in the CESM family of models. So just as a reminder, so CESM1 is down here in purple. CESM2 are these two dots. These are different resolutions of CESM2, and then the paleo-calibrated version is this green dot. And we can see that the ECS has changed quite a bit with these different configurations of CESM, but the transient climate response has stayed basically the same, right around 2K. And we can see as we went from CESM1 in purple to CESM2, let's be consistent with our resolution in pink, the ECS got way higher, but the TCR actually went down slightly. And then when they did the paleo caliber modifications, now looking at the blue dot because the paleo caliber is in the 2 degree, and going down to the paleo caliber estimate, the ECS went down, but the TCR didn't change. So you know, this is, I think, kind of a glossed over result, and I just want to kind of stand up here and wave my arms up about the fact that this metric, which is more relevant to 21st century climate, is not affected by this very hot and important debate about what's happening with ECS. Okay. Actually, let me back up and just make one more point about this, right? Because we've seen, okay, you know, a lot of people are using, we've seen a lot of talks this week where people are using CESM for various applications to study various things about our current climate, about the 21st century climate. And so, I think an implication of this is that, you know, if you're worried about this kind of debate about ECS, whether it's too high, that debate is not relevant to your projections of the current climate or the 21st century climate. I mean, we can look at that point another way, which is just by plotting the global mean surface temperature. So the panel B here is what we've been looking at. That's the figure we've seen already, and then panels A, C, and D are global mean surface temperature with various configurations of CESM in the colorful lines, and then the gray lines are the CMIP6 models. When we look at this, we can see, okay, so A is the 21st century climate under one of the SSP scenarios, I think 373. And we can see there's very little difference in the global mean surface temperature across these various configurations of CESM2 in the 21st century climate. And that difference is much smaller than the spread across the CMIP models in gray. Panel C is similar, except for now we're looking at the 1% per year increase in CO2 experiment. And it's the same basic idea here where the various configurations of CESM in the bright colors are very close together, much closer together than the CMIP6 spread and the gray lines in general. But then it's only when we look at these abrupt 4 times CO2 experiments in panel D here, that the colorful lines, our various configurations of CESM, start to diverge. And they start to diverge not right away, not at the beginning of the simulation, but more like after 4 or 5K of warming. I'm looking at panel D here. And so this is kind of a restatement of the fact that the ECS is very different across these configurations, but the transient climate response is about the same. Okay, and we can, you know, we might be interested in more than just the global mean surface temperature, right? So just to give kind of a sampling here, we have the spatial pattern of the surface temperature in this top row, and then this precipitation in this bottom row. The maps on the right are showing the difference between the paleo-calibrated version of CESM2 and the original version of CESM2, and we can contextualize these changes by looking at how the magnitude of these changes compares to the magnitude internal variability using lens, and that's what's shown in this middle column. So the orange or kind of pink spread here in the middle column, that's the spread in lens. And then the gray is the spread across the CMIP models. And then the difference between these two configurations of CESM2 are the black lines. And so we can see that for both the global mean surface temperature and the precipitation, these differences in the configuration are kind of comparable to internal variability. And this is using simulations of the 21st century. So continuing to make that point that for the 21st century climate, these differences in configuration, which affect the ECS, aren't probably moving the needle too much on the representation of 21st century climate, at least not compared to, say, the spread across the CMIP models. So, just to kind of reassure folks who are using CESM for their studies, if you're looking at things kind of under about 4 or 5 K of warming, the difference across configurations is generally pretty small. But that's not the case when you're starting to look at more extreme climates and warming around 4 or 5 K. For example. And just to briefly talk about why this might be, we looked at the radiative feedbacks in these different configurations of the model. So again, the different colors for the different configurations of CESM, and the solid lines are the total feedback. And so on the right, that's for the abrupt 4 times CO2 experiment, and then on the left, it's for the 1% CO2 experiment. And we can see that we start to get kind of, take some time for the feedback parameter to diverge across these simulations, which is probably playing a role in why the global mean surface temperature then takes time to diverge across these different configurations. So this has been a pretty simple talk, but kind of easy to digest, I hope. But there's big differences in ECS across the CESM configurations, but not so much in the transient climate response. And these paleo-caliber modifications, which was a great idea to look at paleoclimate evidence, suggested that the ECS was too high, and that's potentially true, but regardless of where you stand in that debate, the 21st century climate isn't super different across these configurations. So hopefully that's reassuring to folks who are using CESM, and we'll see what CESM3 brings.
I have a quick question. Is now you analyze the CESM2 and CESM1 series of models. You see this like a different climate sensitivity does not affect the transient response. How about the other models? Do they have a similar result?
No, so this is kind of unique to the CESM family of models, this kind of lack of relationship between the TCR and the ECS. And we can see that on this figure, this figure with the TCR on the x-axis and the ECS on the y-axis, and then the CMIP models are the gray dots. In general, there's a pretty close correlation between the TCR and the ECS across models, but that kind of breaks down in the CMIP models, and that may be in part due to the large pattern effect in the CESM family of models, and there are probably other causes of that too. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. All right. Last talk will begin by Betty.
Okay, so just before lunch, thanks for staying. I wanted to kind of brief you on an initiative called TIPMIP What If, which is part of the WCRP's Safe Landing Climates Lighthouse activity. And it's a model intercomparison study that seeks to identify plausible storylines for extreme future outcomes. So it has happened, and then assess the high impact risks risks and responses at regional and seasonal scales. So it's part of the Tipping Point Model Intercomparison Project, or otherwise known as TIPMIP, which is a community MIP, and it includes many different domains here, some just looking at individual components like ice sheets or ocean, biosphere, or permafrost, but one called TIPMIP ESM, which is looking at coupled Earth system models, and then a couple cross-cutting ones like TIPMIP What If. So kind of the motivation for doing this is not, maybe I'll go back, motivation for doing this is not all the Earth system models that are available include all the processes or interactions that might be important. For example, vegetation changes. Some models still, in fact, CSM3 initially will have prescribed vegetation and rather than dynamic vegetation. So in this initiative, we're concentrating on designing and implementing some common Earth system model experimental protocols to be run by multiple models. And we're at least initially considering changes that are already occurring and are policy relevant, next 50 to maybe 200 years might have impacts. And so the ones we've started out with at least are looking at vegetation responses. In the tropics, how does this thing work? Point like this. In the tropics, we have the Amazon forests, and then Africa, and then over Southeast Asia. We also had the boreal forests that we see changes already occurring in these forest domains. For example, boreal forests are already expanding northward and are greening. And we see drought occurring, particular and dieback in the Amazon rainforest. So what we've chosen to do is adopt this TIPMIP ESM protocol, and it's actually an idealized protocol with emission-driven simulations. So kind of as a corollary to the flat 10, this one instead looks at starting from pre-industrial, keeping all the boundary conditions at pre-industrial, and asking each model to ramp up their model by emissions to 0.2 of a degree Celsius per decade. So in our case, for CSM 2.1.5, which is a 1 degree, and an emission-driven, we added 10 gigatons per year. And doing so, we reach, I'm not very good at this one, we reach 2 degrees global warming level at about 116 years. We were trying for 100 years, but close. And then we can keep ramping up to 4 degrees Celsius global warming level. And then the emissions are zeroed out. I think we heard from Charlie Coven, called the Zero Emission Commitment. And the runs are extended with no emissions. And then there are some ramp down experiments. For our experiments, just concentrate on this 2 degree global warming level here, where we've run all the experiments. We're not looking at the ramp down. And on the right is just the carbon dioxide levels. So in our TIPMIP What If experiments, they're all run at the ZEC 2K or 2C experiments. We initialize them at 50 years after that zero emission, partly because you see initially, as you zero out emissions, atmospheric CO2 declines rapidly. We then run the model with these imposed changes in vegetation for 50 years, and then we hold them constant at the change vegetation for about another 150 years. So basically, the way the vegetation shifts are designed, I've already said the first 2 points, just basically repeating. We start these ZEC runs at 50 years into the ZEC 2K. We evolve the vegetation over 50 years, and then we extend it 150 years. And we're basically using this figure on the right that looks at average annual precipitation here on the vertical axis and average annual temperature on the right, Whitaker climate biomes, And what we are showing here is the mapping into CLM trees. So the green and blue are kind of 100% trees, and the orange and yellow are closer to 0%. So as the model gets drier a model, then you're more likely to have less trees, and also temperature is shown. So we kind of map these relations onto our PI vegetation and look at annual precipitation and temperature, and then prescribe vegetation for warmer and drier or wetter climates with some additional climate feedbacks. So just to show you for the tropical droughts here, the questions we're asking of what would be the impacts of tropical forest vegetation of prolonged droughts in a warmer world. And because we're doing emission-driven, we can also look at the impacts of on the carbon cycle and climate. So shown here on the right is on the top left here. Top left here is the pre-industrial trees. You can see the changes in tree percentage, a decline, though with some regional variation of trees for the Amazon rainforest, the African Congo, and Southeast Asia. We run these models, regions either separately or together, and the trees are replaced, so it becomes more savanna-like with grass changes after 50 years. And then we hold the drought percentage trees at a constant for another 150 years. We also have the boreal expansion experiment, and in questions what would be the impacts of the boreal forests extending poleward into the tundra in a warmer world, and again, impacts on the carbon climate cycle. So in this case, here's the pre-industrial tree percentage. The boreal forests, these blue areas here, show the expansion of the trees up to 50 or even 100% into northern Canada and northern Eurasia. We also see that shrubs here expand, especially into the Canadian archipelago. And at the same time, we see a reduction in shrubs along the southern edge there, and also of the grasses there. So then just some results. First, looking at atmospheric CO2. So if we look here at the pre-industrial, CO2 is 287.8. We ramp it up here and it gets at 2 degrees global warming at about 530, and then it decreases after we zero out the emissions, but we still have carbon outgassing from the ocean there. And you can see in the ZEC run here, if we look at total ecosystem carbon, it's actually increased. If we look at the tropical forest experiments, now we see that when we transition from trees to more savanna and grasses, we actually increase the CO2 in the Amazon forest experiments by about 65 parts per million, also in the other two regions, though not as dramatically. The boreal forest, on the other hand, there's uptake of CO2, so we have a modest decrease of the atmospheric CO2. And just looking at the figures again at the right, we can see that, like I said, we have an increase in the total ecosystem carbon in our ZEC2 as compared to the PI. If we look at this middle figure here, we see the boreal expansion. We have an additional ecosystem carbon there, which explains the decrease in atmospheric CO2. Why in all the tropical forest experiments, we actually have a decrease in the total ecosystem, particularly in this Amazon rainforest, but also the other two regions. So just looking at the response of global mean surface temperature, on the top right here is the change in temperature at the ZEC2 degree minus the PI. You can see what you might expect, the polar amplification in both hemispheres. The ZEC is, by the time we run this experiment out to year 350, is now higher, 2.44 Celsius. If we look at the other experiments, we can see warming everywhere, within all of them some indication of kind of this Arctic amplification of surface temperature. But looking more closely, if we look at first on the top, the boreal forest expansion, if we compare the warming as compared to the ZEC 2 degree, we see here the strong warming here in northeast Canada, also in Siberia, up to 5 or 6 degrees warming. The Arctic warms by 2 to 3 degrees warming, and globally, this experiment is warmer than the ZEC 2 degrees by about 0.2 or degrees Celsius. Amazon rainforest is on the bottom, and again, very interesting. We see this polar amplification here, especially in the Arctic, of several degrees. The main response, of course, is in the Amazon, where now we have warming transitioning from trees to more grasses and savanna of up to 5 degrees Celsius. And globally, it increases the temperature over the pure ZEC degree run by another 0.6 to 0.7 degrees Celsius. And just finally then looking at precipitation, now the responses are much more muted. We do see in the ZEC experiment here this shift of the ITCC southward as compared to pre-industrial, but all the other experiments are much more muted in their response. You can kind of see this also if you look here on the left. All the experiments kind of follow that same precipitation line as the ZEC 2 degree. The only kind of minor exception and interesting, though, is just looking at the Amazon drought experiment as compared to the ZEC 2 degree. Now we have drying here in the Amazon of about 700 millimeters per year, and we get this wetter conditions kind of extending across the tropical Pacific into the western warm pool, so increases in precipitation. Still need to look at why, though you could kind of think about things like the Walker circulation there. So just in the summary, we've tested these vegetation protocols with the emission-driven version of CSM 2.1.5. In fact, if you want an emission-driven version, this is a really interesting version of the model you can look at. In terms of the climate responses, we see global warming with polar amplification in all the experiments, with the surface temperatures increases largest where we have the vegetation changes. Precipitation response is more muted, though there is a large response over the Amazon. In terms of the carbon cycle responses, we see atmospheric CO2 increase due to the tropical forest diebacks, with the total ecosystem changes being negative, but decreased from the boreal forest expansion. And just, I guess what I just said, the tropical forests lose carbon while the boreal forests gain carbon. So what are our next steps? We want to analyze these interactions, in particular looking more on the interactions of the land, atmosphere, ocean, and the sea ice. And we're just going to, in the next few weeks, start to engage multiple models to discuss our protocols and any changes, and then run these protocols. To be carbon friendly, we didn't ask models to run an ensemble. So their total commitment, if they already have the TIP ESM simulations, is only about 250 years. So we really need a multi-model to kind of look on uncertainties in the responses. So, thank you.
Do you have any questions, Betty?
Thank you for this is a very interesting assessment experiment. So in your Amazon drying experiment, I think we also see Atlantic warming hole in that plot. Do you have any insight of why we're seeing that?
Basically, I think the drying, or the North Atlantic cooling hole, is the same as in the ZEC2K. So we don't see much decrease in the AMOC in the tropical forests. We do see, and they start to recover pretty quickly. We want to look at that better. The boreal forest experiment, on the other hand, the AMOC decreases from about 22, 23 spheredopes at PI to about 10 in the ZEC, and the boreal forest keeps it at 10. And it has to probably have to do with sea ice and that, but we don't have all the plots yet to really understand that. But yeah, we do want to look at the AMOC response.
Do you have any other question? No? Okay. Thank you. Let's thank all the speakers again, and this is the end of the session, and hopefully we'll see you in the winter meeting or next summer meeting. Okay.
Did anyone forget their cell phone?
Can you hear me? Hello, Kevin. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Can you go ahead and share your screen for me?
Yep. Does that work? Do I got to swap display?
Yeah, can you swap displays, please?
How about now? Is that good?
All right. Thank you.
All right, welcome to the high resolution session. I'm Brian Medeiros, and this is Ben Barr. We're going to be moderating. We have a packed schedule. We originally tried to build in some time for discussion at the end. There will be none. We're going to struggle to even finish on time, and so we're going to be waving at people with about 9 minutes left in each talk to try to wrap up. So we have a little bit of time for questions. With that, we're going to start with Kevin Reed introducing high-res MIP.
All right. Thank you all. I apologize for not being able to be there in person. I had a last-minute change in my schedule, but I'm thankful to the organizers to still allow me to present here virtually. What I was hoping to do in the next 9 minutes is just provide a kind of a high-level overview of the CMIP7 high-res MIP intercomparison, to talk a little bit about some of the goals and objectives and simulations, and kind of leave the question to you all as part of the CESM community to kind of think about if there's anything that we as a CESM community should be doing to participate. So I just want to acknowledge that the CMIP7 high-res MIP is led by Malcolm Roberts as well as Jing Bao and myself. So just for those of you that maybe don't know, the first high-res MIP was in CMIP6. It was the first kind of large-scale multi-model comparison about the role of resolution in global climate simulation. It was really focused on understanding the impact of just changing resolution and resolution alone. And so it was meant to take your kind of CMIP low resolution or conventional deck experiment and just increase the resolution to explore that area. There were 17 modeling groups that participated in using 40 different models across CMIP6. There's been over 250, actually approaching 300 now, journal articles related to this type of stuff. And most of the high resolution models related to high res MIP in part of CMIP6 was focused on kind of 25 kilometer grid spacing for the atmosphere ocean. And I won't be able to go into this in detail, but this is, of course, a slide that Malcolm Roberts has put together, which is just to show that, you know, a lot of the early focuses of high-res MIP, and this continues into the CMIP7 high-res MIP, is thinking about the processes that are at play at higher resolution. So particularly as it relates to things like air-sea coupling, the role of ocean eddies in large-scale circulation, trying to better represent maybe processes or feedbacks related to large-scale overturning circulations like AMOC, to start to look at assessing impacts and uncertainty. So as you go to high resolution, you're able to resolve aspects of the climate system that might be more important for understanding impacts, and running additional simulations to provide some understanding around uncertainty, and how it relates to kind of a coupled processes. And then, of course, as we heard actually a little bit about even in Dave's talk yesterday, kind of the overview for CESM3, focused on kind of extremes. One of the obvious things that really improves as you go to high resolution, even at 25 kilometers as your high resolution, and I think we've seen this as well in some of the MESA CLIP simulations, is that extremes like tropical cyclones, marine heat waves, even fronts in extratropical cyclones are actually able to be better resolved. Even if they're not fully resolved, they're at least permitted in these higher resolution models. And so CMIP7's high-res MIP is really focused around, again, overarching questions that connect to the CMIP7 fundamental research questions. So, of course, understanding extreme weather patterns and how they'll evolve, understanding the role of tropical ocean SSTs, and how those co-evolve with those at higher latitudes. So those are CMIP7-oriented questions, but kind of taking those a little step further, high-res MIP simulations are meant to kind of explore if they can better quantify and perhaps reduce some structural uncertainties within CMIP7. And this is a big difference. You could say, Kevin, isn't that partially what the CMIP6 version of high-res MIP was meant to do? But actually, I want to reiterate that CMIP6 high-res MIP was only meant to change the resolution. So no additional tuning of the model at the high resolution. As part of high-res MIP and CMIP7, the goal is that the modeling groups will bring whatever they consider is their high-res model. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the direct, a sibling, high-resolution sibling, for example, of their CMIP7 deck experiment. And so in this case, the thought is that this could help really shed light on some of the structural uncertainties as well as biases that exist in the kind of conventional models. Kind of similar to previous efforts, will be focused on looking at what resolution-dependent processes are missing from those CMIP models and how could this maybe explain differences in climate change trends or future projections in the coming decades using the high-res MIP. And can we actually combine high-res MIP with CMIP as well as other types of intercomparisons, including things like the kilometer scale modeling and diamond runs, as an example, to better help inform robust plans for future adaptation and climate risk planning. And so all of this, I'm going to go through my next slides relatively quickly just to kind of provide a flavor, but all of this is actually documented in a GMD paper from early last year in 2025 that really outlined the protocols for high-res MIP, what we called 2 at the time, but really the CMIP7 high-res MIP protocols. So just to cut up on a couple more things. So the high-res MIP and CMIP7 is really an evolution over CMIP6. The idea is that the hope is that there'll be more coupled models, which better represent ocean mesoscale processes such as boundary currents and eddies. As well, and so we know for sure that a couple of the groups have participated in the EU ERIE project, so they are actually focused on coupled simulations at 10-kilometer grid spacing or higher. The hope is that the models will push towards even higher resolution in the atmosphere components, so pushing towards 10 kilometers if possible, but really anything which is considered your high resolution if possible. But the idea is that this will, while tropical cyclones are permitted at 25 kilometers, as an example, at 10 kilometers, their intensities might be better resolved. We're proposing a 1-year experiment that can help bridge between kilometer scale efforts as well as the high-res models. So kind of using a year that's typically used for the kind of diamond evolution, so diamond 1, 2, and 3. And you can actually simulate that exact year using the kind of similar protocols with diamond to connect between the CMIP, the high-res MIP, and then the kilometer scale efforts. And there's also opportunities to focus on a little bit more idealized simulations as it relates to kind of future idealized warming patterns to kind of explore that space a little bit more than high-res MIP in CMIP6. So a couple things to finish up. The idea is that there's no reduced compromises compared to the previous version of high-res MIP, so no requirement to run a low-resolution counterpart, though it would still be useful. The focus on extending the coupled simulations to 2100. This is something we heard from the community through a series of surveys, and that we won't be doing any future AMIP SST sea ice forcing setups, which will reduce a lot of confusion we saw with high-res MIP, the previous version. And so really focusing on increased flexibility. Previous version tried to come up with a protocol for aerosol forcing. This will be now left to the models to do what's best and what they prefer for their high-res component. No request to tune low and high-resolution similarly, so it'll be up to the groups to tune the models as they prefer. And we'll be making use of a daily SST sea ice boundary forcing for AMIP simulations from ESA. So I could go into detail around the simulations, but these are all in the paper, so I'll just mention that similar to some other MIPs, really this is a build your own MIP. The only requirement is that for inclusion in high-res MIP, a modeling center or modeling group needs to perform one of two simulations. They need to either perform a high-res SST, so an AMIP style simulation from 1980 to 2021 using the high-res MIP protocols, or to do a combination of a 1950 spin up with a control run starting in 1950 for a coupled simulation. And that these are essentially the entry cards to high-res MIP, and then there is a series of other tiered simulations that are out there for modeling groups to decide. So as I finish up, I'll just say there's a number of groups that have already committed. You'll mention that there has been some discussion of CESM participating, and so that's kind of evolving and something that I hope that this talk will help people think about during the coffee break and the social this evening. And then I'll just finish with saying that that we have an opportunity here, I think, as a CSM community to see if there's an interest in participating, and I'm happy to help guide those discussions with colleagues at NCAR and with colleagues at universities that are focused on high-res MIP or high-resolution simulations to do something that runs a series of simulations that would be useful to the broader community and maybe an evolution of Mesa Clip. And so feel free to email me, kevin.reed@stonybrook.edu, and thank you for the time today.
Thanks, Kevin. We can take one quick question while Danielle gets ready. I'll ask one quick question then. You mentioned that you don't have to tune the model similarly in the high-res and low-res, but are you expecting the same generation of model, or do you expect some modeling centers to go with their older generation model?
Yeah, completely up to the modeling center. We've heard from some that they will probably go with a slightly older version of the model, one that they have been able to spend more time understanding high resolution processes and in tuning. And so it's completely up to the modeling center to put forward what their version of their high-res model is.
Great, thank you. Our next talk is another high-level overview talk, this one of a workshop, I think, on some kind of geoengineering.
Yeah, solar climate intervention.
Danielle Tuma, thank you very much.
Yeah, so this is a high-level talk. I'll let the slides come up, but oh, there we go. So yeah, we had a small workshop at UT Austin about solar climate intervention and impacts on extremes, so a very focused workshop. Okay. I guess I can continue talking. And we had, there we go. Yeah, so the focus was how does solar climate intervention impact extreme climate events? And kind of we had a lot of discussion time, and so we came up with some conclusions or some takeaways of what is really needed to really understand the impact of solar climate intervention on extremes. So we had about 24 participants from across the US, many from NCAR, and many that are this workshop, at the UT Institute for Geophysics, which is where I sit, at UT Austin. And I want to quickly thank my co-organizers, Dr. Geeta Prasad, and my postdoc, Dr. Lexi Zhang at UT Austin. So we had quite a a wide range of sessions, all the way from research governance of solar climate intervention, as well as the modeling and data landscape that Daniela Visioni gave a really nice talk on. And then also SCI impacts on large-scale climate unpredictability, as well as SCI impacts on extremes, and high-res and convection permitting SCI simulations. And in this workshop, we mostly focus on SAI and MCB, which is stratospheric aerosol injection and marine cloud brightening, since they're really the two main most studied and most technologically feasible methods of solar climate intervention. And today I'll just focus on our discussions of SCI impacts on extremes and high-res and convection permitting SCI simulations. So we had multiple talks, impacts on extremes, all the way from warm spells to atmospheric rivers to wildfire risk, hydroclimate whiplash or volatility, and also global extremes, a really nice overview talk by Mari. And in all of these studies and all of these talks, two to three more data sets were mainly used. These are the ARISE SAI that's here, run under CESM2, as well as the UK ESM1, and GLENS, which is our SAI simulations run in the previous generation of CESM. Oh, sorry, yeah. And what we found mostly is that most of these studies found regional discrepancies in both the benefits and risks of SCI on extremes. And as I said, all of these studies implemented coarse resolution simulations, so about 1 degree nominally. So what are we missing from using coarse resolution models to understand SAI? One of the main things that we took away is that the tropics generally see high uncertainty and as well as high risks under SAI. So this is looking at hydroclimate whiplash under SAI in the future. And you can see places in red is where, oh, there we go. Places in red is where we have increasing hydroclimate whiplash. And you can also see some hatching where it shows uncertain responses to SAI. So this is using a 10-member ensemble. And this is also seen in other studies, also using ARISE SAI, especially over Africa. You can see some areas where consecutive dry days are expected to increase under SAI, and some places where we're going to see some maybe more extreme wet events under SAI. So this led us to wanting to understand, how do we overcome these uncertainties and understand more about these risks? So we had a really nice talk. It's work in prep, so I did not showing anything here, but insights from variable resolution SAI simulations by Kwesi, who's at NCAR. And we also had a talk from Kelly Nunez Ocasio, and she described a proposal that me and her submitted where we want to use MPAS-A for pseudo SAI simulations for the 2020 Atlantic hurricane season. So as you can see, there's much fewer studies who use high resolution or variable resolution model simulations. Only a few have recently come online. However, when we do have these high-res simulations, they usually suffer from fewer ensemble members because of the high computational costs. But they can, at the end of the day, provide more policy-relevant information. So I'll quickly go over this proposed research to tell you how me and Kelly decided we should move forward. So we decided to submit a proposal where we do pseudo SAI simulations. So these are like pseudo global warming simulations, but using SAI conditions. So we are planning to run these simulations for the 2020 Atlantic hurricane season, which was record-breaking. And these seasons are really characterized by spatiotemporally compounding rainfall extremes. And it really exemplifies the type of high-impact events that SAI has been proposed to mitigate. So we want to use this regional configuration of MPAS-A that Kelly has developed over the last few years. It's a regional version of MPAS-A, and we're going to be feeding it both pseudo-global warming and pseudo-SAI conditions into the future. And we are very grateful for Lantao San at CSU, who already did this sort of approach for WRF, and he was very helpful in helping us understand how to implement SAI aerosols in MPAS. So we are really excited about this work. We hope that it gets accepted, funded, but let me know if you have any ideas or thoughts about this, because it's still very early on in our process. So what else is needed in the future for SCI? We definitely want to see more variable and high-resolution simulations as part of the broader SCI modeling landscape. Convection permitting simulations are essential to understand impacts on precipitation extremes, especially in the tropics, where we see all this uncertainty. We want to see maybe more statistical or dynamical downscaling of existing SCI simulations so that we can take advantage of the multi-model medium-sized ensembles that can tell us a little bit more about internal variability. And lastly, we talked a little bit about how can AI-enabled models help us. Can they help us come up with ways to have more ensemble members at higher resolution? So that's about it. Thank you for listening. We're hoping to host a second workshop in the fall 2027. And you can find more information about the workshop on my website. That's over there. So thank you very much.
Any questions?
I have a question. Thank you for the talk. So it seems like in MPAS you are applying the aerosol, the SAI by changing the optical depth of in the microphysics scheme.
Yeah, it's mostly in the stratosphere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there uncertainty in that physical process being correctly represented in that way, or is that considered like a pretty robust way to handle the SAI?
Yeah, I mean, it's still a very novel idea, and as I said, Lantao did it in WRF, and this is the first time that we know of that it would be implemented in MPAS. So we're not 100% sure whether it's what kind of uncertainties will come out by doing it in that way, but it seemed like the way, I'm not the MPAS expert, Kelly is, but it seems like the way that MPAS is configured, that's maybe the best way to do it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on to Gokhan, who's going to introduce the Mesa Clip project.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully people are awake after a great big lunch. Okay. Oh, this is the wrong one. This is yesterday's. Oh, they transferred the wrong file then. Yeah, because this is the one that I presented yesterday. It should have been on the other side, which was on the other side.
We can switch while
we can switch then. Okay.
Should we go to the next? Yeah, let's go to.
In fact, it should be there. I put it.
Let's go ahead, just for time, let's go ahead and go to Betty first, who's going to be talking about a Mesa Clip-like configuration. Sorry, I read it wrong. Alice and Betty will now fight over who gets to go first.
All right. So thanks for coming to hear this talk about how we're using Mesa Clip to understand some community relevant changes in the Bering Strait region of Alaska. All right, so as everyone probably knows, there's rapid environmental change that's going on in the Arctic, and this can threaten some Alaskan communities. And as part of this Rising Voices Changing Coastline project, we've been partnering with different communities to address some of the needs that they have or big questions that they have that affect the ways that they conduct their lives. So today I'm going to talk about 3 communities in particular, Utqiagvik, which is the northernmost town in the US, Shishmaref, and Kipnuk, which are all shown in blue here. We're partnering with Shishmaref, and then those 3 other villages in red are also villages that we're partnering with. So I'm going to give you 3 examples of how we're using MesaClip for some sort of, for some analysis. So I'll talk about in Utqiagvik using MesaClip to understand how ice is changing and affecting whaling, which is part of the way that they get enough food. I'll give you some examples from Shishmaref about how we're using MesaClip to look at erosion, and then an example from Kipnuk, which last fall flooded, and actually everyone from the community was evacuated to Anchorage, and so there aren't really people living there anymore. All right, so the first thing, using MesaClip to understand traditional hunting practices. People in Utqiagvik have been whaling sustainably for thousands of years, and it's a really important way that they get enough food for the community. So this top picture is somebody standing on the sea ice in the spring, which is one of their whaling seasons, looking for whales that they're going to go hunt. And the community is a subsistence community. Most of these communities are subsistence-based, and so they actually go out and hunt and fish all sorts of different sorts of animals, and that's very important for having enough food for the community. And so one of the things we wanted to look at is how changing ice in the spring affects the safety of whaling activities. And so what you're seeing here on the top is the standard CESM grid, the ice ocean grid. And so that red dot shows the grid point nearest to Utqiagvik, which is the blue star. And then the bottom map is showing you the MesaClip grid. And I don't know if you can see in colors, but we actually have a number of dots shaded here where the red dot is the one closest to Utqiagvik. And then there's a smaller box that's yellow, and then or orange, and then a bigger box that's yellow. So we're able to look at what happens if we average over these different sizes to kind of see if we have a comparable size to a normal CESM grid, what happens with the sea ice. And so one of the things that we did as part of this study is I analyzed CESM, a bunch of the different types of ensembles, and then MesaClip averaged over that similar resolution box. And what you're seeing here is how the days in the spring with sea ice thickness below 2 meters change with regards to the annual mean temperature in Utqiagvik. And the reason we're using 2 meters, there's not necessarily one hard and fast thickness that they can use to whale on, but if you get ice that's below 2 meters thick roughly, then when they pull a whale out onto the ice to harvest it, it's too heavy, it breaks the ice, and it can cause a lot of safety challenges. And they've actually had this happen a number of times in the past decade or so. So the important takeaway here is that all of these simulations, different model versions, different forcing, fall kind of along a similar trajectory where at least between about -12 and -2 degrees, it's kind of linear as you increase the frequency of these unsafe days. And the MesaClip averaged over the same resolution follows a very similar trend. But when we start looking at MesaClip now here with the big box, which is purple, that smaller box, which is blue, and then the single point closest to Utqiagvik, which is the green, you can see that the rate of change of these unsafe days actually is very different depending on resolution. And so if we look just at the point nearest to Utqiagvik, it's actually a much slower rate, or significantly slower rate, where you only get 5% chance of days per degree Celsius warming, whereas with that bigger box average, it's 9% chance per degree of warming. And so when you're talking to a community about how their safe conditions for whaling or other hunting activities that they need to do might change, it might be really important to take into account the resolution of the model that you're using. All right, the second example I'm going to just explain here is erosion. So autumn storms in particular are really impactful for the communities because sea ice has not yet frozen, and that helps protect the communities because it really damps wave action. And so this diagram on the bottom left shows that basically when you have wind and wave forcing, as it makes contact on the shore, whether there's sea ice or not, can really impact how much erosion you get. And we're working with some erosion modelers to try to use CESM outputs estimate erosion rates. What I'm showing here is just a circulation pattern where you have onshore winds onto that blue dot. That's where Shishmaref is. And so if you have onshore winds, that can dramatically, that can lead to much larger waves and more erosion. And then on the farthest right, I'm just kind of showing this is what Shishmaref looks like when you actually look at a satellite image of it. And they have this lagoon behind the village. And in high resolution in Mesa Clip, we actually do kind of resolve this lagoon. Whereas if you looked at this in a normal CESM, it's just kind of a giant block and there's no lagoon. And so when the people care about, you know, our village, it can be helpful to be able to show them, like, yes, we're looking at things that you guys actually see. All right, so the takeaway from this is from Mesa Clip, when we look at these autumn storms in 1950 and 2050 here, so a century apart, I've kind of, you know, I've chosen onshore wind storms, but you don't see a big difference in the wind speeds that we're getting here. But when we look at what empirical estimate of the wave heights during these storms is, we can see that it's fairly different. So in this blue histogram, I'm showing that whenever there's sea ice present, you basically damp the waves, and so the waves are very close to zero. Whereas if you don't have sea ice present, you have a much larger wave field. And so with these red histogram bars, you can see that for 2050, there's a peak in this distribution that shifted to a bit higher waves, and then you have a number of more extreme events than you did in 1950. And so looking at erosion models, these sorts of extreme events are the ones that cause dramatic erosion. And then the last example that I wanted to share with you is just flooding related to X-typhoons. So this is a picture of Kipnuk last fall. And this happened in 2025, but there was also actually another storm in 2022 that impacted a lot of the Bering Strait as well. And both of these storms were X-typhoons that by the time they got to the Bering Strait, they were no longer tropical cyclones, but they were the remnants of those, or they underwent extratropical storm conversions. And so the people are like, this has never happened before. We have no oral history of this. How much is this going to change? And so this is very much work in progress, and I'm sorry, it's kind of blurry. But I've been working with Dan Fu to look at Mesa Clip and different storm tracks, and it's really important to use Mesa Clip because it actually can resolve tropical cyclone features. And so we're investigating how many of these tropical cyclones or tropical cyclones, not extra, but formerly tropical cyclones, make it up into the Bering Strait, and if this is changing in time. So this is very much in progress, but one of the things we're trying to do, and then you can also look at the waves associated with these events and stuff. So a few other notes as I conclude related to using high resolution in the polls. Mesa Clip is really allowing us to work with communities for innovative, actionable science that they want. These are the things that they want to know from us. They'd also love for us to help fix community floors and stuff like that, but I'm not good at helping with that. So hopefully we can provide some information about what risks will be to the communities. Some of them have already voted to move, but it's really, really hard logistically. It costs a lot of money to move the communities, and so being able to provide information about what likely risks are could influence them maybe getting funding to do so or speed up these efforts. One thing that I wanted to point out is having wave information, especially wave information that responds to sea ice, is really important for us to understand these extreme events because often during the storms, it's really the wave actions that are the most impactful. And we've spoken with these elders from these communities, and it's really the flooding that they talk about. And the wind direction can really matter, but having a fully developed wave field could be really helpful. And so I would at least like to pose ways that CESM3 high res, or maybe a way we could do Mesa Clip, could consider how to include waves maybe offline afterwards or something like that. And then the last thing I just want to point out is that there are fairly big biases in the polar sea ice in both hemispheres with Mesa Clip. And I think this has made it somewhat challenging for the polar community to start using these tools or figure out how to use them. And so as we develop CESM3 high res, I think talking about how to make sure that there's kind of a reasonable sea ice mean state would be really important to be able to have these impactful sorts of studies in the future. So I think that's it. Thank you for listening. I think I went a little long, so there may not be time for questions.
Maybe one question while we transition over to Gokhan.
Thanks, Alice. Regarding waves in CSM3, I talked to Dave Bailey, and I think he talked to Letty about using FSG, and seems like it was not designed for high, like at that resolution, the FSG kind of breaks its assumptions.
Yeah.
So it would be good to have some parameterizations that would be effective at that resolution, including waves and sea ice.
Yeah, so there probably needs to be some sea ice development. I also think as a stopgap, honestly, just running a wave model that at least can see that there is ice and have some attenuation would be fine, even if the ice is not necessarily responding to that, because like with these autumn storms, there isn't necessarily a lot of sea ice during them anyway, but being able to have a fully developed wave field to give projections would be useful, and then being able to use our model, like there are USGS folks who are doing high resolution flood modeling, and being able to provide our model as a good estimate of what could happen to them. Like they have asked us for that information because they're just downscaling CMIP and they're like, we're just using the best we can. So I think that's something that we could really provide valuable information to other communities that are doing more like on the ground impacts work. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Alice. We're going to transition to Gokhan now, who's going to elaborate on Mesa Clip.
In 8 minutes. I'm crossing my toes too, but you can't see them, luckily. Okay, this is right. Okay, good afternoon again. So this will be sort of an update and a few recent highlights from our high-resolution CESM simulations under the MESACLIP project. And this is a highly collaborative effort between NSF NCAR and Texas A&M University, and along with myself, Ping Cheng, Fred Castruccio, and Dan Fu are the primary leads of the project. So what is CSM-HR? It is based on a much earlier version of CESM, that is CSM 1.3. Our horizontal resolution is 1/10 of a degree in the ocean and sea ice components. It is 1/4 of a degree in the atmosphere and land. Our sort of first introductory paper to this project describing many elements of it was published back in 2020, and then you can access it in James. Many of us use the MESACLIP acronym, but many of us probably don't know what it stands for. It stands for Understanding the Role of Mesoscale Atmosphere-Ocean Interactions in Seasonal to Decadal Climate Prediction. It's funded by, primarily funded by NSF. Nowadays, essentially, it used to be you produced an acronym just based on the first letters of your words in the title, but now with the common technology, you can create any acronym that you want using any letters in a particular title. So MESACLIP is a nice one because MESA is the MESA lab that we are sitting in. That's why it was chosen primarily. And this is the QR code for our website. If you want to see all of our simulations, the project, all the published papers and ongoing work, you can take a look at our website, or you can just Google MESACLIP. So we think that we have an unprecedented or a large set of CSM high-resolution simulations. They are already, most of them are completed. In addition to a long pre-industrial control, 10 members of the historical, 10 members of RCP 8.5, 10 members of RCP 6. Currently, we are expanding 4.5 and 2.6 to 10 members each. We have various AMIP simulations. Our CSM's contribution, CSM2's contribution to high-res MIP, actually phase 1, was through this project. We are also expanding our decadal prediction simulations to include twice-a-year initialization, May and November, for each year from 1980 roughly to 2023. The simulations listed in green, dark green, are already available to the community. The light ones are partly available because they are already either continuing as we speak or we haven't actually looked at them carefully. This project roughly produced 6 to 7 petabytes of data, and that's roughly 1/3 of the CMIP6 archive, and we are serving roughly 2 petabytes of that thing, all those data sets to the community through NCAR GDEX archive. So in the interest of time, I'll just show you a couple of sort of highlights. We are focusing on primarily representation of processes in high-res and low-res, in particular how they differ between high-res and low-res. I should also mention that, as Alice showed already, MesaClip is not the solution for all of your bias curing. We have still tons of biases, but in general, we have many more improvements compared to low-res simulations in our high-res simulations. So I'll start with this is actually following partly from Clara's this morning's talk. And Clara is a co-author on this particular paper, just got submitted, and if you want a preprint of this, you can take a look at that QR code. This is the sea surface temperature linear trends in the Southern Ocean for the 1980 to 2022 period. This is from observations. You can see the cooling trend and sort of its extension into the tropical Eastern Pacific. Many of the low-res simulations, whether you look at the ensemble mean or individual, they don't necessarily capture that cooling trend. This happens to be a 45-member ensemble mean from CSM large ensemble. And this is high-res large ensemble, and you can start seeing hints of cooling in the ensemble mean in the Southern Ocean as well as the tropical Eastern Pacific. You may wonder why you need 10 ensemble members. Well, this is ensemble member 10. You can see how well it compares actually with the observational sea surface temperature trends during this period. But I just wanted to highlight that there is quite a bit of internal variability of the system, or in the system. The plots, scatter plots on the left side show in the top one for the Eastern Equatorial Pacific, and the bottom scatter plots are for the Southern Ocean. You can see the cooling trends. These are in degrees C per decade for high-res blue, low-res equivalent of high-res spectral element dynamical core in green, and then the purple is from our LENS large ensemble simulations. The observational estimates for each trend set is shown by the red line here. So in the interest of time, you can look at the Southern Ocean. At least 3 of the ensemble members show negative trends in that box region, and 2 of them actually do match the observational trend that we are seeing one of them is ensemble number 10. Without going into details, you can see a lot of analysis in that paper. You need the ozone forcing to get those cooling trends. However, how the ocean responds afterwards, we think that it's associated with representation of mesoscale eddies in particular. In the interest of time, I'm just showing the trends. These are also happening in the force simulations. The total, on the left is the low-res. On the right side, it's the high-res trends. The total trend, heat transport trend, these are meridional heat transport as a function of latitude for Southern Ocean latitudes. Total is the black. Resolved flow contribution is red, and then the parameterized GM parameterization is shown in blue. You can see that the GM is actually transporting heat southwards, which is dominating the total transport trend, meaning that we are continuously transporting more heat to the south, resulting in warmer temperatures and reduced sea ice extent in these simulations. In contrast, if you look at the high-res simulation, we are seeing actually minimal impact of the resolved eddies. The resolved Eulerian flow actually is also transporting heat northward, and the total is dominated by the Eulerian flow in this case. And the trend is equatorward, meaning that it's taking heat away from the Southern Ocean high latitudes. We think that this is actually the primary process, in addition to the ozone forcing that we need between the high-res and low-res differentiating the processes. In the interest of time, I'll show one more result quickly. Fred is actually leading this effort. Another thing that we are seeing is essentially different behavior of the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. These are from 4 times CO2 simulations showing the AMOC strength change as a percentage at 45 degrees north. Blue is low-res. Red line, the top one, is the high-res. You can see that low-res is pretty much collapsing. We have 90% of the original strength. In contrast, the high-res is recovering. We are only down by 20%. This is different than some of the high-res simulations. UK Met Office is seeing the opposite effect. So this is what we are seeing in our model. Another thing is that what we are seeing is, what these are showing is the PDF distributions of AMOC change as a function of warming. So that's again, AMOC strength changed on the y-axis, 45 degrees north as a percentage, and the global temperature change is in the x-axis. And these are, you can think of them as a PDF distributions plotted. And there's a line there, actually, regression line. The bottom line is that in high res is on the left side, low res in this case on the right side. What we are seeing is that low res is actually showing 50% larger change in AMOC per degree of warming. So this has quite important implications for AMOC tipping point and AMOC collapse. As you may be aware, AMOC may be collapsing at 3 o'clock this afternoon. There's a paper coming out every single day. So this is actually maybe putting some reasonable doubt on those studies. And we are trying to understand why this is happening. It's connected to the high latitude mixed air depths and water mass formation, but we don't have a clear answer at this point. I will skip the precipitation in the interest of time. So we have a large volume of high resolution simulation data sets available to the community. We think that those simulations offer substantial improvements in many aspects, such as more accurate depictions of the Southern Ocean sea surface temperature trends. And I skipped the sea surface extreme precipitation events. Again, they are tied, we think, that to better representation of mesoscale convective systems. Representation of processes, I think this is the key, seem to be quite different at high res than low res. We need to understand why that's happening. And we think that if you trust reanalysis products, we think that high-res is better representing observational-based things, processes. And finally, AMOC seems to be more resilient at high-res, at least in CESM simulations, than in low-res. And again, I'm repeating the QR code there, so I'll take any questions. Time is short, but you can ask either Fred or myself if you have additional questions during the break. Thank you.
Gökhan's not going to take any questions.
Great.
We're going to move,
Thank you.
for time, we're going to move straight to Betty, who's going to be talking about paleo weather.
Or I guess now, mesoclip light, I was just told. Anyway, yeah, I want to talk about these high-resolution isotope-enabled coupled CSM simulations that I've done with my collaborators here at NCAR and also at University of Connecticut and University of Arizona. So we basically adopt the same model and resolution that Gökhan just mentioned, CSM 1.3 with a 1/4 degree atmosphere land and a 10th degree ocean and ice. We've added water isotope capabilities to all the model components because those looking at past climates, often that's what's in the proxy records. And I just want to say that, and a special thanks to CISL, they gave us this NWSC Accelerated Scientific Discovery Project on Duratio when it was first installed. And in fact, the way we justified it to them is to improve our physical understanding of how extreme weather events might change in the future by leveraging climates of the past which provide a wide range of outer sample states to study. So these are the simulations that we've done, a 60-year PI control, 100-year last glacial maximum, 21,000 years ago, 60-year mid-Pliocene warm period, which is about 3 million years ago, and 2 60-year early Eocene climatic optimum at 2 different CO2 levels because of the uncertainty in CO2, 3 and 6 times PI. And we're getting these ready to put on the GDEX for everyone to look at. So just looking a little bit about the past time periods that don't know them, this just shows the temperature, global mean temperature anomaly as a function of time. The early Eocene climatic optimum is kind of a end member, a very hot climate, estimates of global mean temperature, maybe 10 to even 15 degrees Celsius warmer than today. The last glacial maximum, is a very cold glacial period, 190 parts per million, and maybe about 5 to 7 degrees colder. And the mid-Pliocene warm period has a CO2 atmosphere about 400 ppm. It's an equilibrium climate, but at the CO2 levels we're at today. And the protocols, we had protocols from PMIP, PlyMIP2, and DeepMIP, which we had already run with low-res simulations, which is really important to how we spun it up, and I'll tell you about that. So just those that don't know these time periods, basically for the bathymetry, we just adopted the same 10th degree bathymetry used in the PI for mesoclip with the same poles in the northern hemisphere. LGM and mid-Pliocene warm period, similarly, but different from PI is that in these time periods, I do have one point. The Bering Strait is closed, Hudson Bay is filled, and the Sunda and Sahel shelves in the Western Pacific are exposed. Eocene was a little bit more challenging in that the continents have shifted, and so you can see we shifted the poles to account for the CFL criteria, and we don't know a lot about the bathymetry, so this comes from a low resolution bathymetry. Very important is we initialize these models from an equilibrated low-res ocean. The ocean takes a long time to equilibrate, so these were multi-thousand years, and that's important. And it actually worked. Some were suspicious, but here just shows global mean surface temperature for the 60 years of this high-res, and we extended the low-res there, and you can see here that the solid is the high-res, the dash is the low, that for Pliocene, PI, and LGM, they pretty much track each other. Restom is also close to zero in those. Eocene, with the much higher CO2 and much warmer climate, divert maybe a degree or so. It's only the 6X that we're a little concerned about, the Restom. So just a few results from this. This shows the global tropical cyclones in these high-res resolutions, with the green being the tracks for tropical storms and Cat 1s, and the kind of yellows and oranges to reds are the stronger Cat 4 and 3, 4, and 5. The pre-industrial does fairly well in its tropical cyclone tracks as compared to, for example, IB tracks, with the caveat is we don't get Cat 4s and 5s. Not to be unexpected, actually, at 25-kilometer resolution. The LGM here shown on the bottom left here, you have a colder climate, you have fewer Cat 3, 4, and 5. In fact, you have no Cat 4 and 5 and hardly any Cat 3. You can see in the North Atlantic much fewer tropical cyclone tracks. As you go to the warm periods, the mid-Pliocene warm period here, and the Eocene climates here, now you have much more Cat 4 and 5 tropical cyclones. They extend farther poleward in their tracks in all of these, and I'm not showing it, but you have increased landfalling precipitation with the warming. Very interesting here, and we've been looking a little at kind of what's causing it. In the Eocene 6X, you actually see in fact, no basically tropical cyclones forming south of 30 north in the Atlantic. And looking at the different environmental conditions, we have strong vertical wind shear, and it's probably correlated with the fact that in the eastern tropical Pacific, we have very warm SSTs extending across the whole Pacific. If we look at atmospheric rivers, and here is shown winter precipitation in the western U.S. for the Pliocene on the left here as compared to PI, and the RCP 8.5 on the right with some proxy records. You see increased precipitation here in the western U.S., and the bottom is the percentage due to atmospheric rivers, and you can see a greater percentage due to the atmospheric rivers. On the right is just, you have cats just for atmospheric rivers, just like tropical cyclones. And if the top is the Pacific Northwest and the bottom is California, and if you just compare the green, which is the pre-industrial bar there, to the RCP or the Pliocene, the purple and yellow, you can see that in both regions you have more of these hazardous Cat 4 and Cat 5 atmospheric rivers. And then just finally, one other example, and just to say back on that, there's a poster out there if you want more of the details on that. Also for this one, it's also online. This is just looking at the Eocene again. You know, it's been a challenge for climate models to get the continental interiors as warm in winter as the proxy records suggest to it. So this just compares on the left here the cold month mean temperature, the high res minus the low res, and then SSTs on the right. And what you can, one, I didn't put the data on here, but temperatures in the high res match the geologic records for both the land and the ocean regions. You have much warmer winters in the high res atmosphere, and that's actually tied to improvements in the weather systems, the poleward heat transport, and the down wave, long wave in the winters. And then in terms of sea surface temperatures, you have these warmer western boundary currents, and again, that is tied to the eddies that we have in the ocean. So just in conclusion, oh, one more, just a eye candy one. Why have isotopes? This is just a cool one where it shows precipitation and Delo-18 precipitation over a 3-week period in September and October, and you can see tropical cyclone signatures that are in the rainfall also show up in the isotopic record. So just in conclusion, and I don't have to repeat a lot of this, but just to say these, if we combine these with the mesoclip, we can provide important benchmarks for the future Earth in terms of extreme weather events, polar amplifications. Water isotopes give us a more direct comparison to simulation or to proxy records and their interpretation. And I added this last one, though you didn't really, you kind of, I inferred it on this last slide I showed on the equitable climate. In addition, for the high res and low res that we have for the Eocene and pre-industrial, we also have a simulation that John Zhu is called the HALO. It's 25 kilometer in the atmosphere, but only 1 degree in the ocean. So you can start to look at resolution dependence with that triplet of simulations.
One quick question, if there's, while Gustavo walks up.
These are really cool. You mentioned that you see better agreement with existing paleo records. I was wondering if this gave you any insights on places where you don't currently have a record that might have something interesting to go look into.
Yeah, that's good. There aren't a lot as you go farther back in time, but there have been talking to people, and I think there's a lot of effort now to look at extreme weather farther back, you know, tropical cyclones coming up the Seaway in Colorado during 90 million years ago, or records off the New Jersey coast that might be indications. So yeah, I'm hoping the combination that'll encourage more of these two.
Cool, thank you.
All right, now Gustavo Marquez is going to talk. We're going to move from ancient history, CESM1, to the CESM3.
Thank you, Brian. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Gustavo Marquez. I'm the co-chair of the Ocean Model Working Group, together with Professor Ian Grooms. So we'll talk about the initial efforts to put together a high-resolution version of CESM3. And I didn't put initial in the title, but no, it's preliminary. This is done by the oceanography section and folks from the polar section, as well as outside collaborators that have been key. So Mehmet Ilikçek, Alan Walcroft, Eric Chassinet, Bob Halberg, and Alistair Adcroft. I'd like to give a special thanks to Frank Bryan, which is retired, but he's been a key player in helping us put this together and also making the analysis. So a quick comparison between CSM3 high-res and CSM1. So we've seen from Gokhan, we know some of these settings already. I'm highlighting here what is new. So we have a hybrid vertical coordinate. We're going 1/12 instead of 1/10. We have 75 vertical layers. Will be high resolution near the surface as well, so 2.5 meters, similar to the workhorse. And then we are borrowing all the needed physics from the workhorse in terms of the vertical mixing, KPP, with all the whistles and bells, including the influence of waves on mixing, the non-local momentum effect. So as I mentioned, waves are included. So it's a 3-degree wave model, and there's a one-way coupling between wave and ocean, and then two-way between waves and sea ice. Sub-mesoscale parameterization, the latest. I'll talk about the choice of horizontal viscosity, which is perhaps one of the biggest tuning knobs that we have in this model. And then finally, in terms of cost, so it's about 6.5 more expensive than comparable CSM1 high-res. So CSM high-res, with about 10,000 processors, you can get 40,000 PE hours per simulated years. That goes up to 260,000. So significantly more, but it's still doable to run if you have the resources. Quickly over the grid, so here is the grid on the right. Thanks to Fred Castruccio for creating this nice grid using the modified Orca grid generator. 1/12, as I mentioned before, the wave model is 3-degree. The bathymetry and lensing mass came from this very high resolution Gabco 2025 data set. It's about 15 arc seconds, which is like 500 meters near the equator. And there's some modification done by Alan Walcroft to remove false lensing in shallow waters. So that's an important difference from CSM1 high-res, which is a much smoother topography and something that we will come back in a second. It might play a role in some of the things we're trying to tune. Initial conditions and salinity restoring come from World Ocean Atlas. I mentioned hybrid vertical coordinate already, and then the latest in physics borrowed from the workhorse. I'll be showing 4 simulations today. They're forced by GRA 55 data set. These are the overview of the simulations. There's only 3 simulations so far. The first one, number 2, is our spin-up case, where we ran from 1958 to 1972. We have a biharmonic viscosity applied, so there's a background of 2 times 10 to the 8th, and then we use this Lithy scheme, which is a vorticity-based scheme with there's a tunable parameter, this by const with 37.5. So it's very low, we found later, it's a very low viscosity, but we use that to spin up the model. And then the next 2 simulations, we are playing with the biharmonic viscosity. So we are doubling that coefficient from 37 to 75 in run 4. And then run 6, we are adding on top of doubling, we're adding a velocity scale times the cube of the grid spacing, which looks like a little more closer to what it is in CSM1. In addition to that, I'm adding a little bit of Laplacian in the latest run. So this is the biharmonic viscosities for the Gulf Stream region in the 4 cases, including POP on the top left, the other ones are the MOM. So case 2 and case 4, the ones in blue are very low viscosity. And then in case 6, the one on the bottom right, is a little closer to CSM1. It's still very low viscosity compared to CSM1. We've seen this animation yesterday. It was an earlier version of this, so it's before the model had spin up when Dave Lawrence presented. So this is later in the simulation after the model has spin up. Unfortunately, it's a post El Nino, so 72 to 73 was a strong El Nino. So the Chiwi waves are kind of shy here. They're not as strong as in the case that they show, but you can see the cyclones passing through, and there's a lot of turbulence in the ocean. And so it's a nice visual. Okay, now moving to more quantitative metrics. One thing that when you go to high resolution, you want to see how you're doing the western boundary currents. So we are comparing here the 2 major ones, so the Gulf Stream on the left, and then the Kuroshio on the right. Observations on the top left, and then POP is on the top right, and all the other ones are the 3 MOM6. So overall, the MOM6 simulations are not as, the the separation of the Gulf Stream is not as good as we see in the observations. So we don't see those flat lines that you see in the observations. There's a bit of wobbling. The contours are the mean SSH, and the color is the standard, the variance, or MS. And we can see that a lot of the variance remains near the coast in the high-res MOM, similar to POP. So it's much more similar to POP than it is to OBS. So the point here, there is room for improvement, but from first few tries, it's considered good enough. Moving on to volume transports, top left is the ACC transport, bottom left is the Florida Bahamas, top right is the Indonesian through flow, bottom right is the Mozambique channel. I'm not showing the observational estimates, but all but the Florida Bahamas are within observational estimates. Florida Bahamas should be more around 30 Sverdrups, and here's like 21-ish. We think it could be either one. I should sample a little further north to see, closer to where the OBS are based on near Jupiter Inlet, I believe. So it's a little bit further north where I might be sampling right now. So that's something I need to check. And also it could be the effect of topography. So those are the two things we're thinking now. It seems like changing viscosity doesn't change much this metric at this point. Now moving to equatorial processes, we are looking at the equatorial Pacific undercurrent, and the plot on the top right is the observational-based climatology, and these are two of the MOM6 cases, case 2 with low viscosity on the top and case 6 with higher viscosity on the bottom. Both cases show a very strong core for the EAOC, so it's overly strong. Also, if you pay attention to the tilt, it's not tilted enough, it's a little flatter. Also, on the western side, there is a yellow blob, which is not seen in the OBS. So a lot of room for improvement here. It doesn't look like horizontal viscosity is helping us. We might have to go to vertical viscosity to try to contain that current. However, if you look at a cross-section at 165 east along this transect, you can see the emergence of this Tsuchiya jet. So top left on the right is the OBS-based climatology, and then POP is shown on the top right, which doesn't show, so this POP high-res doesn't have these features. And then now they naturally emerge, they're being resolved in the MOM6 high-res version. In contrast, so in the low-resolution model, we're able to parameterize them with backscatter, but now it's nice to see that they appear in the high-res MOM6. In terms that, like when you look at the global MOC in the presence of these jets, you see this strong upwelling near the equator. So that is, again, consistent with what we are seeing in the low-res CSM3. And then also seeing this picture, we have an ABW cell at the bottom. So the blue cell at the bottom is very robust and well represented. Those are short simulations, so hard to take conclusions on if these will last as we integrate longer. And then here is MOC. So MOC, again, is short, but it's kind of on the weak side. It's peaking around 14-ish Sverdrups. I'm showing on the right a comparison with the rapid profile. However, it is reversing from positive to negative at a closer depth that we see in OBS and better than what we see in the low res. Here, just a quick summary of where so far. So we put this effort of global 112 sea ice configuration. It has ocean sea ice and waves. Currently tuning momentum viscosity to try to improve some of these key metrics. Want to highlight the spontaneous emergence of these equatorial jets. And there is evidence that they improve biogeochemistry, at least in the GKs with the low res. And also they could potentially improve our representation of ENSO. It's something that we need to look at in the low res as well as in the high res. I'm not going to go through the next steps. I'll just let you read for the sake of time. Thank you.
We can do one quick question while Sukun comes up. All right, Gustavo, you're off the hook. Remember those cooling trends that Gokhan showed. I think Sukung's going to talk more about those.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Hello, everyone. My name is Sukung. I'm a postdoc at CU Boulder, working with Pedro Dinazio and Clara Lesser. I'm going to talk about the high-resolution simulation reconcile observed Pacific climate trend with anthropogenic forcing. The tropical Pacific Ocean has cooled over the past several decades, but more standard resolution model still simulate warming and weakening of the water circulation. It raise key question: did the discrepancy reflect systematic model bias, insufficient resolution, or missing key Pacific dynamic of physical processing? And a recent study led by Sarah Kang in 2026, they showed that the high-resolution configuration of the Earth system model can reproduce both the pattern and magnitude of the cooling trend. And this results suggest that model resolution may be important for capturing the key Pacific climate processes. For example, the higher resolution in the ocean may better capture the Southern Ocean processes, as Gokhan mentioned earlier, which can contribute to stronger Southern Ocean cooling and the tropical cooling. The higher resolution of the atmosphere may better resolve the ND topography, which can contribute to the cooling by generating stronger southerly in the southeastern subtropical region. However, because this result is based on only one realization, it remains unclear whether the simulated cooling reflects a robust force response, internal variability, or both. So using high and low resolution ensemble from Mesa Clip, we further assess the role of model resolution and the relative contribution of force response and internal variability to the observed cooling trend. Both Mesa Clip configuration use the spectral element dynamical core denoted here as SE, and because they use the same spectral element dynamical core, so comparing between them is an apple-to-apple comparison. And we also expand the low-rate ensemble to 40 members, but the current analysis only shows the result from the first 22 members. We also use the CSM1 large ensemble, which use the finite volume dynamical core, but I'm not showing those results today. And our analysis focus on the historical and RCP 8.5 during the period of 1980 to 2022. Here we show the linear trend map of sea surface temperature. On the left, sea level rise and 850 HPA wind in the middle, and precipitation on the right for observation in the top row, and high red ensemble mean in the second row. And we can see that the high red ensemble can capture the key observed trend, the cooling in the tropical and southern ocean. The large scale wind response in the equatorial region, as well as the westerly in the southern ocean, and the precipitation dipole characterized by the two rectangle in panel C. So because the high red ensemble is relatively small, we use bootstrapping to test whether the high red force response can be reproduced by the low red by randomly subsample from the larger low red ensemble. So open circle here indicate region where the high red response completely outside the range that the low red can reproduce. And the red wind vector indicate region where the wind response is significantly different. So we can see that the low red cannot reproduce the high red force response in the Southern Ocean, Southeastern Subtropical Pacific, the equator and the North Pacific. And similarly, we observe a similar pattern for the large-scale sea level rise response at where the precipitation dipole. So the result indicate that the difference between the high rate and low rate arrive from the model-dependent processes rather than sampling limitation. And here I'm going to show the distribution of pattern correlation and root mean square error between the observed trend and those from the individual ensemble member. And this figure further support my earlier argument that the high rate ensemble better capture the pattern and the magnitude of the observed cooling trend compared to the low rate ensemble. Here I show the distribution of the indices calculated over the region, shown in the bottom map. The figure suggests that the fall response account for a large fraction of the observed trend. For example, around 67% of the observed zonal wind in the equatorial Western Pacific can be explained by the fall component. But why the high rate better with observation? We argue that it is mainly due to the better mean state in the high rate, in particular the reduced double ITCC bias. Here I show the trend map during the autumn summer with the contour indicate the climatological precipitation. So because of the reduced double ITCC bias in the high rate, the subtropical anomaly in the Southern Ocean can efficiently propagate to the equator, sustain the cooling, and help the cooling and the atmospheric feedback to the extratropical region. And to further assess the contribution of the North and South Pacific variability to the observed trend, we performed a multi-regression analysis using the member-to-member variation in the 40-year trend, focusing on the linear trend of the PDO and the Southern Ocean SST indices. And the PDO region, the North Pacific SST variability corresponding to the PDO region, and the South Pacific variability, we use the region defined in Tong et al. 2022 paper. So the contribution of the South Pacific SST variability to the observed trend, we can see that the Southern Ocean SST variability produce a strong and coherent signal from the Southern Ocean to the equator, and the signal in the low rate is substantially weaker and less coherent compared to the high rate. And the contribution from the North Pacific variability to the trend is mainly confined in the Western Central Equatorial Pacific, and the signal is much stronger in the high rate compared to the low rate. Here, a brief summary. The high rate simulation suggests that the anthropogenic forcing contributes significantly to the observed Pacific trend. The observed Pacific trend pattern reflect comparable contribution from the external component and the internal component. So by better resolving the double ITCC via tropical extratropical coupling and the ocean measure scale dynamic, the high resolution CESM1 can capture the key feature missing in the standard resolution model. Yeah, thank you.
Quick question?
You didn't talk about it here, but you had the dicore sensitivity. Can you give a quick summary of what you found there in those FE runs?
Yeah, we find that the dicore difference produce stronger westerly in the Southern Ocean. Yes, S is stronger than the finite volume.
All right, thank you. So the next speaker is supposed to be Zixun Chao. She can't be here today, so I've randomly selected an audience member to take her place. Nick Pedotella was the lucky winner.
Yes, yeah. So unfortunately, due to some extended visa processing time, Zixun couldn't make it. So I will give the presentation for her. She is a ASP postdoc working with Hanli and I. So I have fortunately seen the slides before. So what we are going to talk about here, we are really sort of shifting gears in terms of domain and looking at how large-scale waves can interact with resolved gravity waves in a high-resolution whole atmosphere model simulation. So in the interest of time, I will just jump right into what we're doing here. And what we're using for the model setup is a high-resolution version of the whole atmosphere model with a thermosphere ionosphere extension. So this is quarter-degree horizontal resolution, and then we have 270 vertical levels going all the way up to about 500 kilometers altitude. And for these simulations that we'll show here, one thing I want to point out, even at these high resolutions, we still need to kind of manually retune the gravity waves. So in our initial high resolution simulations that we did, we had a sort of no gravity wave parameterization. And if you look in the sort of southern hemisphere, these are winter, this is northern hemisphere winter time, so this is the summer. We get a sort of wind reversal that is quite high compared to sort of a whole atmosphere reanalysis here. And then we kind of made some attempt at tuning and it was too strong, so then it's too low. And then we got something that looks pretty good. So now we can, with this sort of retuning of the gravity waves, we get a good sense of the background winds. And so that's what we're going to use for all these simulations. And it's nudged to the ERA 5 reanalysis with this sort of tuned parameterization. And so to extract the gravity wave perturbations that we want to look at in terms of how they interact with the large-scale flow, what was done is just do a simple bandpass filtering in longitude and then look at scale sizes less than 2,000 kilometers and just assume all of that is what we want to consider for the gravity waves, even if it's, they could be coming from other sources. We just say that that's a gravity wave perturbation. And here, there's, in the interest of time, we don't show all of these, but we've looked at, in more detail, various parts for both to diagnose the wave forcing on the mean flow, but then also look at the wave properties themselves. And from these sort of, wave perturbations, we can get a sense of sort of a proxy of gravity wave activity hotspots in different regions. These are in the mesosphere here. This is at 90 kilometers, and you can see there's clear sort of regional dependency to where the wave activity is strongest during this time. So we've looked at the sort of contributions of the different scale sizes onto the mean flow. And so the bottom plots here are from our WACM-X simulations. Top plots are from a previous high-resolution simulation using a Japanese model, and these are all sort of height versus time. And the left panels are basically all scale sizes of the waves, and then the middle are basically large-scale wave numbers 1 to 3, and then the right are the sort of gravity wave contributions. And this is at high latitudes over the winter time. Keep in mind that the sort of x-axis are slightly shifted here, so you'll need to shift a little bit by eye. But if you compare these sort of previous high-resolution simulation where you get the strong wave forcing is quite consistent with what we get in our simulations. And if you look at these sort of small scales, we get a significant contribution where the smaller scales are driving the sort of forcing of the background winds at higher altitudes here. And one of the things we really wanted to look at is interaction between global scale waves and then the mesoscales. And so one of the things during these sudden stratospheric warmings that we know occurs is basically enhancement of large-scale atmospheric tides. An example is shown here on the bottom left, where when you have this sort of sudden stratospheric warming shown in black, you get this very large enhancement of the tidal amplitude. And so when that happens, what we want to look at is how does that basically influence the gravity waves that are propagating to higher altitudes. And in the simulations, we capture something like that, where here on the bottom, you see the tidal amplitude during the sudden stratospheric warming and on the right afterwards, and you see a very large difference in the tidal amplitude. Interestingly, there is a significant difference between the sort of standard resolution amplitude of the tides and the high resolution, which might be due to getting the background winds better at high resolution, but that's just speculation on my part at the moment. So how does the sort of background modulate the gravity waves? This is a movie. I don't know if you can play it. Okay, well, we can skip the movie. And I would just highlight on the right-hand side, if you look at basically the gravity wave perturbations relative to basically day-night terminator, you see very strong sort of local time difference in the gravity waves, which would suggest sort of modulation of the gravity wave activity by sort of larger scale atmospheric tides. Now, can you go to the next one? Okay, we will just skip the movie for now. And if we look at basically how these modulate the gravity wave activity, here what you're seeing is the vertical gravity wave energy flux. So it's height versus longitude, and this is at one snapshot. So you can think of longitude also as local time. So if we look at the background winds, you see very clear sort of positive, negative, which would be a sort of semi-diurnal tidal perturbation. And if you look at where the sort of tide, the gravity wave activity sort of follows that. And we see these sort of regions of upward and downward gravity wave energy flux, which would imply that that's sort of a in situ source layer in the around 100 kilometers, that we're getting sort of wave generation there that would then propagate even higher into the atmosphere. And the last thing I want to just show is the gravity wave potential energy and how it varies with local time. So on the top here, this is height versus local time, gravity wave potential energy, static stability here, and bottom is from observations. And you see in the model simulations, it quite well agrees with the observations in terms of sort of altitude and also structure in local time. Here the amplitudes are quite different, but I think we're not really comparing the same scale sizes, so that might be the reason for that. But we get this clear sort of local time modulation of the gravity wave potential energy. And if we look at a later time when the sort of tidal amplitude is weaker, now we're looking here versus earlier here, you see the gravity wave potential energy is basically weaker, which could be because we're getting sort of less wave activity and braking at that time because of this sort of weaker tide during that time period. And why all of this sort of matters is if we get this sort of tidal enhancement because of a sudden stratospheric warming, it can lead to this sort of enhancement that changes the gravity wave potential energy, but also the sort of larger shear from the tide can create sort of an unstable region, and that can generate more sort of secondary gravity waves at a higher altitude. And then this can all ultimately propagate up and impact sort of space weather and the space environment. So I will conclude there, and Zishun thanks the ASP postdoc fellowship, and I will take any questions if we have time. Thanks.
We can do a quick question if there is one. Maybe there's not a quick question. Julio has one.
So I wasn't clear on where you're nudging. Is it only in the troposphere?
We nudge up to, it kind of ramps down quite strongly around, say, 100 hectopascal to basically not kill off waves that are generated in the stratosphere.
Okay, but you could be killing off waves that are generated in the troposphere.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Nick. So our last talk before the break is Sean Wong, who's going to come back down to the surface and talk about the Indonesian through flow.
You got it. All right. Oh, how does this work?
is.
I see. And then
The top one should be the laser, and it's kind of a little laggy.
got it.
And then that one should be.
I understand now. Thank you. All right. Hi, everyone. I know I'm what's between you guys and coffee, so I'll make this quick. I'll be using MesaClip to think about how the Indonesian through flow is changing under 21st century greenhouse gas forcing, and specifically the role of local winds and remote AMOC forcing on that. So let's just dive right in. So for those of you that aren't familiar what the Indonesian through flow is, it's sort of outlined in this gray black oval here. It's sort of this series of shallow ocean passageways that connect the Western Pacific to the Eastern Indian Ocean. And as you can tell from the schematic, it's sort of part of the global thermal haline circulation. And so we typically think about AMOC as being a big part of this, but the ITF is a very important low latitude choke point that sort of connects the return flow to the Atlantic. So understanding its variability across all timescales is really important. This is sort of a schematic on the left showing you a bit more detail on the ITF, all the different islands, complicated sills, passageways, and everything. And when we look at this complexity of bathymetry that we know exists in the region, and look at what's resolved within our standard resolution climate models like CESM1 here, we see that we end up losing a lot of it. You know, a lot of these islands aren't really well resolved at all. There's things that are closed that should be open and vice versa. And so it really makes it challenging to try and understand the specific details of what's going on within the ITF. And because of this coarse resolution and inability to resolve these passageways, most studies using CMIT models sort of just estimate ITF transport as like the total net transport into the Indian Ocean, sort of as you can see here. They sort of ignore the intricacies and nuances of individual passageways because they're just frankly not very well resolved. And so what do these CMIT models tell us about the ITF going forward? This is a plot from this earlier 2016 study showing that most models predict a decline of ITF volume transport under future greenhouse gas forcing. The black dots being the historical transport across models, and then the gray dots being the future. So the fact that they all sort of sit below the black dots indicates a decline in CMIT 5 models. And then in CMIT 6, it's a pretty similar story. The sign is flipped, but there's really just a robust decline of total integrated transport under 21st century forcing. But again, right, all these studies using CMIT 5 and 6 models, all they do is sort of calculate that integrated total outflow transport across the ITF. And so really, that's where we're interested in using MesaClip to try and understand a bit more of the nuance here. And so we are interested in trying to understand how some of the main individual passageways of the ITF will evolve over the 21st century, and as well as some of the mechanisms that might be driving these changes. So on the left, again, is the CSM1 1-degree resolution of the ITF, and on the right is the MesaClip sort of identical plot. The colors in these are just a snapshot of SSTs, but really what you're seeing right on from MesaClip is that we're able to actually resolve a lot of these pathways much more robustly. So for our study, we are focused on understanding the changes and drivers of changes across the three main inflow pathways. For the purposes of this talk, I'll call them the Western, the Central, and the Eastern pathways, but they do have names. And this is a time series of their transport anomaly under 21st century forcings. And you see that all three passageways are expected to decline in their volume transport under 21st century forcing, greenhouse gas forcing. But what's interesting is that if you look at the vertical profile of these velocity changes, they're actually quite distinct between the three passageways. So the eastern one, for example, in green, has most of its decrease in transport in the surface, and then the western is more so in the thermocline, and the central is more so even further down. And so this may suggest different mechanisms or at least different processes at play. So I'll briefly run through some of those results. The eastern passageway, focusing on this, we see from this schematic that the waters that flow into this come up from the New Guinea coastal current that then retroflect around the north equatorial countercurrent around 5 degrees north. And so the inflow of this eastern passageway is strongly connected to the NECC. And when we look at trends of surface velocity and sea surface height over the 21st century in MesaClip, we see that there's a weakening of the NECC at sort of its northern edge and a strengthening at its southern edge. So that suggests that the NECC itself is migrating further south over the 21st century. And as it migrates south, less of that water is able to leak into this eastern passageway. So you can sort of see these vectors, these ocean current vectors here that are connected to this eastward anomaly that's seen in the Western Pacific. So we can say that the southward migration of the NECC is what's reducing the surface transport of the ITF. Now, why is the NECC moving southward? The reason for that is because it's strongly tied to Pacific wind stress curl. So this is sort of a transect of the equatorial Pacific. You see that the location of the NECC is sort of tied to the convergence of the trade winds, or where the ITCZ is. And most models predict that the ITCZ was going to shift equatorward under future warming through this El Nino-like warming pattern, and so that's going to shift this NECC southward. And so ultimately, these Pacific winds is driving the decline of the surface ITF flow through this change in the wind stress curl. But we know that winds aren't the only thing that's changing the ITF. This gray line here shows an estimate of ITF transport just integrating wind stress in the Pacific. And it largely explains interannual decadal variability in the historical, but can't explain this massive drop-off we see over the 21st century, suggesting that sort of upper ocean dynamics are insufficient and that sort of there are deep ocean adjustments that are at play. And in particular, this paper in 2020 by Shantong Sung and Annie Thompson at Caltech suggested that the weakening of AMOC over the 21st century might be playing a role for the reduced ITF transport. And I won't go into details here because I don't have time, but really what they're suggesting is sort of this interbasin wave propagation mechanisms that goes sort of in reverse of the global Thermo-Hayne line circulation. And that AMOC signal affects the Indian Ocean over a very large density field. This is integrated dynamic height anomalies trends, integrated dynamic height trends from the Indian Ocean over the 21st century. And you see that there's a greater increase in dynamic heights relative to the Pacific Ocean. And what that means is that the interbasin, the pressure gradient that drives the ITF is going to weaken. And if we zoom into the ITF region, we see that the AMOC signal that's propagating into the Indian Ocean, how at 290 meters, sort of at this thermocline depth, it flows through this western passageway. So you can see how the red anomalies and the ocean current anomalies are going up along this western passageway. And if we go at a deeper depth, like 800 meters at a different depth, we see that these anomalies now are propagating through the central passageway. And the reason for this difference is because at this lower depth, the ITF is actually not connected to the western passageway. So really, this is like a sill depth control sort of problem. That because the Makassar Strait, or sort of this western blue passageway, has a very shallow sill depth, really this AMOC signal can only be communicated to the central passageway below that depth. Okay, so in conclusion, we use a set of high-resolution climate simulations, MESACLIP, to understand changes of the ITF under future warming. We see that the ITF declines consistent with previous studies, but we're able to really disentangle some of these changes within individual passageways. And we find that the drivers of these changes are actually quite distinct between different passageways, with the western and central being related to AMOC, while the eastern is related to these Pacific winds. So yeah, just want to thank my co-authors, which are my two PhD advisors, and as well as Daniel Weitzman, who is a master's student that worked with us on a summer for this. And happy to take questions if we have time.
Any questions for Sean?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So the Kelvin waves that come through from the North Atlantic, I would say they travel pretty quickly relative to like the time scale of global warming. So it'll probably only be a few years. And you know, I think I talked to someone else about this recently, that really you would expect the Pacific local signal to be faster, obviously, because it's right there, and the AMOC signal to be slower. But again, this is sort of, the timescales of these changes are quite long, and so the transit time of the Kelvin wave is probably much shorter than like the actual timescale of AMOC decline, for example. So yeah, great question. Cool.
All right, let's thank all the speakers in the first part of the session first. I want to thank the audience for their patience as we fell a little bit behind. We're still packed in the second half of the session, so we're going to ask you to please come back on time at 3:30, and we'll get through the second half. Thanks.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome back to the second half of the high resolution session. I'll be introducing for the second half. And I've already been threatened by one audience member, but that the transitions in the second half better be as funny as in the first half, which I can't guarantee. But what we do like in humor, we are going to make up for in range, because the second half of this session is going to cover global modeling and also some regional and limited area cases. Starting with Dan Amron, who's going to talk about regional coupled impasse MOM6.
Great, thanks a lot, Ben. Thanks everyone for being here this morning. I'm Dan Amron. I'm a scientist in the ocean section, and also the data assimilation section in CISL. So I'll be talking about a high-resolution regional coupled MPAS-A MOM6 prototype. And I'll start off with a little bit of history. So there's been a bunch of conversations across NCAR since 2024, aiming towards coupling MPAS-A for kilometer scale simulations. And the reason this is a potential collaborative effort, M cubed brings a lot of expertise on the kilometer and weather timescales. CESM and CGD has a lot of expertise with coupling models. But there is a fundamental question about whether coupling infrastructure built and maintained for Earth system modeling is also adequate for numerical weather prediction. And to give you an example, something that we don't think about too much in the climate system is the initialization cost, right? If you're going to run your model for 100 years, who cares if it takes 2 hours for the files to load up? But if you're trying to do data assimilation and you're restarting your model every 6 hours, suddenly that design choice can make it so you can't do what you need to. So since March, in the last 4 months, the team that you see here has focused on regional prototyping that's leveraging CESM infrastructure. And the hypothesis we have here is that we can use the same coupling tools as CESM to meet the needs of M cubed and weather community, whether it's for performance, workflow, and science. So what we've done is to get a prototype working. We're going to do a little science, compute some performance stats, and report back in early 2027 with what we found. And I'll give you some preliminary results now. And I want to highlight a bunch of efforts here. Ben Bar and Ufuk Turnsoglu have really done a lot of work on coupling. Cole and Brian Dobbins have worked on a lot of the profiling, and Giovanni Sejo and Aidan Janney and Falco were really responsible for a lot of the underlying models here. Okay, so sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, I'm like, wait a second, what is CESM anyway, right? And then I have this right next to my bed and I am comforted, right? So it is a collection of models, but it is also the way in which we couple these models, right? And so they interact through the coupling infrastructure of CMAPs and CDEPs, and kind of in an aura here is maybe SEAM that we use for case management and parallel input-output. So when we set out to do this, we thought, okay, what is kind of the fundamental infrastructure from CESM? And so we kind of stripped off all of the components, except for MOM6, and then CMAPs and CDEPs. This is I could tell you what the acronym means, but it literally means nothing. So you should just know that this is the coupler. It helps exchange and mediate fields and also handle data. That's CDEPs. And then we want to couple it to MPAS-A. And in order to couple a model into CESM, you need to have what's called a nuopsy cap. This is a software layer that translates variables into CMAPs. So that was one of our first steps on this project. And then we wanted to basically write down some instructions for how MPAS-A would couple with MOM6. This is what we have right now. I'll tell you about future steps later. So MPAS-A is directly passing precipitation and radiation to MOM6. It is passing surface winds, temperature, and humidity to CMAPs, which is then computing turbulent fluxes that MOM6 uses. In turn, MOM6 is passing SST onto MPAS-A. So this is the status we have right now. And there's some details. Right now we're using a simplified form of the driver, which we can talk about if needed. This is the prototype that we have right now as of the past couple of weeks. So this is MPAS-A and MOM6 in a Caribbean domain that's initialized with glories and ERA 5 over the period in which Hurricane Michael was in the Caribbean and then made landfall in 2018. So just some high-level characteristics of this movie that you see here. I'm plotting here the path of Hurricane Michael after its initialization. The dotted path here is the path of that Hurricane Michael actually took. This is not, strictly speaking, an initialized forecast because we have open boundary conditions, right? So we're telling the model something about the truth. The model, the hurricane trajectory is quite good. Its intensity at landfall is underpredicted, which I think is a common occurrence. A couple of other details about this. MPAS-A is single precision. MOM6 is double precision. Those things are able to talk to each other. MPAS has this Voronoi mesh, which is like composed of a bunch of hexagons. It's pretty cool. 5 million grid columns. Convection permitting physics. This is something very important to M-cubed, is that they can get their physics package in there. MOM6 is 1/3, and that's 3-kilometer MPAS-A. MOM6 is 1/36 of a degree. So 3.1 million cells, and we're coupling every 450 seconds. Another detail here, these white regions, so in general, you can't have your atmosphere and ocean domains perfectly overlap. So you always have to have a little bit of ocean data at the edges that's going to be used to force the atmosphere in those regions. So that's the white areas there. Okay. So, Ben cleverly picked this because it, in a way, exemplifies some of the utility you get from coupling for hurricane simulations. So in order to give you a bit of background here, we're going to show now a more detailed movie of Hurricane Michael as it makes landfall. So this is a plot of absolute T, and you have, absolute SST, and you have these wind bars on here. And I want to highlight a couple of features in the SST. Over here we have a warm core eddy. This is what separates off from the loop current periodically. And then right now this loop current is kind of hugging the coast of Cuba here. Okay, so these are two places where you have Caribbean source waters present in the surface ocean of the Gulf Stream. Okay, so now if we look at another simulation, so this is on the far right is the picture I already showed. On the far left, this is 10-meter wind speed and color and pressure contours. And in the middle, we have reflectivity and SST anomalies, so you can feel like you're watching the Weather Channel, I guess. Falco made this. But I think the really cool thing here is that this blue patch here is the cold wake. So the hurricane is moving along like gangbusters, doing a bunch of mechanical stirring that's going to bring up waters from depth. But one of the cool things you see is that when it does make this cold wake, it does not affect as much this warm core eddy, nor the loop current, right? So those are places where Caribbean water is warmer. So when the hurricane brings up more water, there's not really heat to stir up, right? So this exemplifies why you need to have information about the ocean to make these kinds of simulations represent these processes. Okay, next steps. So the first thing is on the coupling side. So Ben has a lovely spreadsheet where he's doing accounting for all these variable names and stuff. It's a lot of work. But the next step is to pass turbulent fluxes from MPAS-A directly to MOM6, and also for MOM6, for MPAS-A to be using information about surface currents from MOM6. We also have upcoming, as part of the Crocodile project, coupling to WaveWatch 3 and SICE. Profiling. We need to demonstrate this model's not breaking the bank. So thinking about, and there's a lot of variables here, I/O choices, mixed resolution, how we do load balancing. One of the things we're working to is how does this scale up if we want to go to global kilometer scale. Finally, workflow, and I won't belabor this, but we're starting off with more of a command line flavor workflow, building on some of Manisha's work on the Crocodish side, and maybe eventually we'll go to a schmancy Jupyter notebook like we have for Crocodile. So yeah, we have this hypothesis that we can kind of couple in CESM and do some cool weather research. I think it's not dead. I think we have this prototype. We're going to keep profiling it and try to do some science. And please reach out if you're interested. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dan. Are there any questions?
Hi, Dan. Does this only work with the full MOM6? And are there other, maybe, instead of the full complexity, like lower complexity models? Because I think it would be really interesting to know, like if you have a weather model and you have the ocean, you're trying to get a good prediction of this hurricane, like how much information do you need about the ocean? Do you need the full MOM6, or do you, like, what level of complexity would be the best?
Yes, fabulous question. So yeah, one of the hierarchies we've talked about is a slab model as kind of the first step, and then thinking about 1D models or mixed layer models, and then before proceeding to a 3D ocean. Right now, we've just gone to the full MOM6. Of course, these capabilities exist in POP. We'd like to see them mature into MOM6 as well.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Dan. Our next speaker is Christiana Jablanowski, talking about the NSF Storm Speed project.
Yeah, Storm Speed stands for Storm Resolving Spectral Element Dicore, and this is now in the CSM3 infrastructure. I want to highlight the team here. It's a pretty big team, so we are leading it here at the University of Michigan, but we are partnering with NCAR, and this is CGD and CISL, also TAMU, and a partner is also Mark Taylor from Sandia National Lab. You see all the people he listed here, also some faces here in that photo. So I want to just give you a couple of highlights where we are and what this project is about. The goal of this project is to bring in a non-hydrostatic spectral element dicore, which the workhorse model currently doesn't have. We have an MPAS, of course, non-hydrostatic dicore in the CSM framework, but here we are contributing the non-hydrostatic spectral element dicore, and this is not from us, this is actually from DOE. This is the one that you also find in E3SM3 and SCREAM. And you see some of the items here. Let me just point out that we are bringing in actually two versions of this dicore. One is actually the Fortran version, and the second is a DOE-developed C++ COCOS version, and that brings with the dicore also the GPU capabilities. So we are now enabling NCAR here to run in the dicore, also on the GPU technology. And we are leveraging some GPU-ready CAM physics package that came out of the NSF Earthworks project that ended last year. Okay, the other item we have are some scientific test cases. So we are concentrating on MCSs, mesoscale convective storm systems, and also tropical cyclones. And those are either in AMIP or in coupled configurations. You will kind of see a couple of eye candy here in a minute. Okay, so let me walk you through the timeline where we are. We started in early 2024. And we had basically a year of development, and the first prototype came out last year in February, or a little later, in March timeframe, where we had, for the first time, a non-hydrostatic SE dicore in the CSM configuration. Here we are, at that point, we were testing it with idealized test cases, so this puts us here into the summer from last year. We had an opportunity to invite the community here to NCAR. We did a DC MIP, this is a dynamical core model intercomparison project. Summer school here at NCAR for the first time gave basically this dicore to students and postdocs and ran it with idealized test cases. Later that year, and here's kind of a photo from last summer basically. Later that year, we had variable resolution configuration configured first time. And then towards kind of the late year, we did some physics investigations, physics sensitivity, did early this year GPU and CPU performance testing. And at the moment, we are in this period where we are gearing up for seasonal and or diamond simulation. Diamond is a 40-day run at high resolution at 3.5 kilometers. And later, probably next year, we also will do coupled simulations. So that's kind of where we are, and this project currently is targeted to end kind of late 2027, early 2028. Okay, I want to just give you some snapshots. This is a figure here from Jian Sun from CISL, and this is a performance figure on CPUs, and this is at 3.5 kilometer resolution, the dicore only, no physics. And you see very nice, so when you kind of just see we are cranking up, oops, where's my pointer? We're cranking up the number of nodes here on the ratio, and we see a really linear, nice fall off here of the computational expense. So a very nice scaling curve here, strong scaling. We couldn't run the GPU scaling on that at that resolution. The reason was at 3.5 kilometers, the GPUs at NCAR doesn't give us enough memory. So for the GPU technology testing of that, we needed to go to a 7-kilometer resolution. And you see kind of the similar, let me kind of point you through it here. We are cranking up GPU nodes. Note that the ratio doesn't have a lot, so the ratio only has 60 some. So, but you see these two plots are GPU basically performance curves. In green with CPU, GPU data transfers, and in purple without data transfers between CPUs and GPUs. And we see speedups on the order of 6 in comparison to the CPU version that is repeated here. So that is promising, as we maybe can move the whole model to the GPU technology in the future to get considerable speed up on GPUs in the future. All right, just a few eye candy here to show you where we are in terms of our science investigations. And we are, in order to save computational time, we first do it here in the variable resolution configuration. You see a 3.5 kilometer patch here over the Great Plains, and we are stretching it out to like 110 kilometers in the outer domain. So this saves a lot of compute, but it gives us a bang for the buck. So we are basically now looking at MCSs that are here initiated here in the Great Plains. So one is a derecho. These are also derecho cases. MCSs with derechos are these strong wind events. We have two that we did. So this was one in August 2020 and December 2021. One more before I show you, one more word before I show you the results. It is actually somewhat tricky to set it up. I just want to mention that we have initializations that are like cold start initializations, and that means we are interpolating, you see kind of the patch here, we are interpolating actually the initial condition from era 5, but we are overlaying over the CONUS domain, we are overlaying this with analysis from the NOAA-HER model at 3 kilometers. So we get hopefully the best initial condition we can get to initialize those models. This is done with the BetaCast tool from Colin Zazicki. We also spin up the land offline with era 5 forcing for many months, a couple of years actually, and this is now AMIB mode, so we are forcing actually with prescribed ocean temperatures. All right. Here's a good, this is from a December 2021 derecho MCS event, and what you are seeing is precipitation. And I want to just note this is a test case that has very strong forcing, large-scale forcing, and what it means, kind of see it here. You see a squall line, and I want to note how thin it is. And this is only possible because this is now sitting in the 3.5 kilometer resolution. So you would not get that, of course, very strong, and it's very realistic, very narrow, you see it, very narrow stretch of convection here along the squall line. Very realistic looking, a lot of wind behind it. Realistic looking, we are comparing here against NSEP, stage 4 observations. These are 1 hour accumulated. And 1 hour accumulated is, of course, giving us a little bit of streaks because these systems move over the hour. Here's our simulation. This is the observation. You see kind of the similarities here. Okay. There's also a lot of wind behind it. This is now a depiction of low-level wind, 10-meter wind. This is here, you see this hotspot. It's actually a lot of wind, 60, 70 miles per hour wind. And this was very consistent. This derecho was actually on that order. So it's a really good depiction of that. Okay, I want to wrap up, I just have a minute, with a couple of comments on another test case, another derecho test case. That one is a harder nut to crack because there isn't a lot of large-scale forcing. That is actually the derecho that I think even derecho was named, the machine derecho was named after it. This is the one that was $11 billion of damage, one of the most devastating derechos here in the US. And this is now an observation of that derecho here, which is actually showing radar, I think it's radar reflectivity, right? You see the timeline of that derecho. It was actually 12-hour derecho. We are looking in our simulation. We are looking at the early stages of this, and not the whole event. And let me just give you that snapshot. It's very hard to do because there's very little forcing. Now we are dealing with a lot of physics sensitivities actually at 3 kilometers. Physics has never been really used or very rarely used at these resolutions. And we are working with NCAR to kind of figure that out, kind of what are the physics settings. You see a little bit of that here, derecho. This is now the storm speed simulation. This is low-level wind speed. You see actually high wind speeds. It's not 100% on target. So we are dealing still with some, kind of complexities here in the physics. But I want to just give you some eye candy here to stop. For the first time, we just explored Vapor, the Vapor package. This is an NSF NCAR product, visualization product, and we want to explore that actually more. You see actually here the cloud fraction, 50% cloud fraction, color-coded by temperature, and also low-level wind speeds here overlaid. And so this is something to come, really kind of a 3D evaluation of the system. And I want to close with, just in a nutshell, storm speed is really about bringing a non-hydrostatic SC dicore into the community here in CSM and making it available to the larger community. And here we are using it, for test cases, for MCSs and tropical cyclones. We also have idealized test cases. And in the future, we'll run, coupled with the MOM6 at a 12th degree ocean. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I think we can take a question if anyone has one. So I'm actually wondering, you have the sort of nested regions of variable resolution, and you mentioned that you're still working out the physics, but is there a plan for maybe turning off, convective parameterizations?
Right. Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit more about how you're thinking to handle that?
Yeah, so this has currently turned on in the variable resolution, the deep convection scheme. It turns out when we look actually at the action of the deep convection scheme is almost inactive actually by itself at the 3.5 kilometer resolution. So we didn't do any tuning of that, it just shut itself down actually. Yeah, but it's a good question because actually the physics aren't really built to, across all resolutions, so we will deal with those uncertainties. But in the end, we also go to the uniform 3.5 kilometer in the future, and we'll probably turn it off. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, let's thank Christiana again, and we have next is Adam Harrington, who's going to talk about tropical clouds and global storm resolving CESM.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Okay, hopefully that doesn't happen automatically. So, the title of my talk is Mass Flux Schemes Enable Realistic Tropical Cloud Sizes in Global Storm Resolving Models. And global storm resolving models are typically atmosphere models with grid spacing in between less than 5 kilometers, between 1 and 5 kilometers. And this is actually a hypothesis, so, but I have not been able to reject this hypothesis, and so we're going with it as the talk title. And I'm referring to all global storm resolving models, not just CSM, but I will start with CSM. So we have 2 global Diamond 1 runs done with CAM MPAS using a global 3.75 kilometer horizontal resolution. As Christiana said, these are 40-day runs. This is the Diamond 1, so it's the summer run. And we ran 2 40-day production runs. One's called No Deep, so it uses CAM MPAS, 58 vertical levels, CAM 7 physics with the deep scheme off. The only convection scheme active is Club. And then we ran another one called Club MF, which is the exact same thing except for running with the convection scheme Club MF. I've talked about Club MF many times at these workshops, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but basically it follows an eddy diffusivity mass flux approach for parameterizing convection, but we swap out an eddy diffusivity model with Club, which is a high order turbulence closure, and you get Club MF. So this is what that is. So the reason we ran 2 is because the no deep solution, in the top right you can see the cloud liquid water path, it's a snapshot over the West Pacific, has these patchy convection everywhere. There's sort of a failure to aggregate into realistic larger convective systems. And what, essentially each one of those little dots you see there are just really tense, deep, intense updrafts. And they kind of spurn off all these gravity waves and kind of dry out its neighboring regions, and you can't aggregate. So I was thinking that maybe we need a little bit of a mass flux convection scheme in here to represent these transitional regimes that these models can't support. And so you're sort of, the idea is these mass flux, the parameterized mass flux would sort of precondition the environment so that you can leverage the resolved convection at the appropriate scales, instead of just letting the only mode available in the model be this very deep mode. And when you do that, you get a much more realistic cloud spectrum, as shown in the lower right. But I've quantified this using this cloud coverage metric, and I'll go over how I constructed this plot later. But effectively, the total cloud coverage is 100%. And on the x-axis, you have cloud size bins, basically. And on the y-axis, you have the contribution, cloud coverage contribution for all clouds larger than a given cloud size. So at the smallest cloud here, which is about a 20-kilometer diameter, 100% of your cloud coverage is due to clouds larger than that. As you start to go into slightly larger clouds in this no deep scheme, you drop off your total cloud coverage, meaning that those small clouds are actually contributing significantly to the overall cloud coverage. Whereas in observations and in club no deep, this thing sort of hugs 100% for much further along, so that there's not as many small clouds, basically. And so this is a nice way to illustrate this, what's called a popcorn regime convection in the community. So in CSM, I needed a mass flux scheme to produce realistic clouds, so why not generalize this hypothesis to say mass flux schemes enable realistic tropical cloud sizes in all global storm resolving models. And one way I can test that is I can look at all of the Diamond 1 model participants and run the same sort of algorithm identifying the cloud size distribution. And it's a nice little sample because it's about 12 model simulations where some of them have a mass flux convection scheme and some have no convection scheme whatsoever. Scream, for example, has a shallow convection scheme, but it's not a mass flux scheme. It's a high order closure similar to a club. And so we're going to basically analyze all of these models, which is a lot of data. So the method is basically, the observations that I'm using is this GPM merge IR brightness temperature data set, which is a near global 4-kilometer grid at half-hourly cadence. And it's basically a merge of a bunch of geostationary satellites from Europe and the Japanese and the US. It's a very nice data set. It's hard to find kilometer scale, globally gridded data sets to validate these kilometer scale models against. The models don't have this IR brightness temperature for the most part, and so I just simply derive it in all the models using this method in Christensen and Driver, where effectively you can get the cloud top brightness temperature as a linear function of OLR, which of course is provided by the models. And so if I'm able to have someone click the click here link, it is going to just showcase what the data looks like. Is that possible? And if it is possible, first I would like everyone, you're not going to know where to look because there's like 12 models, but the lower left is going to show NICAM, not that one, the Viz click here. Yeah, let's open that. I know, I'm making this challenging for you guys, I'm sorry. Maybe we skip that, huh? Okay. So, anyways, well then I'm actually going to go to, I'll show you, there's an extra slide at the end I'll try to show. Well, actually, I think I can probably just do that now. Now I can't click forward. Okay, so I just want to show that the data set, this is a snapshot of the data set, and basically in the lower left you have these NICAM and SAM simulations, and I'm just trying to show that there's like these really large transient adjustments in those two models in particular that basically you kind of have to throw away the first 10 days of the simulation, so these things calm down before you run your statistics on here. And so that's that. So this is the, you got all these cloud objects now that we've identified by running tempest extremes on this cloud top temperature variable using just the criteria of a closed contour where it's lower than 230 Kelvin. And those will give you your cloud objects in the deep convective regions. And these are just histograms of the cloud objects in all of the models and in the observations. And so in the observations, this is GPM merge IR. You can fit a power law to all of these with an exponent beta, but there are some scale separations, and also the models don't resolve less than around 60x. So you kind of don't want to be running your regression on those inaccurate scales in the model. So when you limit it to just the magenta bins, you get these beta values in the observations of 1.3. In no deep, you get close to 2. And that's just saying that that distribution is very steep, meaning your small clouds are contributing a lot to, you have a lot more small clouds than you do in observations. And then in Club MF, you get this nice 1.403. And yeah, so that's the improvements. This is the way that I'm sort of quantifying this popcorn convection problem in the models. 2 observations here is that NICAM and IFS don't produce enough small clouds. I sort of speculate that they're perhaps overly diffusive at small scales and can't support this sort of popcorn solution. Another is that these SAM model and the unified model, they're able to represent cloud sizes even down to the grid scale, which is really interesting. And they're kind of punching above their weight there. And so there's a lot of interesting features of these histograms, but those are a few. 1 minute. So you can do this cloud coverage calculation for all of the models. And so that's what I've done here. And in the dashed ones, our dashed lines are models that don't have a mass flux scheme. So we're testing the hypothesis here that these mass flux schemes are needed. And so you can see these 3 models that are in the popcorn regime that don't have a mass flux scheme. CAM, no deep, ICOM, and the ARPAGE, the French model. NICAM has too few small clouds, so it's kind of the opposite problem of this popcorn convection problem. And then SAM and SCREAM, the other 2 that don't have mass flux schemes, are perfect. So in conclusion, with the exception of IFS, all models with a mass flux scheme produce realistic tropical clouds. All models with this sort of popcorn problem do not have a mass flux scheme. 3 models without a mass flux scheme do not have a popcorn problem. And I've already kind of speculated that, NICOM can't really support a popcorn solution, perhaps because it's very diffusive at small scales. SAM has this sort of anomalously high effective resolution, so it might be able to actually simulate these transitional convective regimes. And SCREAM has somehow modified their high order turbulence model to be as effective as a mass flux scheme. That's me saying that, I'm just guessing. I'd like to talk with the SCREAM developers about that. And so I think mass flux schemes enable realistic tropical cloud sizes and GSRMs is a pretty accurate statement, but it's worth caveating that's not the only way to achieve realistic clouds. And that's the talk, but I just want to end on, this is the status of all our CSM diamond runs, not the storm speed ones. And so we have Diamond 3 is running right now, we're about 50 days in. And then we got an allocation to do the stratosphere resolving version of the model with one of the diamond configurations. And on Thursday, we're going to have a meeting for anybody who wants to contribute to the Diamond 1 overview paper. So if you're interested in contributing analysis at all, we've got about a dozen people already attending. Just reach out to me and I'll add you to the invite. That's it.
All right, thank you so much, Adam. I think to stay on time, we'll ask you to bring any questions to Adam afterwards. And we will now have Ren Smith talking about convective transport by the Asian summer monsoon. Oh, look. Adam, come back quick. Just kidding.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Ren Smith. I'm a scientist here in the ACOM lab at NCAR. Oh, here. I suppose this is my... 9 minutes goes quick, so I'm going to dive right into it. The motivation for the high-resolution simulations that I've been working on, and is sort of in a preliminary stage right now, is airborne observations that were taken during the 2022 ACLIP project. That's the Asian Summer Monsoon Chemical and Climate Impact Project. This is a sort of an event overview of a day where we sampled record-setting pollutant concentrations by aircraft in the upper troposphere. Typically, we think of the monsoon as a precipitation system over Asia, but I'm encouraging you for the next 8.5 minutes or so to think of the Asian monsoon as actually something that transports things upwards rather than things that are being transported downwards. And so on this particular day, there was a very fresh convective outflow event that was sampled at about 15 kilometers by both of the aircraft that we had over the Yellow Sea. carbon monoxide as a tropospheric tracer was measured at as high as 300 parts per billion. If you're not used to thinking about CO mixing ratios, I'll just tell you that's a lot. That's actually what we would think to find in the boundary layer, and so we're seeing it at 15 kilometers. And so as a result of this sort of being a tail case, or at least as far as we're aware, being a record-setting event, we're using this to confront our models, and these are the two forecast models that we brought with us into the field to do the chemical forecasting and flight planning. And I would say in general they don't do too bad of a job at representing the general monsoon background of CO in the order of 100 parts per billion or so, the majority, but there's clearly this tail in excess of 200 and as high as 300 parts per billion from the August 19th case that I colored in black, basically just showing those really high observations. And so the approach that we have to try to improve this representation is to use the Musica modeling framework. That's the multi-scale infrastructure for chemistry and aerosols. And the version 1 of this configuration allows us to use the MPAS dynamical core in CAM-Chem. And we're configuring that then, because we're using MPAS, we can configure this with a 60 to 3 kilometer variable resolution grid, where we position, of course, the 3 kilometer grid over the region of interest, and sort of that region on the first slide where we had convection that was contributing to the convective outflow that was sampled on this particular day. General idea here is that we're initializing from a 1 degree CESM3 Wacom run to use initial conditions, and we do that 10 days earlier, and of course also then continue the Wacom run for 10 more days to find out, okay, if we did not put in the variable resolution mesh, what would the environment have looked like? Nudging toward MERA 2 in these Musica runs, I have 2 different runs that I'm showing, basically just whether you nudge inside the 3 kilometer regionally refined grid or not. And I'll note, as I said, preliminary, because these are with a 32 level low top setting. In the future, we will be looking at 58 level or 93 level to try to improve the vertical resolution in the UTLS layer. Okay. So jumping right to it, these are maps of carbon monoxide at 150 hectopascal. This is the upper troposphere in the monsoon region. The flight tracks are on there. The left map is the Wacom run that was pushed out for 9 more days, basically from the place where we initialized the Musica runs. And then on the right are the 2 Musica runs. The one where we nudge everywhere is on the top right, and then on the lower right is the one where we do not nudge inside the refined region. And I put a helpful gray circle there to remind everybody that that's where we're down at 3 kilometer spatial resolution there. And so really what jumps out is that there's certainly a convective transport plume that is enabled by the application of this regional 60 to 3 kilometer grid over Asia. When you have the Wacom simulation where we stay at coarse resolution, we really don't have any of that transport resolved at all. And so this is telling us that adding this 3 kilometer regionally refined grid is improving this representation for us. And I'll also note too that when you do not nudge inside the refined region, again, that's in the lower right there, actually the convective transport seems to be stronger, which I think is kind of interesting. I wouldn't say that I totally understand that, but I think it's worth noting. We're looking at the same fields here, but this is the updraft mass flux from the Jean-McFarland convective parameterization. One wrinkle to this model configuration is that, as actually the speaker 2 speakers ago said, was that the convective parameterization is turned on everywhere in the model, and there's no sort of scale aware on-off switch for it in this configuration as far as I'm aware. And so as a result of that, inside the refined region, you are still getting some contribution from ZM deep convective transport there. What I think is interesting is on the previous slide we showed how different those pollution plumes were in the upper troposphere. In general, the region where you have that updraft mass flux is much more confined to a smaller region, but it still packs a pretty good punch based on what we saw on the previous slide. So I think that's interesting. And then to be a little more chemically interesting, this is the same fields for sulfur dioxide, SO2. I think it's a little bit bizarre to me. I wouldn't say that I understand this, but this is giving us a good pathway forward to try to understand what this refined capability is doing to us. But I would say that the behavior here is kind of fundamentally different, where the Wacom run has this SO2 plume over Asia, whereas this Musica version one run seems to actually have a deficit of SO2 there out over where we had our observations. So I think that's kind of interesting, worthy of future investigation. And then just to kind of put a bow on this, actually comparing back with those observations, the airborne observations from the August 19th case, when you introduce this refined grid, you are actually dramatically improving the representation of the sort of upper branch of the C-shaped profile that you would expect to see from the convective outflow. And it seems that convection still isn't quite deep enough, but I would say in general, just looking at this from a 30,000 foot, well, actually, maybe that's an aircraft joke, but looking at this from the big picture standpoint, I'm pretty reassured by the additional skill that we're getting in terms of representing this event. So certainly more work to be done, but I just summarize by saying that introducing this 3-kilometer grid refinement has increased convective transport to the UTLS, and that improves the agreement with our ACLIP 2022 observations. I said this was preliminary, and this should support that, but we have lots of plans to compare results from grid refinement over different regions. Also, if you disable the grid refinement and use a 60-kilometer globally uniform grid, do some evaluation with satellite, because this monsoon mechanism is important for more regions than just Asia. There's sort of a broader transport pathway that actually allows these air masses to mix with the broader surroundings. I said something about the enhanced vertical resolution. We want to also look at different nudging data sets, and also been working with Patrick Callahan to implement this new spectral nudging capability as well, and as well as sensitivity to model chemistry. So I can't thank everybody by name, but thank you to everybody who's listed here on this slide. Certainly takes a village for these sorts of things, and I'll just shamelessly plug that we have a session in AMS in Denver this year on sort of this interface between convection and composition. So if you're interested in this or doing work there, I would love to have your contribution. So thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Ren. We have time for questions from the audience.
Thanks, Ren. Good talk. I was just curious about the cost, because I assume you're running with full chemistry, so it's probably hundreds of tracers or something near that, and then at 3 kilometers. So yeah, just you have a sense of what the PE hours were, or how long it took any of that?
I don't want to invent a number when I don't have the right number up in my head right now. We did put in an HPC request for this, and it's considerably more to run with the 60 to 3 kilometer grid because of 835,000 grid columns. It obviously doesn't scale linearly. It's much more than that. Can I send you an email?
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, I apologize.
Cool.
I should. Yeah, that's a good suggestion to have that information just kind of there. So performance.
I was just curious. Cool.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Thanks. So.
Okay. Any other questions? Then I think we can move to the next speaker. Let's thank Ren again. And the next speaker is Nadamon Jeep. Next speaker is Jeep Meninoy, talking about fire emissions over Southeast Asia.
Oh, that's wrong side.
Forward, backwards, and that's the laser.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeep Meninoy. I'm a PhD student at UCLA, so I'm still pretty much a baby here in this room. Yes, today I'll be presenting my ongoing research work on improving fire emission estimate over Southeast Asia using Himawari 9 and multi-via sensor integration and implication for regional air quality modeling. Here is the outline for this talk today, and with that, let's get started. So the starting point for this work was the NASA Asia AQ campaign, which happened during February and March in 2024. And the goal was to improve the air quality understanding using the multi-aerosol measurements. And they also did the research aircraft over Philippines, Taiwan, and South Korea, and also Thailand, which is my home country. And during the field campaign, they observed a very intense biomass burning from the from Southeast Asia mainland, which is highlighted in the orange box. And that's because during this time of the year is the peak biomass burning season, where during this time, apart from being a dry season, which favors forest fires, it's also a crop residue burning season, where the farmers burn their crops to clear the land for the upcoming planting season, which happened during the May and June, so during the monsoonal season. And these burning contribute significantly to the regional air pollution and affect lots of people in the region, especially the sensitive groups. However, the fire emission inventory just varies significantly across the different inventory. So we can see that these inventory differ by magnitude. So these highlight the need for more reliable fire inventory for Southeast Asia. And this is where my research begins. And last summer, I had the opportunity to visit NCAR, and I was hosted by Dr. Louisa Emmons, and I learned what FIN is. So FIN is Fire Inventory from NCAR, and quickly about how FIN works. So FIN reads in the fire pixels from these low Earth orbit satellites from the MODIS and VIA sensor. So on board of the low Earth orbit satellites, including Terra, Aqua, and Suomi and PP. And then all these pixels are grouped together to create the polygons as the daily burn area. And then later on, we use those areas to create the fire emission, the daily fire emission, depend on the biomass and also the vegetation type at that location. And but the challenges of using FIN for this region remain on the first part of FIN, where we know that FIN only relies on the low Earth orbit satellite. So those only come around and detect the fires 2 times a day. So once during the daytime and then once during the nighttime. And potentially it can miss the burning in the evening, where we have we can see that the geostationary satellite in this region, which is called Himawari 9, it gives the hourly detection of the fire. The figure on the left right here, okay, you can see that these are the hourly fire detection from Himawari, but separated by the vegetation types. And the yellow line, these are the fire detection that are detected in the cropland region, so in yellow. So if we only relied on the MODIS and VIA sensor, we potentially can miss this evening burning in the region. So it's very crucial that we include the geostationary fire detection in this region, but one of the trade-offs of using the Himawari or the geostationary satellite is that it has very coarse resolution because it's located a lot further away compared to the low Earth orbit satellites. So it's important to correct the size before include that to FIN. So because of that, we propose to have the modified combination of the fire pixels for FIN. So compared to the default with just using MODIS and VIAs, we propose to replace the MODIS, which is actually retiring early next year. We propose to replace that with the hourly Himawari, but before that, we have to correct it. So I'm not going to talk into details about how we correct it, but shortly, we just correct Himawari against Suomi and PPVS during the same daytime hourly overpass when we have both of the detection. And for this modified approach, we also include additional VIA's fire pixels from the other available satellite that we have, so from NOAA 20 and NOAA 21. So you can see the comparison of the default and the modified FIN, where we actually have a lot more of the fire pixels detected, but because they're much finer in the spatial resolution, we ended up with the 20% reduction in the burn area and also the emission estimate for roughly for this region. Okay, so to evaluate the modified FIN emission, we run the latest MUSICAR V1, which is the next generation MPAS dynamical core framework with the unstructured grid. So this allowed for the variable resolution simulation for about 60 kilometer globally down to 3 kilometer in the regional refinement. And we have the focus in the Philippines. And so in our run, we just keep all the inputs, the emission input the same, but we test different version of our fin that we modify for this regional domain. And we run the model for 1 month. So for March 2024, because that's when we have the measurements from the NASA HAQ campaign to compare with. Yes, and then because of the high resolution of Musica V1 with the regional refinement, we able to do a very detailed multi-level comparison with the multi-aerosol measurement during the campaign. For example, for CO mixing ratio, we can validate with the tropomi total CO column. We can also validate with the in situ profiles from the NASA DC-8, where we have the flight measurement, but they also did like a vertical track of the flight and measure all the species along the tracks as well. And then lastly, we can also validate with the surface measurement from the ground station in the area. Okay, so here shows some of the preliminary results of the CO comparison at the specific profile location on March 18, 2024, where we have all the measurements available at this specific column. And you can see that the blue colors for all of it are showing the observations. So from tropomi at the top, and in blue, and then the profile in the middle in blue is from the DC-8 profile measurement, and then at the bottom we have the ground station of CO concentration, and then the green, the orange color are the result from the Musica V1 model with the default fin, and then the green color is the result from the Musica V1 with the modified fin, and we can see that the modified fin consistently are in between the observed and the model with the default fin. So it seems that the modified fin seems to bring the estimate to be closer to the observation. So that is a good sign. And then these are some examples from the flight date, or from the same day, where we did the comparison with the whole flight from that day, and then compare with the flight, the result from the model with the default fin and then the modified fin. So it seems that the modified fin give a much more improved slope and correlation, and also give much more closer estimates to the observation. And so now that the modified fin seems to give a promising result, currently we also try to develop the hourly fin, where we can take advantage of the hourly FRP value from Himawari, and if we split it by vegetation and then multiply that to the emission by vegetation, and then ended up combining it to be the hourly fire emission for that day, and then we can also try to test this with the with Musica V1 model as well, just to see that if the improved higher temporal resolution would further improve the model performances. Okay, with that, I would like to conclude my presentation for today. I'm not sure if I go over time or not. I probably do. But okay, yeah, please let me know if you have any questions or would like to stay in touch. I will be at NCAR again this summer. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have time for a quick question if there's anything from the audience. Okay, if not, then you can ask more questions to the Jeep afterwards. And we will welcome our next speaker, Yang Tian, looking at moisture recycling over South America.
Hello, everybody. My name is Yang Tian. I am from NSF NCAR. So today I'd like to present some very preliminary results that I've been doing over the past couple of months with Rich. That is to understand the moisture recycling over South America in variable resolution CESM. Okay, so just to give you a very brief background of the moisture recycling picture and why we care about this research, right? Thanks to ChatGPT, it gives me this very beautiful hydrological cycle, which I don't know how much time I will spend drawing myself. Okay, so basically moisture recycling is an important element in this entire hydrological cycle. It basically describes the fraction of precipitation that is contributed by local evaporation in contrast to the moisture transport process. So you can think of it as where is the origin of water in the rain that comes from. So it's sort of implying how strong this local coupling between land and atmosphere is, but it's not exactly the same concept. And why we care about this moisture recycling, because this is over South, well, the region I am interested is over South America, because based on previous literature, there was some saying like in the future, on a warming scenario, the Amazon might be actually experiencing some tipping point behavior in which the further drying and warming leads to, I don't know, reduced surface evaporation, and then because of this chain reaction, it leads to less precipitation, and then it goes on. And when this positive feedback goes on, then we might actually experience like a transitional regime in South American region. But most of the previous research in predicting the future tipping point behavior over South America are based on coarse resolution models, which means they're run at 100 kilometer. But we do know that different resolutions or different treatments of convection might matter in terms of the prediction results, right? So that is the basic motivation of this research. All right, so in terms of the previous literature, they run on coarse resolution CESM model, and then they predict some critical transition in the Amazon rainforest region. That is like a tipping point behavior. But in some of the recent literatures, for example, this one by Kathy Ohanegger and her group, they predicted that the Amazon rainfall response to deforestation actually is muted in a much higher resolution model. So those literatures, they seem to go in opposite directions. And which direction is the wrong or the right direction? That is what I'm trying to answer with this variable resolution CESM. I think this is probably one of the first studies to do a very systematic investigation of how the resolution influences this local coupling between land surface and atmosphere. And we have two specific hypotheses. The first is that we think this resolution and convection treatment is actually going to change both the direction and the strength of moisture recycling over South America. And because of those differences, it can actually shift this inferred hydrological vulnerability of the Amazon dieback. But again, we don't know which direction is the wrong or the right way to go. And today, I'm just going to present some very preliminary results, and I welcome suggestions, feedback, and thoughts about this study. So basically, the way how we compute the moisture recycling is based on a moisture budget, which is different from water tagging. But as some people have already done, you can probably use isotopes to trace like this moisture recycling ratio much more faithfully than a moisture budget. But because I have like a series of data that goes from 100 kilometer to 50 kilometer to 6 kilometer, running a water tagging experiment is just way too computationally expensive. So that's why I decided to use just like a bulk estimate of the moisture recycling. And then you can compute moisture recycling either based on column or based on like a specific region. So I just want to show you what we get from this column-based moisture moisture recycling ratio calculation. The left panel, like the 4 figures here to the left, basically shows what we get, like the mean moisture recycling ratio in the year 2018 at the finest resolution at 6 kilometer. And because we want to confirm that we get something reasonable, we also compute the same ratio using Area 5 data. So if you just take a first look, you might actually see a lot of differences between the two. But I have to say, like the general trend, especially where like the low and high recycling ratio occurs, agree reasonably well between this 6 kilometer resolution and Area 5 computation, given the large uncertainty in the Area 5 evaporation data. I actually don't know which is actually the reality. So one thing that you can notice that in the summer months over this Amazon rainforest region, so this grayish color here at 6 kilometer is actually a very high moisture recycling ratio region, which corresponds very well with this Area 5 region, with this Area 5 results over the Amazon rainforest region. Okay, so that gives us some confidence that the model and observation, they might actually point to a very similar trend in terms of the high and low moisture recycling ratio region. Now I will zoom in to the rainforest region specifically. Okay, so this is what I get. In addition to the recycling ratio, what I also computed is the coupling strength. And the reason I also computed the coupling strength is because when I plotted this region-based recycling ratio over Amazon rainforest over different resolution from 100 kilometer to 6 kilometer, you actually don't see a very big difference as the resolution changes. So, and we also did the experiment by turning the convection on and convection off. You see some slight change with those 2 different options. But again, this recycling ratio seems to be pretty persistent, which is high over the Amazon rainforest region. It decreases slightly as the resolution increases. But it just doesn't seem to be super sensitive. So how can we use this ratio to infer like the future projection? Then I also computed the coupling index. The coupling index is more straightforward. Basically, it's the change of precipitation in response to the change of soil moisture. And you can actually see a very clear trend of increasing, going from 100 kilometer to 6 kilometer. You can see that the coupling strength increases monotonically as the resolution increases. Whereas here, the recycling ratio decreases almost monotonically as the resolution increases. So this seems to be contradictory, right? So you would expect like the local coupling strengths to be going in the same direction, but this is actually not in contradictory with each other, because this recycling ratio basically tells us where the moisture comes from. And for the Amazon rainforest, at least based on this study, it comes mostly from like the local evaporation process. But it doesn't tell you how much change in the rainfall in response to the soil moisture change. Instead, it is the coupling strength, the coupling index that tells us how much rainfall is going to change in response to the change of soil moisture. So initially, I wanted to use recycling ratio, but then later I figured out maybe this coupling index is a better index to use if we really want to infer like the future potential of Amazon dieback. And okay, so if I'm going out of time, I'm just going to, I also did like El Nino year, which is a warmer and drier year, but yes. So the take-home message is that this is still a work in progress, but we did a very systematic investigation into the resolution dependence of the local coupling or recycling ratio. And the take-home message so far is that we think those coarser resolution model, it might actually underpredict the hydrological pathway towards the Amazon dieback. So the future scenario might be even more catastrophic than what the current coarser resolution model predicts. I'm sorry, but this is the preliminary result. I hope we can actually reverse the direction once I go deeper. But yes, thank you so much.
All right, thanks so much, Young. I think to keep on schedule, we'll ask people to talk to you afterwards if they have questions.
Definitely.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
So for our next speaker, we have Samar Vinala talking about hill slope scale terrestrial modeling for high-res CESM applications.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samar Minalla. I'm a scientist here in CGD. And today I'm going to give a very quick overview of some of our recent and ongoing work which is related to CESM applications in complex terrains. So for this, we are focusing on the land component of CSM, which is the Community Terrestrial Systems Model. And all the simulations that I'm going to show today, they are standalone CDSM simulations. For now, we have not coupled this with the rest of the components. So CDSM has a number of configurations, and one of them is called hill slope hydrology. And as the name suggests, that this configuration accounts for topographic controls on all the quantities and variables that are important for terrestrial processes. So this configuration is not active by default. And you can imagine that in complex terrains, anything related to topographic changes are really important for all variables, and this is something I'm going to highlight today. And I am going to be talking about 3 applications. The first one is on energy and water budgets, and this would be in the upper Indus Basin. I'm also going to talk about the impacts for stream flow. The second application would be for mountain snowpack, and this is where I'm also going to talk about model and observation comparisons. So this would be over the southern island of the New Zealand. And then finally, some ultra-high resolution map that we can create with this hill slope hydrology configuration, and this I'm going to show over Alaska. So what do we mean by topographic controls? It is aspect, different elevation classes, different height classes. So these are user-defined. For example, we have a grid cell, and we can categorize that grid cell into a number of aspect and elevation classes. And in a moment, I'm going to show you what this means. But these are, again, all user-defined. You can have as many hill slope columns as you want. So I'm going to start off with the implementation in the upper Indus Basin. Here on the map, on the left side, I'm showing the upper Indus Basin. So this region is very high elevation, very complex terrains. These are the Himalayan Karakoram Mountains. Here, I picked one hydrological unit, so one very tiny watershed. And we use high-resolution, hydrologically conditioned DEM to classify that one polygon into a number of hill slope classifications, which I'm showing on the right here. So these are 16 columns, 4 for aspect and 4 for different elevation classes. Again, you can have as many or as few as you want. So this is the information that we use to downscale and process all our variables. Just as an example, I'm showing here how we downscale the atmospheric forcing that is going into the hill slope model. If you look at the bottom 2 panels here, let's say we have ERA 5, which is the forcing to our CDSM model. In a half-degree grid cell, you're going to have only one value. But in these complex terrains, that means that there's going to be a lot of variability. So with the hill slope, we can use height anomalies and lapse rate corrections to prepare the information that you're seeing on the bottom right here. And again, the values range from 0 to 2 millimeters per day. So this is just for 1 month. And these are quite big differences within that one grid cell. Okay, so I'm going to jump into one of the model outputs. Here I'm showing SUI. So these are the CDSM hill slope simulations. And this is the time series only for 1 year, for 2010. Each of the colored lines represent those 16 columns, so the state of SUI within those 16 hill slope columns. And if you look at the yellow and the orange lines, those are the south-facing lowland hill slopes. They melt very quickly. This is what we expect. If you look at the maroon line, that is the north upland hill slope. And again, we know that those snowpacks survive for much longer duration and into the summer. So this is what we expect. This is what we want to see. Now, if you focus on the two black lines, the dashed black line are the simulations without hill slopes, so the standard CTSM simulations. And here you would see the snowpack disappears within a span of 2 weeks. This is not good because now we are dumping that snow melt into the stream flow in a very short duration. The solid black line is the column weighted sum of those 16 states. So now you see that it takes a little bit of while for the snowpack to melt, and this is really important for stream flow estimates and for different hydrological applications. So I mentioned that we are looking at all energy and water budget quantities. So this is just one example for one of the watersheds that I'm showing at the bottom right here. And this is showing latent heat flux. Again, the black line is no hill slope simulations. Red line is with hill slope. And you can see those differences in the latent heat flux, especially on the shoulder season. And these differences can be bigger and smaller depending on our domain. So moving on to the next application, which was looking at those model observation comparisons. And this is in the New Zealand South Island. So this image, you can think of this as just one grid cell. And then again, look at the differences in the snowpack within that small region. So this is what we are trying to simulate. We want to make sure that we can have all of these differences within the snowpack at subgrid level. Okay, so here on the right side, I am showing the map of South Island of New Zealand. The green boxes are simulations from CTSM, so these are half-degree outputs. So this is a long-term August snow depth mean, and you can see that it's pretty coarse for that region. All the red triangles are different observations. So now if you look at the right figure here, so this is the same thing coming from the observation, so long-term August mean. There's quite a bit of differences across the various weather stations. And I want you to focus on just one of the boxes, which is right in the middle, the Mueller Hut and the Mount Cook, where you see the Mueller Hut and the Mount Cook stations. So those two stations are located very close to each other. But if you look at the observations, Mueller Hut is way up there. It accumulates the most snow. And in the x-axis, I'm showing the elevation. Mount Cook is the red one right at the bottom. So within that grid cell, these stations are producing very different snow depths. If you were trying to compare our model outputs with these, it's just not an apples-to-apples comparison. So we are going to say that the model is not doing properly, but we shouldn't be doing these types of comparison. Now with hill slope, the first thing we are doing here is let's just pick that one grid cell, and I classify that into 32 different hill slope columns. So this is now what the simplified topography looks like, and you can see where the two stations are located. So let's just look at this one grid cell and all the snow depth states, which I'm showing here in this time series at the bottom. All the colored lines are the various snow depth states, and the solid black line is the observation. You can see that some of those are very much almost zero, so those are the ones that are located in this white region in the top right map of the snow depth, so we are not accumulating too much snow in that region. And then you're also seeing this gray line where the snow never melts, so year after year it is accumulating snow. Now this would represent glaciers conceptually. At present, our model does not have this knowledge. It does not know that there are glaciers in this grid cell, but it is getting something right. It is able to pick this information. But now moving to how we can do better comparison with observations. So here, the black line is still the observation, and I picked two of the hill slope columns which are most closely related to that station in terms of elevation class. And I mean, these are excellent results if you take my word for it, because now we can do so much better comparison with what we are seeing in our model and what we are seeing in observation. And I would say that these simulations were done by Sean Swenson very quickly. These are not properly calibrated simulations, but again, you can see that in some years, we're really matching the observations. Of course, there are differences and there are issues with the observations themselves, and at present, we are not really looking at things like avalanches or wind-driven changes in snowpack. All right, so the final application is what I was calling these ultra high resolution distributed maps and net area files for all variables. And this is in Alaska region. So far I've been showing you single grid cell or single polygon results, but with this hill slope, we can create these really ultra high resolution maps. What I mean by ultra high resolution here is anything less than 100 meters. So this is the work that Sean Swenson is doing. He's using machine learning emulators and feeding all of these different states, different hill slope states. And he's able to reproduce all of these maps, which is spatially and temporally consistent. And this is something that we want to use as forcing data sets for other models, for example, for glacier models and hydrology models. So to wrap up with this hill slope hydrology configuration, we have really exciting new applications. I've talked about the ones that are on the left side here, and the things on the right side are what we are planning and we hope to do. For example, in these complex terrains, glacial mass balance depends quite a bit on different topographic states. For example, aspect. So we want to create glacial mass balance time series. One thing I'm really interested is in this land and atmosphere interactions. I'm going to wrap up by saying that this configuration is not only relevant for mountainous regions. It's not very specific to a small subset of global domain. If you just look at this map, here I'm putting everything which is above 1,000 meter elevation. It occupies a big chunk of the global land. But anywhere you have small variations in the topography, hill slope is going to be very useful. Indeed, Sean Swenson and Dave Lawrence, they have done some simulation over wetlands, and that's where, again, you're going to see big differences. So I'm going to wrap up with a note that we are planning a hill slope tutorial sometime this year, I think in November. And if you're interested in applications, please do join that tutorial. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samar. For the sake of time, I think we'll keep going, but please send any questions by email or talk afterwards. Next presentation is by Atash Pashal, talking about climate downscaling.
Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, hang in there. Last two slides. So, yeah, I think this one is working. Okay. So today, my name is Atash Pashal. Today I'm going to present you soft constraint flow matching for climate downscaling study led by Kevin DeBear. Unfortunately, he's not here, so I will be presenting our study, which is currently submitted to Machine Learning and Earth and under review. So to frame where we are working on, so basically climate models, global climate models runs around like coarse resolution, and they are not enough for impact models, specifically for precipitation extremes. So that's why dynamical downscaling is used for this, but they are really computationally expensive. And machine learning downscaling is a really better alternative for this. So we are using a machine learning downscaling method to create a high resolution data set. So basically, if you ever use these online image generation tools, you would realize, let's say you have an old picture that you want to increase its resolution. Let's say it's your grandmother, but you upload it, and then the face is completely a different person. So this generative model basically these kind of problems. So we also had the same thing for the climate data. So if we have a low resolution input, and if we feed it into our machine learning model, we can get a really good high resolution output. But these high resolution outputs might not be conserving, following the physical laws or conserving mass or energy. So another problem is we can train our model with a region, and when we move that model to another region, our model might be degraded. So our question was, can we incorporate physical knowledge in generative models when downscaling, and can these improve our generalization? So when we apply to another region, will be better? So for this, we use Icon NextGAM cycle 3 dataset, so which is originally at 6 kilometer resolution. And from this 6 kilometer resolution dataset is like in 3 hours, and we basically created a coarse resolution version from this dataset. So we downscaled by 10, factor of 10. So from 6 kilometer resolution, we created a dataset of 63 kilometer. So it was like 6.3 kilometer. And using this low resolution dataset, we trained our model. So since we started from already high resolution data, we have a really good target that we know what our model to achieve. And for this, we basically started, the backbone was adaptive flow matching. So flow matching is similar to these generative models, diffusion models, but in flow matching, you start from a noise and basically you apply some kind of velocity field where all these noisy points move to a target location. So you get a clear high resolution atmospheric patterns. And adaptive part is, so normally these flow matching algorithms models start from a noisy, like a white noise starting point, but instead of starting from a white noise, we start from a low resolution prediction that what we know exactly. So this is the adaptive part. So what we do is we basically include a physical constraint to our model. So we normally have our low resolution input, we feed it into an encoder, and that encoder basically from the distribution, it feeds into a denoiser, and we have the high resolution output. But during the training, we have two objectives. So we have generative objective, which comes from the generative nature of the model, and we implement the conservative objective. So we want our model to follow by including these conservation laws, we want our model to predict these high resolution dataset that follows the physical laws and conserve the mass and energy. So, but when we introduce this physical constraint, there is a problem, because now we have this generative loss function and we have these physical constraints, and they basically fight against each other. And if we just automatically apply a weighted summation, then we will have a problem because our model basically degrades. So instead of this, we use a gradient surgery, which basically tries to find a mutual direction for these two different loss functions, and it tries to find a single direction that will basically satisfy both these constraints. And this is why we are basically making sure that our model can create a really nice high resolution output, and at the same time it can follow physical laws. So for our study, we basically trained our model using the data from Central Europe. But after training our model with Central Europe, we tested it again to see if it basically do what we want it to do. And then we had two held out regions where the model never saw, and we basically test our model with these two held out regions. But due to the time beings, I will only explaining one of the regions and one of our results from one of the regions. Okay, so this is the training region. So we trained our model with the Central Europe, and what we did it. So basically, AFM, adaptive flow matching, was our baseline, the backbone, and we included that physical constraint. So we basically compared what are the results from from low resolution to high resolution creation using PCAFM, our model, and the baseline. And here in this plot, you can see this on the bottom. So if it is red, it means that AFM based one, like the original model, is better. And if it is green, our physical constraint model is better compared to the original. So it's just a comparison between PCAFM and AFM baseline. And in total, if you look at here, and we basically, using ESM Valve tool, created an extensive diagnostic set, and we analyzed our results. And on average, just on the training region, so when we test with the training region, our model basically improves like 11% compared to the baseline. And these precipitation, or the conserved quantities were precipitation and specific humidity. And we can also see here in the conservation error, there is like around 40% improvement compared to the AFM baseline model compared to the AFM baseline in our physical constraint model. Then it's the exciting part. So Northern Europe is the dataset that was never seen by the model. So when we apply our model to Northern Europe result, we can see compared to the AFM, there is like a 13% increase. But another interesting point was like here, for example, on average, so this is the out of distribution case, and we can see like in the CRPS, yeah. So there's like a 23% increase in the among these different metrics. There was a 23% increase in the CRPS metrics, and on average, there's like a 30% increase in our constraint variables. But of course, there are still some problems. So here again is the spatial maps. So we can see, for example, compared to the AFM, so the first row is the result from AFM baseline, and the second row is from our physical constraint adaptive flow matching model. And normally, since we trained with the Central Europe, when we apply our model to Northern Europe, which is a colder region, we see a wet bias, and its relative bias like around 50% on the original AFM baseline. But in our physical constraint method, the relative bias is decreased by 25% point. So there is definitely like an increase in when we use this physical constraint for creating the high resolution dataset for the held out region. And in summary, so we added a physical constraint to our adaptive flow matching algorithm, which is a soft conservation losses, and we use this conflict gradient surgery, which basically tries to find a mutual solution to both of these loss functions to have like a better direction for the gradient descent. And we saw that precipitation and humidity conservation errors decreased by 40% in distribution, which means the region where we trained our model. And for the out of distribution regions where we test with the Northern Europe and the Iberian Peninsula, we see 50% improvement compared to the AFM. So for future, of course, we only use the spatial maps, but in the future, the temporal conditioning and the temporal out of distribution robustness test should be done for this model. And also, we only used specific humidity and precipitation for the conservation losses. So we can also increase these physical constraints in the other variables. And currently, as I said, this study is under review and prepared on archive, and you can check for more detail using the QR code. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Atash. Very nice work. Are there any questions from the audience?
Nice talk. In the camulator, they run like 30 epochs or so before they turn on the physical constraints. Have you tried that?
Yeah, you mean like for the model doing training?
Yeah, because they said if they turn on energy conservation or energy fixer and mass fixer at epoch 1, you know, they don't converge to a physically realistic solution. So therefore, they first iterate without it for like 30 epochs, and then they turn on their conservation.
Yeah, we had the, if I remember correctly, it was like, as I said, like Kevin is the lead in this study, but he had like a spin-up period. I think it should be also, yeah, actually warm-up. So we have this warm-up period for the first 200,000 samples. So there was this like warm-up period before using that conservation objective.
Okay, so it's kind of similar what you're doing.
I think so, yeah. But I think like maybe Kevin might be more formal about it.
Okay, thanks very much, Atash. We will move on to our last speaker, who is Ben Stevens, talking about tropical cyclones in CAM7.
Okay, hi. Thank you. I'm going to be presenting a selection of results from a recently completed paper with these collaborators here. Basically, CAM5 was a really good model for studying tropical cyclones and was extensively used. CAM6, not so much, but with making progress toward the completion of CAM7, we wanted to know how it's doing. In particular, we were curious about the impact of introducing prognostic momentum fluxes into CAM7. So this is, you know, the project that I've sort of been working on the last few years here since I've been at NCAR. And so as kind of like the final project in this work, we wanted to look at TCs in this context. So previous versions of CAM have used a diagnostic momentum flux scheme in the boundary layer. CAM6 did use club, but again with diagnostic momentum fluxes according to these equations that you see here. I guess, yeah. Anyway, with the new formulation, we use the full prognostic equation in Club, which is much more complicated. I'm not going to go through it, but we wanted to see in particular what the effect of that might be. So we started off by running 2 fully quarter-degree simulations at 25 kilometers, and basic results. So if you look at CAM5 here on the left and QD DMF, that's the diagnostic momentum flux, and QD PMF, prognostic, we do see an improved Central Pacific bias. CAM5 had this really strong activity here in the Central Pacific. But on the other hand, we're really overproducing storms compared to IB tracks. So these are, in red, these are the biases. So CAM5, you know, had maybe a small bias, but these runs that we did have much larger biases. So we wanted to address that. And we also wanted to look at the storm scale features of what's going on in CAM7. So interestingly enough, just turning on the prognostic momentum fluxes increases the inflow angle of the storms by about 3 degrees. We emphasize the inflow angle because it's sort of a compact diagnostic telling us about the inflow characteristics of the storm. It's basically formed by the radial and tangential wind vectors. I'm sorry not to have a little diagram, but the greater the inflow angle, the stronger the radial inflow. And that's usually associated with a shallower boundary layer and a less diffusive boundary layer and a more realistic wind profile. So yeah, on the left here you can see that we increased that angle by about 3 degrees just by turning on the prognostic momentum fluxes without any additional tuning. And then on the right, we see that the prognostic momentum flux case generally has stronger radial winds. Those are the dotted contours. The colors are the tangential winds. So, so we like those features of what we're seeing, even if we're overproducing storms. But we can still like improve things because the observational inflow angle is about 22 degrees. I should say that. So we're still low. So we still have things to improve. So to address the overproduction of storms, we did something that's been looked at before by Collins Arzicki and others, which is to reduce the Cape consumption timescale in ZM, and we reduced that timescale from 3,600 seconds down to 1,200 seconds. So this is eating up Cape more quickly, and sort of ultimately, this leads through this sort of causal chain here to fewer seeds for cyclones. So, again, here's CAM5 on the left, and then QD PMF, that initial prognostic momentum flux run in the center. When we reduce that time scale down to 1,200 seconds, we do strongly reduce the bias in the number of storms, and the track density plot is looking a lot more like IB tracks, which I haven't shown, sorry, but yeah, this looks much better. Previous work has shown that Club, when it's using prognostic momentum fluxes, is less diffusive, and further studies have also found that less diffusive boundary layers are associated with enhanced radial inflow, basically, into cyclones. So, you know, we're already sort of reducing the diffusivity by introducing prognostic momentum fluxes, but we can further reduce them and maybe improve the storm scale features even more by tuning a little bit this equation here. So there's this parameter CUU shear. If we increase it, we can actually decrease the diffusivity of the boundary layer. So we did some variable resolution tests. These have quarter-degree refinement over the northern hemisphere oceans, and we did three of them. One with CUU shear equals 0.1, 0.5, and 0.6. And you can sort of see as you go from left to right that we're seeing both generally sort of lower radial wind profiles. They're closer to the ground, which we like, and also stronger winds here on the right compared to on the left. We also see the inflow angle itself increases into the 17 to 18 degree range when we increase CUU shear. So we like those features as well. So finally, we did a longer run. Those were all, I should have said, those were all 10-year tests. We did a longer run, a 21-year test with both of these tunings. So we reduced the Cape consumption timescale in ZM, and CUU shear we increased to 0.6 for this run. Ran it for 21 years. We still see the improvement in the overall storm count. It's more comparable to CAM5 now. And then I haven't shown this in detail, but I have a table in the paper. But global, spatial, and seasonal correlations for QD-AMIP are also actually mostly improved over CAM5. So we're doing even better than CAM5 in some ways. And then finally, the inflow angle is now between 19 and 20 degrees. So these are two different ocean basins, the North Atlantic and Northwest Pacific. But QD-AMIP is sitting here at about 19, 20 degrees or so, getting closer to where CAM5 was. So yeah, the basic idea here is prognostic momentum fluxes seem to improve the representation of TCs relative to diagnostic momentum fluxes. So introducing that into CAM7 is a good thing in this context. Decreasing the Cape consumption timescale in ZM and reducing club's diffusivity, those can effectively bring down that overproduction of storms and also improve wind contours and storm scale features. So the overall takeaway is we do think that quarter degree CAM7 is going to be a competitive model for studying TCs compared to CAM5. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ben. Are there any questions from the audience? So I'll ask quickly, are you able to look at things like total precipitation in these quarter degree models? And if so, is that something you compared?
So we did save precipitation results from some of the models, I think. What is it specifically you're curious about?
I'm just wondering if, do they produce realistic rainfall rates at that resolution? And if so, did it improve?
Okay. That I have not actually looked at in detail. We did use some of the precip diagnostics in order to study how ZM's behavior was changing with respect to the actual storms, but I haven't looked at the large scale.
Okay, thanks so much, Ben. That concludes our session. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Let's thank our speakers again. And I will point out that we had one poster in this session by Elisa Berges Masso, so looking at urban wildfires, so take a look for that one if you like. And thanks again for coming, and hope to see you next year.